Hello, VOD viewers. I was not ready to start, actually. Oops. No, we're mostly ready. I just, here's my match ID. I forgot to have a couple of the extra details up already. That's okay. You guys are used to it. Send our pinned messages and all that. I wish there was a way to do this a little more easily. I guess I could set up like some kind of macro that goes through all of this. How long do we have to do this for that to be a time save? How long would it take me to set up that macro versus saving me like 3 seconds at the start of every stream? I guess it depends how smart I am to set up the macro. Anyways, here we are. We're good to go now. We are starting off with one that got sent in. It's a Venomancer support game. I don't know if it's Venomancer 4 or 5. Does it say here? 5. Okay. Oops. We're supposed to be on anonymous mode. I've doxed him. I mean, it's not really that big of a deal to not be in anonymous mode. Here we go. Okay, Venomancer 5. And I know they're a very new player. I'll even type new player as opposed to Herald. Hard support. Typo galore. New player. There we go. I've done it. Hey, Royo, what's up? Translucent blue jellyfish, how you doing? All right, let's load this one up. Hey everyone, Peseta NPR, Colonel Pike, what's up? Happy Wednesday indeed. I'm excited to... I haven't played Dota in like a month. After today, I think we're gonna stream tomorrow. I don't really want to make another video. I made a video, came out today, amazing turnaround time. Look at that, from one a month to another one in just 2 more days. Amazing. Enough for the next month. We're good. I'm going to play Dota tomorrow and then Friday, I think. We'll have some fun. Okay, this time we are... Actually, you know, I always do this. I always start the timestamp and then get distracted. I would chat with you guys a little bit, then we'll do the timestamp, then we'll get into it. Do I read YouTube chat? Yeah, I try. When I start doing the replay or playing games, I tend to get sucked in and I don't keep up with the chat as much. Although on the replay streams, it's easy to like scroll back up and then try to catch up a little bit. If I miss stuff, I'm not usually trying to ignore. I just, you know, just don't read everything all at once. There'll probably be an update tomorrow. Has there been any hints of it? Or is it just like feeling, you know, PGL around the corner? I wouldn't mind. I just didn't want there to be a patch as soon as that movie came out. Like same day, I was going to be annoyed. It's been a couple days. I will accept it. You know, if a patch is like, hey, we're changing all the gold formulas, I'd be like, okay, you know, I guess. It's fine. It's fine. We redo it. We redo the movie. I have all the slides ready. I just change the numbers around. You know, I'm ready for it if they hit me with that. I'm glad you liked the farming video. I really do appreciate it. A lot of you have come by to say you guys liked it because, man, I was burning myself out doing it. I was at the point when you spend too much time on something, you just don't like it anymore, you know? I was at that with that video. Every day I like would do something to it and be like, this sucks. And do another thing, like, this still sucks. Even now, I still think back and I'm like, this could have been better. I should have added this. I didn't talk about this. When people have questions, I'm like, damn, that should have been in the video. You're like more detailed, you know? But it'll never be perfect, so I'm glad it's out. I'm glad it's mostly well received from the people who are willing to sit through such a long video. Are we doing PGL? They did the announcement, so I'm allowed to say now, yeah, Ricky and I are going to be doing this one, just the group stage, but should be fun. Largo Ag Scepter is very good. but you need it soon enough for it to be good. So off-lane Largo, that's why it works better. Support Largo, I wouldn't really rush the Ags. You could get it like third item, second item maybe earliest. Quartero ends tomorrow. Good call out. Do I have to... Bro, mine's not filled out whatsoever, but maybe I have... Oh, I have one to fill. Oh, here we go. Streamer luck. I'm ready. Where'd it go? Oh. Wait, what is this? Redeem. Hey, what the heck? Where's my 5 Arcanas? I've been scammed. Let's collect the wards. Made it to the stream. Welcome! Happy to have you. I've never been to a replay stream. Can we submit replays now, or does it have to be in advance? We will try to collect some live. I usually start the stream with one from somewhere. YouTube, Discord comments, sometimes people emails, a whole mix. I usually pick one of the ones that have been sent ahead of time for the people who can't show up to the streams. I start with that. And then we usually, from there, grab from chat randomly, or if people want to donate, I will do it guaranteed, but it's not required. And we usually cycle through a couple, so hopefully... I try to make sure we at least pick a couple from chat, even if there's donations. I have unredeemed Dota Plus months. That's true. I keep forgetting to do it. How about rushing Ag Shard for Largo 5 after finishing Locket? I don't think you even have to rush Locket. I think support Largo has a super flexible build. All you need is some mana, which is usually Arcane Boots, and then maybe a Soul Ring as well if you want to be real greedy. And then you can build anything your team needs. If you're mostly healing, Locket's great. If Solar Crest is going to be good, that's fine. You need a Dispel, Greaves are okay, even though it doesn't like get shared, I know. But I think support Largo has very flexible itemization. And then depending what you have built would then depend how good going for a fast shard is. I know you'll always share the regen from Catchy Lick when you dispel something, and you'll always share the Croak of Genius. But those aren't like... Croak of Genius can be really good, but it gets really good when you have the 15 talent. Before the 15 talent, I think it's just like...
a tier 1 sub to
okay.
Gs4.
Oh my goodness. Anonymous gifter.
An anonymous user gifted a tier 1 sub to Giffen81.
Oh, wait, they're in read. Okay, hold on, wait. Let me mute this while I say, anonymous gifter, thank you so much. 17 gifted subs. That's crazy. Holy, exactly, Valkrix. In text, my reaction right there. Holy anonymous gifter. Thank you so much. Oh, yeah, I haven't even started doing the replay stream. Thank you. Pausing was worth it, guys. It was so the play. Come here, you big baby. Anonymous gifter, you get to see a cat for the gifted subs. Yeah, say thanks, Hef. Say thanks, Hef. Look him in the eyes and say thank you. What were we saying right before this? Oh yeah, whether the shard ends up being worth it. Croak of Genius is really good with certain heroes. He didn't want to stay. Croak of Genius is really good with certain heroes, but not as good for others. So on your own, you don't need the shard unless it's like one of those pairings. And then same with the item you build. Like sometimes it's really good, and then sometimes it's like, yeah, this is a decent item, but I don't really need to share it. It would just be nice if I did, but like there might be another thing you need to build. Like you need a 4-staff and a Glimmer Cape, for example. Then just because you get double Glimmer value doesn't mean it's worth it to get the shard. You would still want the 4-staff first for whatever reason we're coming up with here. So I don't think you have to rush the shard, but you could. To make a complicated answer, you could if it's a good game for it. Snagged like 500 MMR on offlane Largo so far. Very nice. Largo's so cool. I love Largo. All right. What classifies as a net worth related question? Honestly, it's pretty open because everything kind of connects to gold. Honestly, it's more on me. For example, this first replay is like that. Like the one we're starting with, he had more laning questions, but it's kind of on me to tie it back to like here's how it connects to gold and net worth. Here's why it'll matter. So even if your question is not strictly net worth, like I will do the tying into the net worth. But if you do have a specific net worth question, then that could be good. Okay. With that said, let's get into it. We have a Venomancer 5 game, and this is a new player. They've watched like some Dota stuff. They're like watching some guides and such. So they like know some basics, but still overall new. They're enjoying Venomancer, struggling in the laning stage, which is fair. Venomancer's worst part is his like first couple levels. He is very all the reasons they mentioned. He's slow, squishy, and has limited range. Yes, that is the worst part about playing Venomancer is those first couple levels. So yeah, you just have to like get through that, and we'll look for a little bit to help you there. How do you address this? Yeah, a lot of your questions are about that. Okay, yeah, those are the main questions. So we'll mostly focus on the Venomancer laning stage and then go from there. So starting items are pretty good here. One thing you could consider instead of the second tango, because the first tango will last a little bit. And if you need another, you can just buy another tango, buy another salve, have it delivered. So you can max out on stats as much as possible, which you already kind of did. You got 2 iron branches and a blood grenade. Right now, fairy fires are pretty popular for supports, especially those that are going to right click a lot, someone like Venomancer. So you could get the fairy fire. If you're going earn, you could grab the circlet potentially, depending what else you build. So in your case, we'd have to drop a tango and then something else, like maybe it was a bad magic stick game. So you dropped the magic stick, bought a circlet instead. I guess you could keep 2 tangos at that point. But for example, maybe you could do circlet and fairy fire if you dropped the tango. So then you're really like bumping up the stats and have a burst heal. And then you can just buy another tango or salve, buy the stick later as more people get more spells. But anyways, this is relatively fine anyhow. Safety salve could be good. To your question, whether you need move speed or not, because that was another thing. Like, how about windlace? Could I keep my distance better? Possibly. But the thing is, like, for Venomancer, once we get to the lane, you'll see you play aggressive with Q, and otherwise you can just kind of like chill near the creeps, and you don't have to go that crazy. Easy. You knew, you were like, that's such a free kill. I'm done. I'd be a little, there's a chance someone gets here, she jumps away. Don't be worried about stealing kills at the start for like close moments. Just do it. Just get the kill. If you know this is 100% free, you can try to give it to a core. But to start, just like let it happen. Or like just, go for it. After that, you are walking. I will highlight something here for you. So where is it? Further back even. Further back. 10 seconds are fake now. All right, so here's where you could teleport. 10 seconds into the game, 3 seconds, teleport channel, and then we're there. So Venomancer, as part of being this slow, squishy hero, as much as possible, the more I can just stay like right here, the easier it is for me so I don't have to like move everywhere. And Venomancer does not like having to body block. He doesn't like having to run in here because, like you mentioned, he is slow. He's squishy, so if I get caught out here, I'm in trouble. So if you teleport now, the creeps haven't met yet. They're like back here, right? And then like somewhere over here. So you can teleport around here, walk up, and with your sentry that you bought, you can block it. Or maybe you're thinking about making sure this camp spawns. You could sentry early, check it now, in case they came at night, blocked it, went to the ruins, all that. You check it early, and then you come to the lane, and then the creeps meet, and then you're good to go, and we don't have to walk over here. If you want to do this stuff later, that is okay. But for a lot of pubs, it is okay, especially for a new player. I would say just knock it out now when you don't have to worry about it. The downside is, what if I die and I use my teleport, then I got to walk to lane? Yes, that is a big danger. But, we're trying not to die, so be careful for like 80 seconds when the teleport is down. And you're usually like, after that, if you do die, you'll have a new one. You can teleport back. So really it's like 60 seconds, because with death time and everything, by the time you're up, if you have to wait a second or two before the teleport's ready, that's okay. So if you teleport right now, you just have to play safe for the first minute, and then that's the downside of this play, and then you're kind of good to go. I guess the other downside is not being able to rotate to help teammates because you don't have a teleport. You might have to buy a new one later. But let's be real, for Herald, for new players, you don't have to worry so much about rotating. It's like, it's not a major part of the game yet. Just focus on your own lane. Because we walk to lane and because we're a slow hero, by the time we get here, creeps are already meeting. And this is where, who knows if you can trust your Wraith King. He might have screwed you over already. He might have messed up equilibrium. The enemies might be here. They might not be, as they are not. So this is where, if you are consistently in the lane first, you can make sure the first couple moments are in your favor. And yeah, you do come over and block, and now you come over here, you start trading with Rubik. It's now 49 seconds, and now we are playing the lane, and we see like 2 enemy creeps have already died. The third's almost dead. 2 of ours are in deny range. If you had teleported here, done this earlier, boom, you're here. While the enemies are being slow, because they're probably also walking to lane if I went back and checked, you could have attacked these creeps. You could have denied them. By the time Centaur gets here, there's 1 creep left for him. You and Wraith King are already like halfway to level 2, and then they start getting XP. And this will just happen a lot in your games. People being really slow to lane, which is why I always push you guys to like really strongly consider the town portal into the lane. Okay, so this kind of trading is okay to a degree, but I will hit you with this idea. Venomancer does not actually benefit that much from repeatedly attacking someone in quick succession, because once you have Poison Sting, it doesn't stack. So like, it's a 6-second duration. For 1 auto attack, you get 50 damage, base damage, plus 6 times 8 damage, or 9 times 16, like whatever, as it goes. If you attack again, you get the 50 damage, but you don't get a new instance of Poison Sting. You just get like 1 extra second of Poison Sting, which is 8 extra damage, is 16 extra damage. It's like, it's very minimal. So Venomancer, I know you don't have Poison Sting yet, but Venomancer typically 1 or 2 auto attacks is fine, and then you back off. Like, you're totally okay doing 1-for-1 trades with people and then backing off, because you get a lot of extra damage from Poison Sting that they will not get. Like, what is Rubik's extra damage? He doesn't have anything. So you kind of like really committed on this Rubik. You Galed, and then you also Blood Grenaded. But notice we're not actually... There's no value from the slow in this situation, because he's not moving. He's just standing still and fighting you. And then we don't have Poison Sting, so that's not like fully in consideration. You threw the Blood Grenade for damage, but again, he's not really running, so the move slow isn't really doing anything. And then here's where it turns out like Rubik's actually pretty decent at right-clicking as well. And I know you're a new player, so you're learning all this. But Rubik has similar damage to you. He actually reduces your damage a little bit when he uses Fade Bolt. This item build is actually no good. If he had a better item build, he'd be winning this trade harder. But because of this, you want to like hit Rubik once or twice and then back out, come play the lane, Because we don't, this is what happens. Like, oh, it's an even trade, but then Centaur comes over, pretty squishy. If Rubik had stayed, we would have actually died. And then because we don't have a salve, we've lost it all. If you buy the salve, you can take trades like this a little bit more, but tangos are slow. So you also want slower trades to start. You don't usually want to commit 100 to 0 as Venomancer. You want to like do a little poke trading, and then as they get low, then you go for the bigger trade with like Venomous Gale, and if they try to run away, then the move slow hits. And if they don't run away and they fight like Rubik, well, you got them low already from harassing earlier with Poison Sting, and then they will die. Another way to make use of the value before Poison Sting and before whittling them down, another way to make use of the move slow is if the creeps are helping you or if Wraith King is helping you. So to tie this back to net worth, like I said I would, because we got into the fight early to the death, we have not actually done anything in the lane quite yet, and it actually also baited Wraith King and Centaur actually away. So for both sides, the supports took like a super, super deep fight like right here, baiting both cores out, and we're just missing the money. If you saw the movie, right, this is what I mean. Like the freest money is here, and we're all fighting over here, and it's kind of like out of place. You want to be in the lane, and when you see the creeps attacking them, then you use your Venomous Gale. Or if they try to go too aggressive, you use Venomous Gale, back away. And then whenever your Venomous Gale is on cooldown, you want to chill. So for example, maybe this Venomous Gale was to help out Wraith King. You were like worried about him. He's close to the towers. At that point, you usually don't have to worry. The damage from Venomous Gale is not that good. You will get the damage no matter what. And this is true for a lot of abilities that have some kind of extra effect. The damage will always happen. The question is whether you are using the other components of the spell. So are you using the slow? Are you using the stun and the slow? Ogre, another classic. Like, people will ignite from far and then not use the slow at all. Jakiro, slow and attack slow, right? Are those elements of the spell being used when you use the spell? Because you'll also get the damage, like the way you did it, you'll get the damage, but I'm not hitting him. He doesn't care that he's slowed right now. So those are the kind of spells we want to be careful of. That's where you end up using too much mana, and then you don't have it at the critical moment. And I know you're a new player, so you don't know these critical moments yet. That's okay. You will get a feel for it over time, but that's what you want to be like looking for, is those kind of moments. So here, part of the reason you're like so far back, I think, is because you're low and you're kind of scared. Just keep tangoing up. There's some downtime here, but definitely keep tangoing up. The tower, so you're out of the tower. Notice you don't have any buffs here. Wraith King is under the tower. The tower actually gives 3 armor and 1 HP regen per second. That's part of the benefit of the safe lane, is that you're next to your tower, so you always get these buffs, and they don't. The towers have increasingly strong buffs, but we don't really have to worry too much about those. So the more you can just sit here. So for example, I am next to this range creep right now, and then notice this. Centaur's walking up. If you haven't seen the video on creep aggro, it'll teach you how to harass without drawing creep aggro too much. Venomancer wants to do that a lot, and he is totally fine only getting 1 or 2 auto attacks per doing the creep aggro stuff, because he just needs the 1 or 2 auto attacks to get the poison sting, and then he's fine with the downtime. So you back up, drop aggro, walk in, attack, back out. Walk in, repeat. Drop aggro, walk in, attack, back out, repeat. And then while you do that, if any of your creeps drop below 50, you hit them. And all the whole time, we're close to the tower, so we're getting extra regen, and we're not really at risk. As the slow, squishy hero, I'm not too scared, because I'm right here the entire time. What's Venomancer's attack range? I forget off the top of my head. 450. So if you want to use the permanent range indicator, separate video, the circle tech video, you could either use your attack range, or pretty much everyone starts with Iron Branches. If you want to turn an Iron Branch on, Iron Branch has a 400 cast range. Usually you just plant it like right next to you, but this 400 cast range, the aggro range is 500 cast range, which is like around here-ish. So if you use the Iron Branch, it can give you like a rough sense of how far to step away from the creeps. For example, if this creep could see you and you were to attack Centaur, this creep would not attack you because you're outside of that 500 range. Oh, I'm sorry. I'll turn the alerts back on because we had that gifted stubs earlier. I missed it. Zuki, thank you so much. NPR, you as well. Thank you. We will do yours next. Zuki, I'm sorry. We've broken tradition. I didn't hear your the usual gifted sub. Apologies. Are there any coaches or players that you look out for advice / tips on the games? I always try to listen to I say I always try to listen. I don't like go out of my way to dig up every interview, though maybe I should. But anytime there is like a player or coach interview, I do listen in because sometimes they drop a little bit more information than you might expect. I like listening to the panels because, the analysts are pretty good at what they do. So they'll also have a lot of insights that no one knows everything, right? So the more you just hear different people talk, you'll pick up different ideas that you can then process yourself, whether you agree or not. But at least hearing the idea is good. I don't know if there's like a specific person I go to. It's more like who drops the most information. And some players and coaches are a little bit more willing to share stuff, I feel. Some players are like very awkward and don't really say anything, and then you don't really learn much from them. So like right here, so you went to go harass Centaur, which is like generally fine. But see, we drew creep aggro for that, which is not usually what we want. It won't matter as much in this particular case because there's more enemy creeps. But alternatively, it's like, oh, well, what can I do? You know, if I'm like going to draw creep aggro and I don't know, see this creep getting low? Just wait a moment, go for the deny. You may not get it, but you might also get it because this is, you know, we're new. We're playing with other new players, Heralds, probably some Smurfs in here. But for the new players and the Heralds, they're not going to be the best at timing the last hit. So you also can practice this, and if your sense of timing with your hero is better than his sense of timing with his hero, you will get denies you're not supposed to, just because human error. So you're stepping real far back. This is a very common mistake. It's hard to break this habit. I will show you the difference here. The pro player, if he's like worried, he'll stop backing here already. There's like nothing to run from here. This is Rubik's attack range. This is Fade Bolt range. You're actually at the edge of both. Oh, here's lift range if you're worried. So over time, because I know you don't know all this yet as a new player, but the spells, the cast ranges, once you realize like this is how far I need to stand, that's as far as you want to go. So around here, you're already safe. And if Rubik starts stepping up and you're worried about being like lifted, pulled back, stun, burst, then like as Rubik walks up, you walk back or you like walk down a little bit. But you stay as close as possible. So as soon as anything happens, you can do stuff. All of this is extra time like out of useful range, and then we walk back. So I think you left here at like 204 and now we're back at like 208. So there's like 4 seconds of I'm just further than I need to be, and I can't do anything in those 4 seconds. 4 seconds is 4 auto attacks. So these 2 creeps are dead already. Centaurs hit 4 times. You know, whatever you think you could do in that 4 seconds. Sometimes it's nothing, but sometimes there is stuff to do in those 4 seconds, and auto attacking is the most underutilized in pub games. And cutting down these times where you walk too far is pretty big. Now, again, because you're new, Herald, I totally don't blame you. And I would not sweat this. This is a very minor mistake. But for those of you that have been playing longer and you do have a better feel for this, this is still a pretty common mistake, even higher up in ranks. And I will highlight it as we see it. But hopefully you guys also will try to avoid like stepping way too far back. Where is our courier actually? I think he bought... I thought you had bought a circlet. Okay, here it is. And then you bought a sentry. Okay. Yeah, you had the urn queued up actually. So if you are buying the circlet, I would like buy it right away, have it ship out right away. Maybe it was on the way and then you were like, oh, I also need a sentry. So then maybe the courier had to go home and then come back out. But try to queue up what you want and buy it right away. And usually buying follow-up consumables first as a support is a very safe play. So let's say you did the same starting build, queue up a sentry and a salve, if that's what you want, right? Maybe you skip the tango, like I said, or you skip the second one, so you queue up the second set of tangos and the sentry, or like second tango, salve. Whatever it is, consumables are very safe for supports. Buy them right off the bat, ship them out, and then after that, then you think like, okay, I want circlet, I want this, I want that.
Number go up with
what's up?
ZQuixotix pog chick.
Number go up. We love number go up, both in Dota. And I've been cutting. I feel it, guys. The suck of old school RuneScape is calling. But I will resist a little longer because I still want to finish some stuff. But I feel like when the league starts, I'm gonna get pulled in. That's gonna happen. This kind of movements you want to try to cut down. Like, what are we doing right now? No flame. You know, that's the feeling you should have. It's like, what was I doing over there? Nothing really. And because of that, maybe it's a bait. You know, you step away and they're like, oh, let's get this Wraith King. But at the same time, notice you can't help Wraith King until you walked back here and then you use, like, you're about to use your spells, I'm sure. But he might be dead at that point. Whereas if we go back in time and you're just here with him, and in fact, you're maybe harassing the Centaur right now, they're less inclined to do anything to Wraith King. You're closer to help with this stuff. Just the more you are... Hold on, let me think through this. Okay. New players, Heralds, Guardians. We'll leave it at that. I think I see it happening in Crusader a lot too, but we'll start with these like first three, right? There's a lot to do as a support, and it's easy to get overwhelmed and you try to do too many different things and then it falls apart. This is why I recommend, especially in my how to get out of Herald video, there's like, it's only 3 things, right? Be in the lane, hitting the enemy heroes, hitting the creeps, and honestly, I can't even remember what the third thing was. I think it was pick flexible heroes, which actually Venomancer is. So just streamline it for yourself. Don't worry about like, oh, I gotta like pull, I gotta like make things happen, I gotta do this. It's like too many things and we're gonna miss on all of them. To start, I'm in the lane, I hit heroes, I hit creeps. Just like focus on that, get good at that. And then you start working in like pulling and roaming and like, oh, I'm gonna play this side, I'm gonna play this side, you know? But if we try to do too many things at once, I think it'll just like, you know, be a little wishy-washy. So it doesn't have to be like a ton of games, but like, I don't know, 5-10 games in a row, just be like, I'm in the lane and I hit things, you know? Keep it simple. Are my messages getting deleted? I see your message about our messages getting deleted. I don't know if there's like, if there's other messages that are getting deleted, I don't know. Because I guess I'm not seeing them. I am not currently deleting anything. I don't know if the auto, you know, like YouTube's auto mod might be hitting you with something. If you just do a string of numbers, that usually gets deleted. But if it's besides that, then I'm not sure. Were you critiquing the American billionaire class, perhaps? They might have got you for that. Jakira's better facet. Twin Terror is what the pros will all take. There are times to take the other one, but Twin Terror for the laning stage is typically the way to go. Okay, I got kind of sidetracked. Yeah, like right now we can hit Centaur. We can still be there. Notice a lot of that was just like running around, you know. It is okay to just stand here menacingly. You just chill here. Okay, don't chill here, because like when he walks up, you can't attack without drawing creep aggro. So chill right outside the aggro range, which is about here. And then like either just hit creeps, or when he walks up, drop aggro, walk in, hit him, you know? Keep it simple. Could do a little backpack trick there, but I'm not going to worry about it. It's not important for a new player. Yes, pull, pull. I blocked that camp. Oh shit. Yeah, this one, this one. Ah, you could have made it. You can make it to this one. Once you see the lane pushing up, so I'll add to the list of new player things, right? Chill in the lane, hit heroes, hit creeps, all that. And when you see the lane start pushing, try to do a pull. And then once you've done it, like get back in the lane, you know? That'll be our basics for laning. So he actually ran from you. He can actually beat you in this moment, with a better item build especially. It would have been close, but I think he could have lifted you into Centaur and killed you, but you actually scared him away. This is another advantage you will have as a new player or anyone in the lower brackets, is false bravado. You're like, I'm gonna kill you, and they're like, holy shit, he's gonna kill me, and they start running. And as soon as they start running, you're winning the trade, because you always get at least one more auto attack with their back turned. They can't attack back without having to turn around again. And you might even get more attacks, especially with someone like Venomancer who's got a lot of slows. So that's why going to the lane, just like attack, spell, attack, you know, right off the bat, works pretty well to just put the fear of God in people. They get lower health than you, and then they actually have to be scared of you after that. But before that, they shouldn't. They should have just stood their ground and fought. Kind of like level 1, Rubik didn't get scared of you for whatever reason at that point. He didn't get scared of you. He stood his ground and he fought you. He should have done it again here, but he got scared this time and backed off. So that's kind of what you're going for when you play a hero a lot. Part of hero spamming is like you understand when you're actually supposed to be scared or not. And all the other times, you're like faking them out like, I'm going to get you. And they're like, I don't know how this hero works. He's going to get me. I better back off. You know, you freak them out. And that's how you pull the lead. The level 1 Plague Wards don't actually do very much damage in the lane. If you think you can kill someone, you can start dropping Plague Wards. If you don't think you're going to kill someone, the Plague Ward is not usually worth it for general harass, like the level 1 Plague Ward. For the cost of it, plus the danger of it dying pretty easily in the lane, and then giving gold to the enemy. Some exceptions to that. Let's say someone steps in here. You can Plague Ward behind them to trap them in this area and fight. Even if you're not like really thinking about killing them, it's just because like it's a stun at that point, right? Like especially through these tree lines, there's a lot of different ways to like trap people with Plague Wards. So you can use it in that sense. But these kind of fights, like I play a lot of Venomancer, so I know we're not killing the Centaur right now. And you'll get this feeling as you play more Centaur. But if you know you're not going to kill him, we don't use the mana on Plague Ward because it'll just tickle him. It really won't add a lot of damage. It'll only do a little, and then they might kill it to get money back, to get more tangos to deal with the damage. But when it is going to kill him, then I do want that, like, whatever little bit of extra damage I do want to place. Super far in front can be good. You can also put it in front of them to, like, body block them a little bit. But in front, if you are trying to kill them, usually as far forward as possible is typically good because it gives it the most time to hit them. But for the attack slow of Plague Ward, it lasts long enough based off one hit. So even if it's not perfectly placed, like far out, the slow is probably good enough there. Otherwise, other places that are good to use the Plague Wards are in this area, so you can, like, after fighting, you can use them to farm the jungle a little bit. They can't really do that in the lane. You'll be griefing your carry. So like this kind of Plague Ward, right? This is like, oh shit, I'm scared, drop it. And it worked. It baited him to like kill the Plague Ward, but you see it's like, it's really not doing much to him. He's getting 10 gold and then he's like going back to what he wants to do. Urn is not a bad item on Venomancer. You do need to get kills though for it to actually be a good item. So if you don't think you're close to getting a kill in the lane, it's you can delay it. For example, more regen like the salve you mentioned. You could also choose to get boots before the urn. You can just get some of the components. You can get like circlet and then see circlet's useful for the lane for the stats. And then you're like, you know, it doesn't really look like we're getting kills. You know, okay, go for boots first. Magic stick if you skip that. Let me think, what else? Actually, that's probably good enough for itemization. Okay, another trade here. So Rubik is now stronger than us because he's gotten kills and higher level. So Plague Ward out. Again, this won't really do much to him. He's just going to farm it. It is level 2 now, so it's not as bad. So like now that it's level 2, it's more okay. If you're worried about him pulling, that's a good reason to use this. But he's not pulling because we actually blocked it. So you don't really need to do this. I would think about like either doing your own pull or putting it more defensively. Because Venomancer, so one Plague Ward, I've been saying, like, no one gives a shit about one Plague Ward. 2 Plague Wards is like, I give a little bit of a shit. After it gets to 3 and higher, that's where Plague Wards start to become more menacing. But you need to build up to that point, because there is a cooldown to these, right? So you want to, like, the first one you place wants to be in a more defensive position, and then you place a second a little bit more aggressively, third more aggressively, and it starts to like build up. This is like a very aggressive positioning for our first Plague Ward, so then it's gonna die before we can build up more. We do have the facet, so we like get some when we place them, but I want this to be like the 4th and the 5th Plague Ward, not the like the 3 that starts to be scary as he's like killing this one, right? We're also very far up. So notice your Wraith King is like dealing with the lane. So the question is, this is not Venomancer related, this is support related. Do I need to do anything right now? If your carry's farming under the lane, under the tower, out of the tower is even better. But like, if the carry's farming and they're not doing anything to him, why do I need to do anything? I don't need to go look for them. If I look for them, there's danger to that, as we're seeing, right? What if I don't do this and I'm just like literally AFK in the trees? He farms, you know? It's like, oh, like, I guess the situation doesn't change whether I'm doing this or doing this. What changes is the danger to you And the fact you might bait him to come help you and miss these creeps, like we saw earlier at that level 1 fight. All the cores left the lane to join this fight over here. If he doesn't, he's like, I gotta focus on the CS, this is the money. You die in this 2v1, and that's no good. In this case, you end up just losing a lot of health. This is actually like a mirror of exactly what happened earlier. Here he is. He's missing the CS. Here's you, low health, right? And now, what was a perfectly fine situation is still kind of okay, but now I'm too low to do anything in the lane. So now if I do need to help, I can't help. Whereas before, if I just sat in the area full health, I hit the creeps a little, I hit Centaur when he walks in, like that would have actually been a better situation for you. Now because you're low, you're like out here looking around for stuff to do and you're gonna like start jungling. But really we could, what would be better is if you had built defensive plague wards around this area first, and then maybe this camp's open, start jungling this camp. This camp first, not only is it worth more, but you don't need it as much. This one is useful to pull, but you can use this to pull. If you jungle this, you take it away from yourself, which is sometimes okay. If you were stacking this earlier, it can become better to jungle or use as a pull. But because we got low, because we backed out, now we're jungling, now Wraith King's gonna struggle a little bit more. And all of this comes from that feeling of like, oh, I gotta be doing something as a support, so you push yourself too hard, you end up taking a bad trade, and now we're in this situation. But if we go back to like, okay, analyze the lane, Wraith King is farming, I don't need to go look for them, right? Like fighting over here does not change the fact that Wraith King, it does not make the situation better for me. That Wraith King is farming here, so I don't need to do it. Unless I know I'm super strong and I can do this stuff on my own, which is getting a little bit more advanced. But for now, anytime you think it's like even or you're losing, you really shouldn't look for that kind of stuff if you don't need to. Aditya, thank you. I'm glad you liked that video. Is Venomancer most annoying support to play against, or is it Lion Mana Drain? They're both pretty up there. This is a lot better of a situation in terms of Plague Ward amounts. We have 2 Plague Wards, right? So when he comes to fight, we already have 2 down helping us. We hit him with the Venomous Gale. Now there's 4 Plague Wards. Now here's the 5th Plague Ward, right? This is a lot stronger, and it starts because you had 2 with a 3rd one about to be ready, and then we got 2 more. So what does he do? He realizes this, and he backs away. He's maybe strong enough to force this more, but now that you have 5 Plague Wards, right? Now we're talking about 100 damage, which it's piercing damage, so it's like a little less to heroes and whatever, you know, but whatever. We'll say 50 damage. 50 damage from the Plague Wards every time they attack, as opposed to 1 Plague Ward being like the 10 damage, right? Again, like who cares about 10 damage? But 50 damage every attack, like that's scary. That's why when we start placing Plague Wards, we got to build up a lot of Plague Wards for it to be intimidating. Your sentry placement, by the way, has been like very overlapping. You can save some money on that. This kind of Plague Ward's a little too far ahead. This is like a scouting Plague Ward, which can be okay, but I don't think you really need to scout them too far, because once again, is Wraith King farming? Yes or no? He is farming. I don't need to look for stuff up here. I just need to make sure he's safe. So I just like stand probably in this area near my Plague Ward safety and near the lane so I can help him as needed. I don't actually need to look for Rubik up here. If Rubik is up here, I don't care. What is Rubik doing to stop Wraith King from gaining net worth? Nothing. He is too far from the lane. He might be pulling, but I can deal with that safely even without having to fight this area, right? I can be over here to see this camp, aggro it away. I could farm this camp with the Plague Wards. I could drop them here, pull them in this way. Or where they are, just keep pulling your camp down, right? That will prevent the Rubik from farming without having to find him where he is right now. And that way you'll be safer in a lane. And save your mana, save your Plague Wards, right? Here they are farming 18 gold on that Plague Ward now. I've crossed over to 51% mid games instead of support. Am I banished to Balloon Dona's channel now? In fact, you should be viewing all of them.
Not Zoxo.
Hey, Vosser, thank you. Does this alert ruin the YouTube video? No, it does not. It, in fact, enhances it. It is a better video for it. Thank you very much. Honestly, no matter what your main role in Dota is, it's very good to watch multiple forms of content. This is a little bit hypocritical of me because nowadays I don't watch as much other content. Just because like so much is spent in Dota, it's hard to like, oh, I'm done spending like 80 hours on Dota. Time to relax by watching more Dota. You know, there's only so much Dota one can handle. But if you are playing and trying to improve, you don't want to just know support stuff. How are you supposed to know how to help your mid lane clinks, I guess? You know, if you don't watch some of Balloon Dota's videos and you don't know how to help him, if you don't watch some like off lane content and you're like, oh, this is what Axe is doing, here's how I support him. And the mid players, right, is like, oh, my supports are so bad, I don't watch ZQuixotix channel, so I don't realize I'm expecting way too much from the supports. I'm not realizing I need to help them in this way, right? It's actually quite useful to learn from different content creators who have different ideas, because Dota is very complicated. We can disagree, and not necessarily anyone's wrong. It's just like different takes on the game, which is fine. But also, oh, I can take that knowledge and this knowledge, and now I know how to like bring it together and actually work together. I switched to core. I listen to ZQuixotix so I can boss my supports. Hell yeah, that's how we do it. There we go. Okay, I think from here we can move on to another replay. I think we covered a lot of good laning stuff for a new player. If we keep going, we'll focus on like too much, I think, and it's hard to improve more. I will say one last thing here though, because I'm seeing it happen. Jungling is not bad on Venomancer because he is one of the few heroes who can do it pretty easily as a support with Plague Wards. But going back to that gold movie, what would I prefer to jungle? Back here, passively, it is like, yeah, okay, maybe no one on my team is farming this, so like that's not bad. Look at Axe. Baller ass Giga Chad Axe up here. So wouldn't it be nice if you Plague Warded this area, aggroed this in? Wouldn't Axe feel more comfortable playing here? Oh, am I stealing farm from Axe? Maybe, but also we're stealing it from the enemy on their half of the map, and we're feeling comfortable pushing this tier 2. That's actually a little aggressive for 12 minutes. You don't actually need to take this position. How about over here? Plague Ward a bunch here, do some of your scouting Plague Wards like you were doing one a little further up, farm these two camps together while Axe is here farming top, right? Now we're up here, we're farming, same jungle, like 2 camps jungling, 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 right? But it's on the enemy's half of the map. So I'm closer to help Axe. If I get killed here, that's better for my team. I may never die here, like who's invading me here? It's because they're killing Clinks instead. It's because they're killing your Wraith King instead, because they're in front of you. Venomancer with the Plague Wards, think of him as a mobile tower. It's like Bloon Tower Defense, Bloon 6, whatever, except not really at all. But you get to go to where you want to go and then place the Plague Wards. And the thing with Venomancer, this is the hardest part about Venomancer for new players. You need to know where you're needed ahead of time because you have to set up Plague Wards. So you need to know they're coming bottom, and I have to be bottom and have the Plague Wards ready when they're there. If I respond, if I TP in and the action's already happening, I have 1 Plague Ward. And as I've been saying, no one gives a shit about 1 Plague Ward, right? We need multiple. Same deal. We're pushing mid. If I show up last TP, 1 Plague Ward, no one cares. I gotta be there. I gotta have the Plague Ward set up, and then my team is like, oh, fortified position to push this tower. That's the hard part about Venomancer. But that's why if you default to playing with whoever is strong and whoever is like on the enemy's half of the map, that is probably good. Like even without understanding more, being set up on the enemy's half of the map with a lot of Plague Wards is going to be good in many situations, and you can still get the farm like this. Okay. NPR. Did you send one earlier? I know you sent the bits for the replay. Did I miss the actual ID come through? Not yet. Okay. Yeah, send it in. Send it in. We'll switch over to yours next. And then after NPRs, we'll do one from chat. I'm gonna sit down. Okay, so for example here, I want to play with my team up here. I got the Plague Wards. I set up some Plague Wards like here. One Plague Ward over here to draw the aggro without me having to step up and do it. The Plague Wards farm this while also helping us to feel comfortable pushing the tier 2. People love to set up observers on the cliffs, but the cliffs always get farmed, right? For observers with sentries and all that. So it's not actually good to do, even though the vision it gives is great. Venomancer, Plague Wards, fraction of a cost of the observer. So the observers can go somewhere else that is more likely to live. You put all the Plague Wards here while you were playing here temporarily, farm the stuff, get the vision, fight with it, retreat, whatever. Then you're just leaving Plague Wards, which might get farmed for a similar amount of money if they kill everything, but it's going to take way longer than killing one observer. It's going to take like 10 times the amount of time to farm all the Plague Wards, which at that point is like, it's buying time for the cost of it. You have a video when or when not to get a gem? No, people do ask about gem. Maybe we do need a video on that. It's a little hard to explain. Close. All right, let's pull up this next one. For the gem, you want to make sure you're going to live and not lose the gem too soon. If the enemy has a lot of invis heroes, that's like a natural prompt to get the gem. But if you get it too soon and you feed, it's no good. So you need to have a decent chance at living. Either someone on your team is super strong and can't be killed, or like, I've picked up my Force Staff, my Ghost Scepter, my Glimmer, whatever, a combination of them. So like, I actually have a tool to stay alive. Then I can consider the gem. That's like the safest way in pubs. The pros won't always do that, but I mean, they're like operating on a different field, you know? You can also get a gem even if there aren't invis heroes to close out the map. This is hard to do in a lot of pub games until you're like divine or higher, because you need the team to be... It's like when you set up wards and the team doesn't play with the wards, you know? It's like, what's the point? I mean, we still got to do it. But like, it's the same with a gem. You know, you buy the gem, you sweep the field, but maybe you can't because the team's not going with you. You know, it's just like, what is this thing doing for me? Not much. It's only as you get higher ranked that it becomes easier to like, hey, we need to move here, we need to move there, and then like, you get more value out of it. What you can try in a pub game, if you're like, I would like to explore purchasing gems, either if you're really ahead or when you're really behind. Because when you're really behind, the way you come back is to avoid the enemy, to find random pickoffs. And the only way you can do that is if you see them and they don't see you. If they see you, they don't even need to send the full team. They're winning. They'll send like one hero, two heroes, and kill you guys. And one or two heroes missing on the map is not that much to be like, oh, ultra cautious. Oh, but we need it to be because now they come kill us because they're winning. So you can buy a gem to try to get vision superiority to have a shot at finding pickoffs versus the enemy to come back in very difficult games. But again, kind of advanced, and you need people who are going to act on it. You need to see like, he's here. We have to go right now. And the people need to go right now. And if they don't, again, it's like, not really getting much value out of this gem then, am I? You know, it's like people aren't doing much on it. Denying vision is super strong in low MMR. I agree. And if you want to go for it, totally do it. I'm not trying to like stomp on the idea of buying gem. If you're like, I really like this item, I want to like try to get it more, all for it. Because I think there's multiple ways to climb depending what you want to commit to and what you believe in and how you play around it, right? So if you are very much a vision kind of player and you're like, I can do this, I'm going to protect the gem, I'm going to get good vision, give it a shot. My worry is at lower MMRs if people will actually make use of vision or not. But if you believe in it, definitely give it a go. What hero do you suggest to do 1v9? I like Necro, but it regularly gets banned. So rather, if you're trying to late game 1v9, it's really hard to do that. Who's that? Thank you. What? Because the late game is just really wacky. It's easier to look for a hero who will win the lane and will impact the game very early, in my opinion. This is why this like Smurf mentality. Like, why would I play Spectre and need my team to carry me for 30 minutes when I can solo carry the game with a stronger hero and not have to make it to late game? I would recommend that approach. I think that would make you a better player as you are trying to, in theory, 1v9, which I don't really recommend, by the way. It's like a slippery slope mentality. But I also understand like the idea of like, how can I have the most impact? So we're rolling with that. Let's take someone like Ember. He's a very solid laner. There's a few terrible matchups, but you can learn to deal with those. And off of a good game, you can be in all the lanes. You can be farming aggressively. No one thinks of Ember as like the hyper carry, you know, like, oh, he's gonna, now that the like whole stacking Battle Fury Daedalus Divine Rapiers build is dead from long ago, right? Like, he's not the hyper carry late game with insane damage. But he, to me, is a pub 1v9 hero. Leshrac is a pub 1v9 hero because they win their lane and they roll all the heroes in the early game when you have the most control. The later you go with slow heroes like Medusa, Spectre, they do work in pubs, but it is mostly off of like mistakes. It's not really 1v9ing. It's like, I hope everyone screws up and then I carry it home, which to me is not like active controlling 1v9. So whichever hero you feel you can do that is fine. There's a whole bunch of early tempo playmakers. Pretty much, copy any of Falcon's heroes. They all play a bunch of that stuff. You know, Timber's a good example of someone who can roll the game. Lone Druid's in a weird spot, but he can do it historically. Any of the Spirit Brothers can destroy their mid lane and like take over the game. All the mobile mids can pretty much do it if you know what you're doing. I think Beastmaster's a pub winner. Necro can, but I think Necro can sometimes have, like, Necro has some lane matchups that are really good and then some that are really bad. And I'm not a huge fan of that. I also think a lot of Necro's builds are slow. Like, you need Boots of Travels, for example, which is just like, you're just not as fast. But it could work. Radiant's build is slow, right? You're giving up a lot of downtime. Now, if you get it fast, I mean, it'll work, right? So as long as you're doing it right, it's okay. Earth Spirit mid is a 1v9 hero. He was. When he was a mid hero, is not as good right now, but I'm sure you could still do it. He was just going around killing everyone. Spirit Vessel, roll in, kick, Spirit Vessel. You know, like, I think you could still do something like that if you really knew what you were up to. He has the toolkit to do it. The numbers might not be there right now, but it's the very fast-paced play that is like the 1v9 potential, in my opinion. That would be my approach to 1v9ing. I don't like the idea of like going ultra late game, hoping my team gets me there and I'm super rich. I don't like that kind of 1v9 trying. And it might be the support player in me, so I'm like more wired for early game impact, but that's how I would do it. I'm sure you'll get different people who will recommend the like hyper late game carries. I only have some time to learn like maybe 2 heroes, so is Ember and Timber mid good? I would definitely throw your favorite spirit hero in there. Ember and Storm would be my 2 recommendations. Void Spirit's also fine. Those 3 heroes fit so many drafts, and your team will constantly be lacking playmakers, so they're amazing. Any of those 3 heroes is good. If you like Ember, do that one. Timber also, if you like Timber, I'm down. Timber mid is a little weirder, and he doesn't have crowd control. So that is something that will be lacking. And it can sometimes be okay. You can body certain melee matchups, but it will be...
8,713,125,180.
it could be dicey.
3 not support, but
it's always so funny to me when it reads out. Okay, I'm going to mute that, but I do see it. And actually, I also see Pasita. Hopefully I didn't butcher your name. Lancer. That one's easier for me to say. I do see the donations coming in. I will lock in so we start knocking some of these out. I did say I want to mix in one chat picked replay. So after NPRs, we'll do this. I was just answering some questions in between, but okay, we'll focus up again. We'll keep going. Durpop, by the way, sorry, I missed your Prime sub. Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I appreciate the support so much. Sand King mid all the way. Sand King can be good. Downside to Sand King is you need the Blink Dagger to really make plays. So you really have to you have to win your lane. You have to hope stacks have been made. You have to get to your Blink, and then you can do stuff. And that's Ember is ready to go at 6. That's kind of what I'm all about that shit. Can I submit core games or supports only? No, you guys can do anything. Any role is fine. Okay, let me, oops, we had it. It was there. We gotta lock in. We gotta do the stuff. Let me find NPR's question again. Oh, who's that? Thank you. What? Cooper, thank you. Thank you for joining in on the Prime subs. Okay, what should I timestamp this as? Team game review. Well, I'll stick it in. Okay, this is a captain's mode game from last night we cast. Dire are my friends, so curious about your opinion on some stuff. Basically, after 30 minutes, it was turtle mode. They ended up winning the game, but could something be done better or different? Basically, late game Dota in losing scenario. Okay, I know exactly what we're gonna look for. I know exactly what to look for. Team review. I heard you download this earlier. What we're gonna look for here, for a team that is stuck in the base, you're not actually stuck in the base. There are many situations that teams feel they are stuck in the base, but are actually not. Now, this is a tough one, actually. I'm looking at it. Spirit Breaker and Slark do make this very annoying for the Dire here. But there will inevitably be places to sneak out on the map, cut waves, and draw out the game that way. And the other thing is eyes on the minimap. The Radiant are going to screw up. Your pub games, they're going to screw up as they trap you in the base. They're going to be showing in multiple lanes at the same time. They're going to be dewarding things while one guy's doing this and another guy's doing that. They're going to be doing too many different things. This is a captain's mode game, so we might see that less. There might be better coordination. But in a lot of pub games, people are all over the place. They're feeling strong. They're doing whatever. And they're actually just giving you a million opportunities to kill them if you know what to look for. And that's what we're going to look for here to show you guys. We're going to be on our minimap screen most likely because it's all eyes on the minimap in this kind of stuff. Where's 30 minutes? Probably about halfway. It's an hour-long game, right? But yeah, definitely starting to lose here. Let's take quick stock of the game. Maybe we'll jump before this fight, actually. Let's see what happens here. Is this good? This is a really drawn-out fight. Yeah, it's kind of... not too bad, I guess, in the end. Let's go back to that, because that seems like an interesting fight to check out. All right. Eyes on the map. All right, in these kind of situations, we're 14K down. The enemy team is winning. I mean, obviously, you guys don't know the net worths in the game, but you probably have a feeling we're losing. It's not great. So you guys have lost all your towers we're Team Dire here in this situation. Fortunately, I do see we took the bottom safe lane tower, tier 1. This is a great place to play and cut the wave. This will be Ember Spirit's main job this game, or at least in this for the current situation. Ember is going to be their best hero for being on the map, playing aggressively, and being able to get away back home alive from a Spirit Breaker charging everywhere with Invis, from a Slark having vision advantage, right? Silences stunts. It's not going to be a fun time. He's going to struggle, but he does have the BKB, so that can help him get away. Or if you just see things coming in time, you like cut the wave and then back out, remnant out, whatever. He's the best hero for it. That's going to be his main job. Constantly sneaking out on the map, jungling, cutting waves, get out. Get them to be like, go get Ember, you know, TB home, charge him, get him. He should bring an observer and sentries with him as he goes, because who else is going to make it out here? You think your Lion's getting out versus Slark Spirit Breaker? Ain't no way in hell, you know? So he needs to do it. He needs to place his own deep ward to allow him to keep cutting waves. Clockwork with Rocket Flare is another good a good tool to have here. You can either use it to scout the enemy, like I'm not sure where they are, check Roche. I think they might be farming here, Rocket Flare. But you can also do something like this. This wave is too far out. I want it to keep pushing. Everyone's too scared to get here, right? Rocket Flare. So that's our second tool to delay the game. Everyone else, Drow is obviously the carry, needs to farm. Lion will most likely back her up. But otherwise, Lion and Clockwork as supports can also look to try to creep cut as much as possible to drag out the game, split push. And other drafts, it'll be easier to do that. This is a particularly heinous draft that we must deal with here. And it will make it very hard for the supports. But they can still try, especially depending on the situations. Centaur, he can also kind of do it. He will probably die for it. And that can be okay. Someone is going to have to die. And when they die, you must react. So you all have to be in position to like do this stuff at the same time. So like Ember is down here baiting. They try to kill him and Ember screws up and they actually kill him. Failed in the sense like, you know, push and get out, but it succeeded no matter what in the sense that they brought the heroes to kill him. So boom, shove the other lanes instantly. And everyone's got to be ready to do that. So if Centaur is trying to do it as the hero with no escapes, but he's so tanky, right? He pushes out bottom. He's like cutting waves, trying to like pop out. They kill him, but he's like, pipe, Crimson Guard, Stampede, right? He's buying time. Your team has to shove like, shoo, 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 go every other lane, push everything out while he is dying for the cause. If it's Clockwork dying, if it's Lion dying, it doesn't matter. That is what's happening. Someone is taking it on for the team to like buy time. And every time they die, everyone shoves it out. Falcons is really good about this. Snaking and Crit do it. Other teams as well, but Falcons always comes to mind. I want to make a video on it at some point, kind of showcasing when they play this style. Okay, so back to our minigame, our minimap, because the fight we just saw is like about to break out. This is not the fight you guys want. What is the current state of the map? Let's actually go back. So Tidehunter's here. Why is Tidehunter right in front of my base? Like, why does he feel he can do that? He's winning, but he probably has backup. Like, what other reason is there to be, like, right here, right now? Right? Is he going to do it on his own? Maybe, but do we want to play for that, right? That's not really, like, the logic that'll consistently get me the fight I need. Now, Spirit Breaker's down here, but he doesn't count. He's fake, because he has charge, right? He's a global hero. It counts in the sense like, okay, a couple seconds to join the fight. So like, yeah, we can kind of do it, but he will join the fight compared to like a Drow here. And then the fight breaks out top, right? It's like years to get over here. He will be in this fight top. So he doesn't count as part of seeing the enemy split up. Short Rocket Flare. I don't care that he's here. I need to see further. The Tidehunter being here is my play. I need to see the people behind him. So actually, we got to Rocket Flare further, or just like, I'm not doing this, you know, Rocket Flare all the way out. I mean, not like back here, but like here in your jungle, in this top jungle, behind the Spirit Breakers, the actually alone. Like, that's what I got to see. If I see two heroes bottom, it doesn't matter to me that I can't see this area. You can all blindly run in because I know I have the numbers advantage. Which to hit that point home, 14K down. If Slark is not in the fight, you guys are even footing, right? If any of these guys are not in the fight, it's a meaningless gold lead. A few thousand is no big deal at this point if you have the numbers advantage. So, we keep looking at the minimap. I still only see Spirit Breaker. Okay, Witch Doctor top. But I saw Tide here. And it's been a little bit of time. So is this actually... Like, where is Tide now? Is he now over here? I don't know. Right? So, like, that's not enough either. Tidehunter, Witch Doctor, showed on the map. They're together. Where is Death Prophet? Where is Slark? And is Spirit Breaker still down here? Or is he already on the way top? Ember, I see, is kind of starting to fulfill his job of like, I'm going to go head bottom and I can like rejoin. We don't have a remnant. You need to remnant down somewhere. You got to remnant to safety. That's part of the job. Remnant safety and then do this shit. Remnant up here, come push this so that you can join the fight again without needing to TP if possible. You guys are kind of like going on this, but I don't have enough information. Like, I don't know where the rest of the team is. So this is a coin flip. It's out of your control at this point. This is either a good fight or it's not. And you guys don't know. You guys are just committing. That's not what we want. I want to know it's a good fight. So here, you guys continue to wait. Drow, like, pushes out mid. You guys are waiting in the base since no one is out at this point. And they will screw up. Someone on their team will screw up, I promise. We're screwing up first, but if we are more patient, they will screw up first. Like, someone always screws up in Dota, right? And I know we screwed up because shortly after doing this, the rest of the heroes show up pretty quickly, right? We do kill Witch Doctor, but here's Slark, here's Spirit Breaker, and then Death Prophet's a little late, I guess, but she gets here eventually at some point too. Here she is. And that's just too long. How do I know it's, or too short? How do I know it's too short? I haven't won the fight already. If I have enough distance and I know they're far apart enough, by the time the heroes show up, I've won the fight. By the time these heroes are showing up, sorry, I know you guys are looking at the mini-map. Hopefully you can see it from that little section here, but we've done damage, but they're here in the fight, and the fight is still going. We've only killed one hero, and there's no guarantee we kill these heroes. That means they weren't far enough apart. It was kind of close, actually. You guys are like kind of close to doing it, but I mean, I guess that's the net worth deficit getting us. It ended up not being the worst fight, but it was a little random on if it would work out or not. So let's come back to the minimap. We have 2 heroes dead on the enemy team. Centaur is dead on our team. I now know they're all top. I need our best wave clear heroes to stay here to defend. And other heroes have to immediately be pushing. The map right now, this is what the Dire controls. And then the teleport locations. Everything else is completely empty right now. It doesn't look it on your map because we have no vision down, but this is what I know based on heroes, right? Everything is empty right now. For me to come back in a gold deficit as part of the movie, we have to go out. Ember has Remnant. He teleported to the fight. Remnant here in case they dive. Walk bottom, shove it out. Walk mid, maybe shove it out. Because the mid is kind of dangerous because they could come here, get him. So he could do that safely. Someone else with a teleport, walk bottom. Shove it out. If you don't need everybody, let's say a support can also head out. I would like to deward this area. When they're all alive, way too scary. Spirit Breaker, Slark, who knows? I now know that even if there's 15 observers all here with all sentries, they can't get me because these heroes are here. Now, actually, if maybe they teleport, maybe they could get me. So maybe I'm a little scared. But this is a relatively safe time to come check this area and keep an eye on like what's going on here because this is our time to do it. Now let's see how many people actually move out. We have Drow defending, Ember helping. Let me show you what the people who could be pushing out, let me show you what they're doing. Clockwork's gonna stand near Drow. Lion's gonna stand near Drow. We've got you, Drow. We are helping. Kinda, but also not really. Now we will go push out the lanes. But you know what the enemy team could be doing? They could be in the enemy lanes. Because he has respawned and the heroes have backed up. Which means they're no longer all here. They could now be here. They could now be about to kill Drow, who has dared to step out. So we have to do it earlier for this to be safe. She's trying for Witch Doctor, but this is like super scary because the enemy team could have been here. So you see Ember fell back. He's getting scared. He needs the safety remnant down, and he needs to be pushing this. He needs to take the risk for his team to make space. And someone's got to be topside, ready to, like, take this risk. Death Prophet, Spirit Breaker. Slark, 3. Boom. Okay, let me show you. From here, charge is the fastest. It will still take at least 3 seconds. Centaur runs in, stomp, run out, blink out. That's the annoying thing with Spirit Breaker, is that most other lineups, you like jump in, you do it, you get out, you're out of sight. As soon as you show, you could be charged, which means after you do this, you have to run home, which is very annoying, but it is just what it is. This 3 heroes mid is enough time to cut this wave and get out before Spirit Breaker can like chain stun me to death. Neither of them are like beelining for that lane though. Now Ember's doing it, but like they're no longer showing, right? Now they could have all moved over here. They could be very close to killing Ember now when he shows here. I think I hear the roast noises happening, but that's actually unfair. So Ember comes back. He's sort of succeeded. He has pushed in bottom. You need to still be here on Ember. The safety remnant has to be down, and you have to be risking your life for the team. You have to be continuously pushing this, jungling this stuff. You're farming this, which means Drow can't farm this. The hero who has no mobility, no escapes. She needs to farm this. She needs to farm this stuff, ideally, right? The things that push in, that's what she can get to. She can't get here. She can't get here. Ember, the only hero who can get out, can't be taking this. He needs to be, like, risking his life over here. How many heroes? Rocket Flare. 3 heroes, 3 cores in the Roche pit. Give up Roche. Clockwork can try to steal it. Maybe Ember could try to steal it if he was already here. Upon seeing this, Ember would shove mid again. Because, like, yeah, they're close, but, like, are they going to leave Roche to, like, come kill me? No. So we got to push this in to buy 30 extra seconds for my team. Because once they get Roche, they can't immediately come here because they actually have to come here. And this extra walking time is what buys my team time. A support or a core with some safety from, like, this top side could push in mid. And then we, like, push through here. Supports could spend this time dewarding as well. Okay, Spirit Breaker bottom, so top is all empty. There's 1 hero left. There's a Witch Doctor. Who's scared of Witch Doctor up here on their own? Maybe a little bit. I mean, he's been pretty strong. Maybe I'm a little scared. But the cores really should not be scared of a solo Witch Doctor. And if Witch Doctor is any good, he is with his team doing Roche. So top is empty. You see anybody beelining to top? It's like a very lazy bee. This is a bee that's had a little bit too much honey. It's a real fat bee. You know the kind. They're super puffy. That bee can't move fast to save its life. It is just like, no. A very slow bee on the way to the top lane. By the time we go to the top lane, Slark's here, right? That's why the bee's gotta be fast. The bee's gotta go. When they get this kind of information, they gotta move. It can't be willy-nilly. When you delay, the heroes get up here, and then you lose the window. So Ember's being forced to BKB. You guys, I don't know if you can see it. By the time Ember pushed out, he's being forced to BKB and like retreat. It's in front of his base. So what space is being made? Kind of a little. I mean, there's still like stuff bottom, but like they can convert this into an immediate tower pressure, right? That's why if Ember does it over here and BKBs and all that stuff, even if he dies, team's got to walk all the way over. And they'll make it because it's late game, but like they've got to do it. And it'll be like an extra 20, 30 seconds before they can push. And that's different from literally the same BKB they are currently pushing. You know, it's like there is no time difference here. But this is a bad push. This is actually exactly the kind of fight you want. Drow gets to sit high ground, Slark overcommits. He should have the Aegis. I don't know why. Death Prophet is not a good Aegis carrier at this point. They should give it to Slark. I realize a lot of the critique is on Ember. It's because he has the most freedom to do anything. That's why he's just getting the flack right now. Since Slark is dead, you guys can try for this fight. We're losing some heroes, but it's honestly not too bad. If you think you can continue this fight, you could keep going. Otherwise, they're fighting top, so bottom is empty. I love hearing my opinions in Zach's voice. That's why you are the goated caster. All right. So you see Drow. This is the value of Drow on the high ground. Multi-shot, done. Solo job. No one needed to help her. One single multi-shot will clear out the creep wave. Here's another one coming in. Let's give it a moment. This is too far, right? The tier 3 at the edge is not safety. She wants to be like back here. They are overcommitting, so it's like it kind of works. They're pushing without that carry. I couldn't have guaranteed that would happen. But you really don't need these heroes. We only need these heroes. So, I mean, like, the counter argument is like, well, Zach, because the heroes are here, they took this fight, they killed Tide. Yes. But the fight also only happened because they walked out this far, right? Like, Drow is over here in danger zone, so is Ember. So it's like, yeah, we needed heroes to help her. If Drow sits back here, they don't need the heroes to help her. They can go out here. If we don't kill Tide, who is worth quite a lot of money for the state of the game, 1,000 gold. If we don't kill Tide, we get nothing. We only get the creep wave, which is like something. If we put Drow back here and don't get a kill, but other people push out other lanes, money. Guaranteed money. Guaranteed time when the lanes push out. NPR put you guys up to be roasted. But I think it's actually pretty educational, so hopefully you guys can take it, run with it. All right. Ember pushing top. Clockwork making his way in. We got to get some wards down. The downside of these wards is they don't really help your team move out on the map, right? These are very defensive wards, which I get it. But finding time when you do get kills, because they overcommit on high ground, to get wards somewhere else, right, is what will allow the team to feel a little bit more safety moving out on the map. This kind of stuff, guaranteed to die very soon. Do you need to hold this area? No, not really, right? We've already lost these towers. This kind of cliff ward's pretty bad, no offense, but I want you to feel bad about it so that you won't do it again in these kind of situations. We will only fight back here, which means this kind of vision is not necessary. Putting it somewhere weirder, like over here, up here, here, there's like a bunch of like weird spots in this area, will help your team more. Because I just need to know when they're in that area. I don't actually need amazing cliff wards because I'm not going to fight this area. I will only fight here, and I will only fight here. I would like to highlight all the kills you guys are getting are on your own high ground, right? That's where I will fight. That's why I don't mind these kind of observers as much. But this one is not necessary. Put this like in here to allow people safety to like push out further, to see the charge coming through. This one will die too soon, and I really need observers to live because I'm losing. I am losing. All right, hero showing top. I looked away for a little bit while I glanced at chat. Hero showing top. 3 top, Spearbreaker bottom. This ward, is it paying off? Kinda. But also, just a ward in a weird spot would let me see the Tide, and that's all I need. I need to know they're here, and my fight is not now to go for Tide and need the vision superiority. It's that I am strictly not going there. I am now going bottom. As a team, you can smoke bottom to try to kill the Spiritbreaker right now. You can have one hero dedicated waiting here, and then bring like Lion, Clockwork. I guess Drow is maybe the one sitting in the base. And you really don't have wave clear besides Drow multi-shot. Safe wave clear, I mean. Right? Instead we're using 4 heroes to push this so that Drow will TP back on her own. But like, it could be swapped. Drow could be here with the 4 of you pushing out to kill Spiritbreaker, and that would be a lot better. This is why we're not getting much gold. Like, how often do we have so many heroes here? We need to see these moments. 3 heroes mid. 4. 5. We're now going to get into a fight, so we'll have to take the fight. But if we aren't in this fight right now, because we don't have all the heroes outside our base, top, bottom, because 5 heroes are in this area right now. All right, let's see this fight. Why is this fight happening? Because we got heroes on the low ground. The hero should be like here. Then he's not going to ravage us. It might still be an overcommitment, though. The Ravage ended up not doing much. We traded off laners. That's an even trade when we're losing. Or like a good trade. Multi-shot, done, right? Super far away. And she did it from like here to here, but she can also just let the creep wave get closer and then do it from like back here. And then we go back to the mini-map. We'll do like one more instance of this and then move on. Slark, Witch Doctor, Smoke. You guys can go. Tidehunter's dead. 4 of you go Slark. 2 heroes behind Slark. Witch Doctor, slow here to get here. 4 of you smoke Witch Doctor. Slark's a fast hero. He'll come down. Witch Doctor's a weak hero. He'll die, and then you guys run away. Witch Doctor still mid. Rocket Flare straight into the mid lane. That can be okay, but in this case, I'd rather scout with the Rocket Flare because this mid lane's actually pushing up, and we've seen Drow just like multi-shot it, right? Earlier, it's like up here. That's like too far. This is pretty close to the base, so this one, I feel fine about letting it walk in. This Rocket Flare is more to like scout stuff. And for example, you guys probably can't see it on the mini screen. Tide is getting close to respawning, excuse me. Rocket Flare here. Maybe one of these 2 locations. Here could also be good, right? Tide is very likely to teleport when he respawns. You could also do it in the base to like see the direction he's facing. I guess that's another way you could do it. But you might actually see other heroes if you like hit one of these spots. That kind of Rocket Flare. Witch Doctor. Spirit Breaker. If anyone shows top, go for it instantly. All right, we have to look again. Okay, Slark is top. So now you guys are smoked. This is not the time to smoke. Now I'm not sure where they are. Too much time has passed. We're on like 4 times speed, by the way. So it's like, that might throw you guys off time sense. I need to look for something new. So right now we're sitting in the base together and maybe people are split pushing. Tide, Slark. Maybe, but this TP is kind of close. So I like Tide. Earlier I said like Witch Doctor's weak. We go, we kill him, we get out, right? Tide is tanky. It'll take long enough to kill him that people can respond and close in. So I don't feel great until I see more. Okay, Spirit Breaker bottom. Witch Doctor. Tide, Death Prophet. So 4 heroes here. Anyone top, Slark, we go for him. So you guys, are we defending this? It's not here yet. If we all wait here, maybe he shows and we can jump. Now when he shows, we have to like smoke in and he's going to be gone. We're not doing anything right now. We should all be like standing here, hoping for this opportunity. Drow can maybe wait here, but I also think you all sit here together and then you all run back together or you TP back together. Note, Drow again, very far forward. Even on the minimap, I can tell she's too far forward. Can do the same wave clear from further back. Just let the creeps get closer and then do it. Boom, go. Slark, right now. Slark, smoke, go. Get Slark. Rocket Flare this area to see what heroes are nearby. There's no teleport up here. There's no world that Tide gets here anytime soon unless he's buying Boots of Travels, which would be, I don't know what he's doing. The other 3 heroes can be here, and it's still a pretty good fight. Let's cheat. Slark, they're so freaking scattered. Look at this shit. What the hell is this Witch Doctor doing back here? They're literally in 4 different places. But I don't know that. I don't know that from this. That's why pushing the lanes is important, because it lets me see some stuff, and why this Cliff Ward that is now dead is worthless to me. I really need the Observer to live so I can see that they were in 4 different spots. I don't need the vision superiority, which is what you need for like proper even 5-on-5 fights. I need to know I am being dirty and disgusting and like picking one guy off. I don't need even playing grounds with like all that shit, right? I'm losing. We're stabbing this guy in the back. No honor. The smoke top happens. It's just a little late and there's no Observer to help us with it. Get him! Get him! Boom. You got him. Boom. Almost had it. Was a little slow in the detection. Almost had the other guy. This one worked out though. You guys did act on this. It was a little late, but you still got it. And that was like our 5th opportunity. So that's why I think we'll move on here. I think we've highlighted like this is what people want to look for, so you know to go for this stuff. And you guys do see it eventually, right? It's just a matter of seeing it sooner, seeing it more frequently. I saw you guys kill Slark. I was looking on the minimap. I just wasn't showing it. I saw you guys find him. The minimap caught all. We were looking. How can I miss it? It's all happening on the minimap. I'm not missing anything. I don't know what you're talking about. It's all right there. Okay, I know a couple people donated. We will get to your games. But I do want to make sure we grab one from chat. So let's do it now. And then we'll have 2 games that people donated for to get to. Feel free to submit your games. It can be any rank, any role. Unranked, I don't care. We will be trying to talk about gold. I guess we didn't really tie it to gold in this particular case, but we did kind of show like ways to get farm to like catch back up, and then to look for the opportunities that are not strictly gold related, but like that you can still go for. Hey, we go hard. What's up? Do you have any warding advice against a Slark that is actively using their passive to deward? I notice even my deep wards are regularly being killed early. Fitting one. We have a Slark in this game. So, Slarks with their passive are very annoying. They're a carry player though, so we have to prey on their like, you know, they can't think that hard, you know? So like he's only checking common spots in most cases. Most pub Slarks are like, okay, I know the passive's down, but like I only know cliff wards. So like when my passive breaks here, you know he's checking the cliff. You know, he'll check this area. But you put a really bizarre one, like you put one here, he doesn't know that shit. He's a carry player. He doesn't know the weird stuff. So you got to do some of those, and you have to like only do those. The other thing is to guess where he is not. So for example, Slark is playing top a lot. Any top observer will eventually be found, right? But if you do a bottom observer, now we've got something, right? Because he's just not there to use his passive on it. But if I put it in like the middle, a frequent area for him to check, there is a good chance he'll eventually get there and he'll see it. So weird ward spots, fringe spots, like a lot on the edges can help you. And then areas that he is unlikely to be. Like he's been winning so much and he's playing up here. So why would he come back to check back here? And if he is, he's TPing like to the lane to join a fight and going, and then he's probably running back up. So then he's probably not going to be like, I don't know, if I had to pick a spot, you know, like something in here, for example, where I put it in a strange spot, and I'm just hoping that Slark does not come back, that he's like mostly up here. At the end of the day, he will eventually like find different things. If he's really looking for it, he will find them. But you just have to you have to make it as hard as possible for him, and a waste of his time. Because, like, if he has to, like, stand here and is like, there's vision here, it's gone. Okay, stand here, there's vision. Oh, there's no vision here. Like, he really has to, he's racking his brain, and he's just a fish. He doesn't have that many, right? He's like, oh, God, where is it? I don't get it. It's not making any sense, you know? If it takes him more than 5 seconds, he could have ran to a camp and farmed it already. So, like, the more he has to look, and he's like, there's a sliver of vision here, there's a sliver of vision here. That's another sneaky thing, right? Like, instead of putting it here, you put it like in here, which has this like triple split, right? So he gets noticed here, and then he's like, wait, but it's not here. It's like, what? Wait, like where? What? Where is it? And later he's like running through, and he's like, wait, it's here, but it's like, it's not. It's like, what? Oh, like, yeah, I can't do it, you know? Where is it? It's not on a cliff. I don't know where it could be. I didn't know these things could be anywhere but the cliffs. He was definitely using the time that game. Hopefully it means he's not farming as much then, if he's like really taking out your observers. The other thing is to play with them, right? Same like when the enemy has a gem, like they'll probably find yourself eventually, but maybe while they're looking, you can kill them. You can try for that as well, but that's, I know, a little bit harder. If you skip ahead about 5 minutes in the game, there's a sneaky ward in the dire triangle. This is extremely sneaky. I don't think Slark will find this one. I think Slark will not find this one. Can we circle back to the Drow Ags question? Sorry, I missed it. What was it?
So you need to answer the Ags on Drow question. We need a high MMR judgment.
I'm assuming if she should have bought one or not, right? Would Ags be good on this game as Drow? What do they have? I don't mind it. What does she build? Butterfly, Daedalus, Hurricane Pike, Manta. You definitely need a Hurricane Pike. Manta is pretty normal. And I don't mind it. But maybe it could be replaced? No, I think that one's fine. I would say either the Butterfly or the Daedalus can be replaced with Ags. I'm open for it. I also think Shard's pretty good because there's like multiple heroes who are going to get close to the Drow. So you need to be able to like pop it and then have your ult. Your carry refuses to buy Ags on Drow. It's pretty good in the right situations. It's pretty good as anti-heal. And it's really good wave clear. When you're losing in these kind of situations, it's actually pretty good for the high ground defense. I would replace Daedalus, I think, because the main reason you need Daedalus is to kill Slark quickly, and Slark can't even be attacked in his ult. So I think the wave clear from Ags plus the value versus the healing, I would do that. I'm not a Drow player, so I don't know if it should be the Butterfly, maybe it's the Manta, you know. I don't know what item specifically is like best, but I'm open to the Ags. I think it would be good. Isn't Ags core? Yeah, it doesn't have to be. Some people like really believe in it and they'll always build it. And like anything can work in a pub game. Much like this build could work even without the Ags. This build will work best because of like the insane damage output off of a couple lucky procs, which goes back to needing the shard and goes back to like blink, hex, hookshot, whatever. Drow, kill him, please. 1 second, kill him. This build could work to vindicate your carry a little bit. I think the Ags is like safer for the type of fights. Like these are going to be drawn out fights with this kind of hero. That's why I think the Ags would be good. The Daedalus is really hoping that it won't be drawn out. Like, okay, we're just gonna burst this guy. We're gonna pray for the crits. I can see some merit to it. You guys are gonna have to like, you gotta be fast for that to work. No, don't vindicate. Okay, shit item. Honestly, absolute shit build. Trash. Only scrubs don't build Ags. That's a fall. Nice. All right. I had you guys submit games and then it all passed. We were talking about other stuff. Let me scroll up real quick. All right, we can look at this. This is I know Brood is not that common of a hero to run into in your pubs. But the concept of a hero who can take over the map, there's several heroes like that. So we can talk about the specifics of Brood, but also the general play style in this, like, how that affects the gold. When there's, like, a place on the map, like, nobody can go to. Or, in theory, no one should be able to go to. Which your question is actually, like, I'm not doing that, so, like, what am I messing up? So, maybe the focus will be a little different than what I just said. But anyways, we'll find out. Drag doesn't work against healing. It reduces health regeneration. You're right. I should be careful about how I say that. Doesn't it? Isn't that still... I know sometimes the terminology confuses me still. This would still work against Slark, though, right? And then, like... Oh, maybe... I guess it doesn't work versus Death Prophet heal. Should I test that? I guess I should. I probably have to be the Death Prophet, don't I? So I can see the numbers. Oh, there's just no numbers. What the heck? Alright, we'll use the combat log then. Oh, this one's flat values, isn't it? This one just is what it is. It really doesn't show me the damage I'm taking, though? Interesting. It's just the debuff is on. I didn't know that's how that showed here. All right, let's come back to this. All right, I'll do a new timestamp because I did the timestamp and then we left for like 3 minutes. Okay, so Broodmother. You mentioned new to Brood. I know she's supposed to be one of the highest GPM heroes. How do I balance when to farm and when to fight? So you farm until you're ready to fight for Brood. There's like a tipping point you want to go for. First, it's level 6, and then you should kick people out of your lanes for most pub games at that point. If they happen to be a hero who's really good against you, then you avoid them, you farm up the item that counters them. Then you are ready to go. Then you can fight more while farming. I will kind of show you as I see. Weren't you partied, though? If you want to avoid this kind of thing, you have to not party. If you play party games, there's always some level of variance like this. Which is like, I know you're partied with another Herald player, but then because you're in the party queue, it will throw you with other party queue people, so then you'll get stuff like this. So like, you will have to lane versus like the Crusader, but then some Crusader on your team will lane against Heralds and stuff like that. If you don't want that variance, you have to do like strict matchmaking, or you just have to accept that there's going to be some swing to it. Which honestly, Herald 5 to Crusader 1 is not like, it's not that bad. Think of it, let me phrase it differently. You could gradually climb. What's the difference from taking 300 games to gradually climb in a like smooth slope, or 300 games like this and then at the end you still reach like the end point. So like, what does it matter? If you play party games and you're constantly versus different ranks, you may struggle more, but you're actually just getting a jump start as well versus better laners and learning to play against them if you are capable of learning like that. Not everyone is good at learning like that. So it doesn't, I wouldn't let it affect you too much. Like, I get matched versus better people. Either way, like if that's your goal, right? Like I want to climb that high, we're going to have to beat those people. So whether you learn to do it now and lose to them for 50 games before learning how to handle it and then beat them, or you don't play them for 50 games and then you lose, but you're a little bit better player. So now we don't lose 50, we lose like 20, 30 games and then we beat them. Like, I don't know. In the end, it doesn't really matter as long as the process is like, I try to improve every single game and learn what I can. I realize there's a drop off. Like a Herald trying to learn versus an Immortal Smurf is not really like great, but from Herald to Crusader for these kind of party queue games is like putting on training weights, you know? Okay, so I'm not really gonna worry. I'm gonna speed through this lane. Versus OD will be annoying. Your goal is just to get level 6 and to get like some items. That's all we really care about through the lane. And what I want to focus on, we could like nitpick laning, but I don't know. You're like melee versus range laning. It's not like that different from other stuff. Brood just has more regen, so you can like tank more damage as you go for CS. And you're like actually doing pretty well. So yeah, I think it's fine to like, we're zooming through. And we'll see when you hit 6. When you hit 6, we want to... So someone like OD is really good at dealing with you, or just people in the lane. He has no AoE wave clear. So when you hit 6, you build up a spider army, and then you just run them at OD. And he will have no play possible. Actually, I'm looking at their lineup. This is an amazing Brood game, because none of them can deal with spiders very well at all, until this guy picks up Battle Fury. And then this guy with the corrosive skin could be a little annoying to spiders, but you just run away from him. And then there's like Ether Shock, maybe, if he's like maxing it, which is like not a very good build. And also you can have more spiders than he can have Ether Shock targets. So you just hit level 6. He will have to ult to kill spiders, and then he can only do that like once every now and then. So you hit level 6, you build up the army, and then you just run them at him. You don't even send the hero. You don't even go. You don't care whatsoever. You just keep farming and just send spiders at him when he steps up too far. You can go, but if you think he could kill you because he has level 6, you don't need to do it. And then for Brood, your farming is like, you can jungle super early compared to everyone else. And then you jungle, you kill waves, and you shove towers. You do that defensively if you're in a bad matchup and losing. You do that aggressively and cut waves if you're winning. And then when the enemy is tanking your mid wave, if they're still here, that's when you dive. I also see you rushing Phylactery. I still think you do Soul Ring. I don't think you completely skip it, but I'm not super up to date with the Brood mid build. I know you can do Phylactery, but Brood, to accelerate as Brood, you need mana regen. And I'm pretty sure even with Phylactery, like that is not enough. I'm pretty sure you have to have the Soul Ring first. Yeah, it looks like a lot of people do Soul Ring, like Wraithband, Boots, Soul Ring, and then some people do Phylactery, other people do different builds. But from my understanding, when you're level 6, you should already have the Phylactery. You should have, the Soul Ring should line up with level 6. You don't need it before, but once you're 6, you want to like ult off cooldown. That's where your farming speed comes from. Okay. While I was distracted, we hit 6, so I'm gonna come back to that. So this will be our 6. I like the Ring of Health because I like regen and mid. So that's kind of true, but also you have Insatiable Hunger is like a full heal every time you use it, and then you have Spider's Milk. So you already have like ridiculous regen in the lane, and you don't usually need a Ring of Health on top of that. Yeah, it's just, it tends to be overkill unless you are constantly getting harassed. Weren't you 6 on that range creep? Oh, maybe we didn't have it. No, we have it. You should you level this up and then secure the range creep with it. Okay, so if we were 6 already and had spiders, we could actually dive right here. This is a great timing for Brood. If she was, you hit 6, you build some spiders on the wave, you just run them all at OD right now. Even if you don't kill him, you have a catapult wave that is damaging the tower. And then likely you kill him because he's out of mana, he can't ult, he's not 5, and he has no way, like he has to TP home. So you just keep putting webs wherever he runs, and then he dies. And then this is where you now, the laning stage is over. You've won. That's like the Brood gameplay versus people who can't deal with spiders. OD needed to beat you to 6 and then threaten to kill you to force you to jungle more. So this is where, so this won't spawn spiders unless you can kill him, right? But I actually have no spiders, so I can't do what we've been talking about. So when you're 6, first step, build up a spider army. So it's got to be on creeps. It can be in the jungle. It can be on lane creeps. Doesn't really matter. We just need the army. Second, side tip, the webs are larger than you think. So this is actually a lot of overlap. The webs are large enough that they will look like they are not touching, but they are. Practice this a little bit in a custom lobby to see like how far apart they can be. But web placement's pretty important on Brood because it allows you to cover more ground. So if they overlap too much, you can't do as much. You're just limiting yourself. So here, right, this creep, whichever one's getting focused, just hit it with the spawn spiderlings, run up and kill it. Even if you don't get the last hit, you get the spiders. We should have like 12 spiderlings right now for when we hit 6 earlier. On the range creep, on a new creep, on another new creep, you'd have 12 dive. Like there's another chance to dive him here. We're just not building up enough spider armies. We're worrying about power runes, which are kind of good to worry about. But Brood with spiders, you just send a spider to either rune and then deny it. You don't actually really care about the runes, but you can go get it. We're just not using the spiders right now. All right, spiders online. Just to highlight, so to highlight to you the difference of like how soon you use the spiders. 2 OD kills. Like when you hit 6, if you had the spiders, you would have killed him. He would have respawned. If he TPs to lane, you'll kill him a second time. So that's like 500 gold. Let's say we can't kill him. So I deal with the creep waves, which you've kind of been doing. So we'll say that goal is the same. But instead of killing OD twice, we farm 2 to 3 extra camps. So that's starting to be the gold. And this is why you can see why you can do Soul Ring into Phylactery. Because like once you have spiders, everything just skyrockets on Brood. So here, 4 is not enough to kill OD. So first, you just run them at the creeps. And he can't kill it. Like even if he wants to stop you, he's like, it's so slow. And then he's hitting different spiders because they're like so clumped. So you just keep sending them to creeps. You use spawn spiderling. You use the soul ring like nonstop. If it's chunking through your health, you insatiable hunger a hard camp while you do it. You know, you'll get the lifesteal, you'll get the spider's milk, and you'll heal back up. Let's see when we build up a big spider army. Okay, this is enough spiders. You can dive him now. He's 6 now, so it's like it's scary. If you just run the spiders at him, he will leave. If you can apply incapacitating bite for the bonus, that would be nice. But other than that, like he can't do much. Here, soul ring another creep wave, just run him at him, he'll run or die. Kind of like this, except we ran out of webs. So here's where you would place more webs for him. You don't have to be there. You can actually just place the webs. Leading up to level 6, by the way, you really don't use mana until you hit your ult. And then you're going to spam spawn spiderlings. So then having to cast like 5 extra webs at that point is kind of a pain because that's like 2 extra casts of spawn spiderling. You don't have to do it right away, but as you pick up spin web and you're not really using mana in the laning stage, go ahead and place the webs where you think you're going to play. And that way, when you're level 6, the webs are already down and you don't have to pay the mana cost. All right, and then here's another thing. Because we are, you see how you're spending a lot of time like running back and forth? That's all downtime for Brood, who's a hero who just wants to like non-stop be farming. So you want to farm this camp, you want to run over. OD's dead here. If you run the spiderlings at him, he's dead. This is what you want to get to. I know you're learning OD, so you're gonna, as soon as you start picking up this stuff, this is like why it's a free Brood game. His tower's dead now. Like that's the mentality to have as a Brood. He's dead for 28 seconds, so I'm gonna go get 2 spawn spiderlings on this creep wave. I'm gonna have like 20 spiders and a full health creep wave. This tower's gone. Insatiable hunger, gone. And now that this is gone, I can farm like this and cut the wave here or here. Bring your own observer, because no one else can follow you, like while you're skittering around on these webs. Bring your own observer, play something that allows you to play aggressive, and then like this jungle is yours. This entire jungle, nobody can come into. Anybody who steps in, you just A-click the spiders on them and you don't even have to go. Again, like I will just keep farming the jungle. I'll farm the lane. The spiders will run you down. You cannot deal with it. So they are just completely done with this jungle and one lane. And at any moment, they don't know if you're going to complete the rotation to top and then just kill top. So that's what makes Brood really scary, is that this whole area is dead and OD can't jungle. So like, what's he supposed to do? This is why getting Broodmothered at the end is like such a death sentence if she hits 6 too quickly. Because like, what is his play? Go lane with the carry? No. Lane with the off lane? No, it doesn't feel good. It's only 9 minutes. Jungle is OD? Oh no. You know, it's like, it's so rough. Does the Q get enough lifesteal to get back all the soul ring loss? Pretty much. Plus spider's milk, as long as you're getting enough last hit. Yeah. Look at this. Look at this. This is regular speed. Yeah, you're not even hit. Look at that tower. Every time the spiders all line up, chunk, 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 chunk. Your attention to runes is really good, but actually, Broodmother is a hero who doesn't actually care as much. You can grab them, but you don't have to like. If it's too far out of your way, you don't have to worry about it. So this part's really good. You see how your spiders are kind of like dealing with the future creep wave, the catapult, and then there's this stuff. So whenever you have to choose, kill the creep wave first with the spiders and then go back to the tower. Unless it's at like the very end, you can just like finish the job. But your spiders killing the creep wave will get you gold and will get you more spiders. And then your creeps will damage the tower. Damaging the tower doesn't get you money. Killing the tower gets you the money. So you let the creeps do the boring work. You get the money, more spiders. You come back to finish the job to get that money. And then if you are scared, let's say you like, we want to take this tower, but I'm scared as Broodmother. So this is where the micro comes in. You're in the jungle, out of sight, away from this stuff. So they don't know where you are, but you know you're taking the tower because like you have creeps here, you have spiders here, and they don't know where they can go. And that's why it'll help if you have observers down. Like right now it's kind of scary because a lot of enemy heroes are missing. Okay, we do take the tower. At this point, you pretty much never go home anymore. Now you live here. This is now my jungle up here. You will have to bring yourself clarities because like even the soul ring is not enough. Even the phylactery with the mana regen is not enough. Even tread swapping, all of this. Like peak Brood nonstop farming is like so much spawn spiderlings, you don't have enough mana. So you like buy clarities, get the mana enchantments on neutrals if you get them. It's all about mana to speed yourself up at the start because the spiders will do everything. You don't need damage. You don't need nothing. If the spiders can attack, they will kill. What's the level 1 spider right now? Spiderling is 14 damage. Can I get a... Do you have the other one in here? Hold on, I need scatter a little. Maybe we don't have the other one here. Where's the spiderites? I forget the exact amount. This is 100 damage pretty much. Like that amount of spiders is 100 damage. When farming these creeps, start with the small creep, spiderling it, kill the small creep, then work on the others. And the time it takes you to kill this big creep, then you'll have spawn spiderling again. So then you can get 2 spawn spiderlings out of 1 camp. If it's not up quite yet, just start walking to the next camp, turn around, spawn spiderling, and then bring them towards you. So you see, when you come farm back here, sorry, I forgot to zoom in to show that, but anyways, you get it. So when you come back here, look, OD gets space. This is why I want to be here right now. I don't care. I'm farming. Jungle here is the same as the jungle here, but now it's only like a 5-second walk for Broodmother and her spiderlings to get another OD kill. Now you're gonna have to like go all the way over here to kill him. It's gonna take you a long time without farming. Here, you just farm, kill OD. Farm, come up, kill 2 heroes, take their tower. Farm, kill OD. Farm. Anti-mages here, you kill them, right? This is the ideal Brood run over the game type of play. It's really hard as the game goes on. Like, as they pick up more tools, this will become harder. That's why if you want to play Brood, you got to really lock in your laning stage to hit 6 ASAP, and then get really good at, like, farming quickly with the spiders, and then just test, like, this amount of spiders, anybody's dead. Sorry, you can't see. 3 spawn spiderlings plus the spider rights that farmed, that's enough to kill, like, anyone at this stage. As long as they can't deal with the spiderlings. That's when they kill you. But then you can farm like twice as fast as they can. So you could make your way here and then just kill Shaman. So you're dealing with the creep wave, which is not a bad idea because he's doing this. Look at that. Did you see that? All the spiderlings attacked and he lost like 1/5 of his health. Essentially, if that amount of spiders attacks 5 times, the hero dies. And then you cut down like 1 or 2 attacks for 1 spawn spiderling, and then maybe 1 attack because like incapacitating bite buff doubles their damage. Like spiderlings have 14 damage. The incapacitating bite at max level gives them 12 extra damage. So it's like you have twice the amount of spiders if you apply this buff. Brood dies so easily with 1 stun, so I don't like being aggressive on the map. So that's what you're gonna have to learn. She's actually not that squishy, because if you are playing really well, you are several levels ahead. Like, even for your inefficiencies, you are level 10. You're 2 to 3 levels above everyone else. But actually, you could be even further, and they would be lower because you're killing them. So you quickly build a gold and XP difference, so you're actually surprisingly tanky. And then again, you don't put yourself at risk. The spiderlings just go, and you are in the jungle, and you see what people are doing. Because you hit 6, right? This is why Brood is so much about the timing of it. You hit level 6 at minute 6, ideally. You build up the spider army, the laning stage is done. How many supports can come kill you? Like, if both side lane supports dedicate themselves to playing with mid to stop you from killing mid, they lose both side lanes. And what do? You're like, okay, I'll just jungle here. And they go like, oh, Brood's not here. Oh, I guess we'll go back to our lanes. And you go, ha, I'm here. And then you kill OD, you know? And then you run away again because you have so much, you have 500 move speed right now, right? You can do this all day. They can't. Every time they're caught in between is a chance the side lanes are alone losing to the heroes there, and is a chance for you to intercept a hero alone and kill them with the spiders. And anytime they do group up, all right, I'll just go jungle. I really don't care. I'll go over here. At 6 minutes in the game, like, how much can they bring heroes to stop you? It's really hard. Someone has to tank it and get them to like 15 minutes into the game. That's when people can start moving around. That's why the more you slow down Brood to start, the easier the game becomes. Because this like level 6 timing and then the plays you do after that, it's like so critical to Brood to take over the game. And why she's a Smurf favorite. Because like, what players are dealing with it at that level, you know? That timing is so hard. Thoughts on Brood carry as opposed to mid? I do like Brood carry. It kind of depends on what build is possible. She was a universal hero for a bit and had like a bunch of build options. The problem is, what Brood needs to accelerate is mana. And there's not a lot of like mana intensive carry items. And a lot of carry items aren't necessary for Brood because she's like, I farm so fast, I don't need a farming item. So like, that's why when she was a universal hero, it fit a little better. She could do the weird items she liked and still scale. I still think Brood carry is possible. And recently, when the Manto was better, it was insanely good. I still think it's pretty doable now. It has less pop-off potential than less pop-off potential than mid-brood, but it's like a weird hero, so you could still pop off because they just don't know how to deal with it. I know you died here, so this is kind of to your point. Like, isn't Brood kind of squishy? Well, I'm trying to fight 2 heroes, and then he's on even footing as me. But I would like to note that although you are dying, notice how many of your spiderlings are alive. They're all alive, and they are now chasing OD out of here. So you don't risk your hero. Like, if you think you can die, you just send the spiders, and you whittle them down until you can bring in the main hero. And that's how you play aggressive without really feeding on Brood. What happens when Brood meets a tangled Wind Ranger with Diffuse? Sad days. Sad days. Steven, thank you. Yes, the likes are very helpful. I'll leave you one more Brood tip, and then I think we've given you a lot to implement into your game, and we'll move on to some of the other ones we got to catch up to. Look at your web placement. You're currently like all here, and they're starting to get scattered. Much like Venomancer, Broodmother plays a chunk of the map, and if she has to move around too much, it's really hard for her because of the Brood spam, or the spin web spam. It's a little better now because it can build up max charges. So what you want to do, you want to so we take over mid, we kick them out, we play the jungle, right? We build up all the webs here, and then we farm up. We amass power, and we're also letting the spin web cooldown come back up and build up the charges. And now I have enough charges, I have my spiders, I have enough mana. I make a move somewhere from my webs, I go top, and I can chase people down because I'm like, web, 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 and I just run them down, kill them, and then I fix my webs again, and I continue to hold this area. I rebuild the web charges, rebuild the spider army, the mana, and then I make my move bottom, and I can go web, 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 and then I kill everyone here, and now I hold bottom. But you have to go chunks at a time. Otherwise, you have to move your webs too much, and it limits your ability to make plays. Because if you only have one web, we can't go somewhere new because we're not going to have enough web charges. We need multiple web charges to be able to chase a hero from here all the way here, and you need 4 to do that. Okay, I need to refill my water, so we do have replays to move on to. I will just be back. I'll leave this playing, and I'll also make sure to run ads since I'm gone on Twitch. Okay, 1 second. We had the reverse. Sorry, I just realized the multi-chat stopped pulling in Twitch comments. This is so weird. Why is this multi-chat so buggy? Anyway, sorry. I'll be right back. All right, let me see the Twitch chat real quick, because unfortunately, you guys were all in the multi-chat to start the stream, and then for whatever reason, it started to only take you... Twitch chat's back in the multi-chat. I don't know. The feature's a little buggy. While I download this one, let me check if there are any major questions I missed. Can Enchantress attack hit Muerta during ult? No. Because she's ethereal in that form. Alright, this time we're looking at Kez. It should be fun. I don't think we've seen a Kez game in a while. Not the greatest Kez, so we'll have to... Hopefully we can still provide some useful help. What's the current list for reviews? I see someone else just donated. God save the Tsar. Thank you. So we're starting on one, then there's two others behind it. But I think after, we'll do two of the guaranteed ones. We'll pick one from chat after that, and then we'll go to this new one that came in. That way we can still mix in a couple from chat. Am I familiar with the Kez Ags controversy? I actually so I didn't really keep up with where it started. I didn't see the initial, I was like so into the Gold movie video. I was like barely keeping up with what was going on. Every day I was just waking up, working on that video and stopping. And then like, I don't want to think about Dota anymore. And I would just stop. So I didn't see the initial drama. I just watched his guide yesterday, his Kez guide, which Kez player, if you haven't seen it, it was pretty good. You might like that. Before knowing anything about this, I thought Ags was really good. Kez got added to captain's mode. People were doing the Ags. I was like, okay, yeah, that's the thing. He got changed. Everyone stopped building the Ags. And I was like, oh, I guess the math must have changed on it for whatever reason. Even though I don't think the Ags really got nerfed, I guess the math is now better for the other stuff. Like, I just trusted the pro players. But then to have like a Kez spammer, like say like, no, Ag is still it, I would actually trust that, you know? Because the pros have to play a bunch of stuff. For this new of a hero, I would trust the high MMR Kez spammer over it. And if they think Ags is the way, like, I kind of feel like, you should do it. Kind of do it, guys. I don't know. I went Battle Fury Kez. I think it fits my playstyle more. I'm open to it for pub games, especially if you're not in like the very top tier Immortal, right? I think you're gonna have some flexibility on the build here for Kez, which actually, hold on. Let me do the timestamp and let's get into this. I win lane. I guess my question is, how do I transfer my early net worth into mid game and late game? I feel like I want more items and farm, but my team wants to fight. Okay, that's a classic carry question. So we'll probably skip the laning stage and just see. You just said you went Battle Fury, which I do think is a viable build on Kez. I like the Deso build into like Ags and stuff, but for pub games, I think there's some flex. And honestly, even if you're not playing Kez, like a more typical carry with an established build, right? You'd still have the same question of how do I farm versus fight. So that's what we'll focus on. And like some Kez considerations in that as well.
But let's not keep score.
Waga explains it like Ags on Kez is great if you're high APM and MMR, and it's trash if you're learning him. I can see that. You do need to have good execution for the Ags because you got to balance everything. When Kez came out, I played some support Kez because it was broken enough to do, and I was getting Ags. I feel like I could pull a basic amount of ability out of it, and I'm not even like a carry player, and I only had some Kez practice. So I kind of agree where it's like, to a certain extent, yeah, focus on some basics. But I also think once you've played him a couple times, it's not too hard to be like on this build, swap, like practice it in a demo. You know, you just swap, press, swap, press, swap, press, like the buttons you want to do. I think you can get some basic combos and get value out of the Ags. Are you gonna like min-max it until you get more practice? Probably not. But some basic combos I think are not too bad. Oh, you're the Venomancer from earlier. Oh, yeah. I'm glad it was helpful. I wasn't sure if you would see it or not. I was gonna respond to your message later to tell you I went over it. But yeah, you already saw it, so great. Glad it was helpful. Yeah, we're doing it again. Where I'm I do the timestamp and then we immediately start answering chat questions. Okay, focus. We do the timestamp Kez stuff and then we'll switch. Okay, I'm gonna skip over the laning stage because your question was more about the farming. And actually, the fact that you're doing Battle Fury kind of makes this question a little easier because Battle Fury is a farming item. You gotta get the farming item and then farm with the farming item, which would be my first advice to you. For your whatever carry you are playing, pick what you think the power spike would be. For Kez, you know, maybe it's the Ags. Could be the Deso if you're doing that build. Other carries, it's like, hey, Ursa, I want the Battle Fury, and then I want a Blink. Blink is when I can really start doing stuff. And then after the Blink, BKB, maybe a Basher, right? Like one of those, if not both, like truly online. That is my full power spike. At that point, I am fight mode and farm in between instead of farm mode and fight in between. So you want to pick what that is for your carry. And sometimes there are different points in a game, right? That's what you should think about in the draft is like, hey, this game, I need an MKB. I need to work that in to the build somewhere, figure out where. Maybe it's just an extra item on top of the build and I can't win the fight until I have that. So you're in farm mode a little bit longer until then. Does your recent video about farm also apply to supports? Yes. Even if a lot of the farming pattern parts are more core oriented, you actually need to know that as a support to know where you can farm. Every role needs to know a little bit about every other role to understand your place in the game and figure out what you need to do. So like when the core is supposed to be doing one thing, the support can't do it as well. And you only know that if you know what the core is supposed to do. So I think everyone, all ranks, all roles, not just because it's my own video, but like, I do think everyone needs to know that stuff. Ah, rip. I will say your camera was a little funny there. You were like farming like, I don't know if it was a bug, but we're farming like this, which means a lot of this info is actually not useful to you. So actually, I know like the CS is closer like this way, but if you can like move your camera a little lower, this area is like more likely to have danger to you and be more useful for you to see. Granted, she just like jumped in, so maybe it wouldn't have mattered that much. Okay, so Battle Fury on the way. So for Kez, you got your Battle Fury. Whatever you think the next item is. What's the guy's name? The Kez player. Anu Talk or something, right? He one of the things he showed in that video is like drag the camp, bring it here, echo slash both. I would recommend you do that as well. I forget the guy's channel and everything, but I'm sure it's out there to be found, and I would recommend it for Kez players since he seems to be a high MMR Kez spammer. At this point, as part of shoving things in, again, camera angle, right? Like this stuff, don't need to see. Down here is like kind of what I need to see. And if you want to like constantly move for the CS and all that, you can. It'll just be something to like implement over time. With the farming item, going back to that movie, to increase our farm with our farming item, we can't hold the wave. We got to shove it and then jungle. These guys actually came here. I don't actually want them here. I want them stopping the Juggernaut. Hold on, wait. Let me come back. Sorry, this isn't about you, but I'm kind of curious. Oh, I guess it got taken earlier. Okay. I thought he literally like took the tower and then came to your lane. It looks like it fell earlier and I didn't even notice. But yeah, a lot of people will always come like to the carries lane once they're done with their own, and it just like slows down the carry. Like Kez, what did I say in the video? It's like 400 for the creeps in the lane, and if he's farming this, an extra 160. And then depending how much other he's farming, like a carry can get 600 to 700 GPM if left alone and they're winning and being able to farm efficiently. So when you bring everyone here and now you start taking lane creeps, for every like 2 creep waves, 1 minute of time that the carry splitting, the carry must pick up a kill to balance that out. And the longer more people are here, it's like the carry has to get a kill every minute or more. They have to be the one to get the last hit and all of it. And that's just a lot to ask for. And why it's usually better just let them be alone and farm. He didn't get the kill. Doom got it. So Kez is actually just getting less gold right now. Even though as a team it might be working out. And one concentrated play, I'm up for it. We use Doom and all that. Here, again, just drag it over, Echo slash both. You'll just be a little bit more efficient. You used your ult. I don't really want to be involved here. So for your team, they seem happy to fight. Let them. I see some farm over here. You can either twin gate over or you can TP over here. Now people get mad at you like, Kez, why don't you join? You're low health. You used your abilities. I know these are kind of low cooldown, some of them, but your ult, the big part of it, like it's down, you know? I am a carry. I am farming. I have my farming item, right? Like I participated a little bit. I now go farm, and it's okay. I think you guys actually lost your tower for so many heroes being up here. You join. You felt pressured to come, so you joined, but then I died. So this is the risk. This is not to be flaming to you. If you're not sure, you have to do this stuff. Like, I don't know, Kez. I'm learning him. I thought I could do it, so I tried. Totally okay, right? Only by doing this do you now realize, couldn't do it. I was supposed to farm right there. So as part of the learning process, it's okay to like join all the fights, join none of the fights, right? You like try all the extremes to help you figure out what you can and cannot do. And as you learn, it becomes easier to like refine it and figure it out. So now you know next time, because I didn't have like this ability, I didn't have this. I also only have my farming item. I should have just been farming, right? It becomes easier to see this. Also, this tower is still up and we're like back here. It's usually not the best kind of fight. Those are the kind of fights to avoid. This is what we should be going for. Yeah, no worries. You thought you could get it, forgot to account for swap. No worries. Those are the mistakes we are learning from as we play Dota. All right, so you came back up here. As part of efficiency, when you're hitting this guy, you're applying bleed to him. I think around here, maybe one more attack to balance out the regen, but he will just die to the passive. So don't overcommit on... Essentially, if you keep attacking him till he dies, your passive isn't doing anything because you're not letting it tick him down. So that'll save you some time. Like here, you should switch over to the little creeps, kill them, and probably the Battle Fury cleave will add enough damage that with the passive, the big creep will die. And so you'll save yourself a bit of time and you'll be kiting towards this small camp so that you can farm that next. And every time you do this, you save like 2 seconds per camp, which will help you. That'll add up over time, right? I think you probably don't even need the Echo Slash there. You can use Raptor Dance to farm in the early game because you're not really fighting. So this kind of thing, if your team is... This is where you communicate, hey, are we defending? No one responds, ditch it. Okay, we've lost the tower then, you know? It sucks. It's not supposed to happen, but when you as the carry like wait around and like you can't farm, it's too dangerous. There is no farm because you just did it. We're just not getting money, and we can't do anything until the team shows up. So just leave, and if it does fight, then like maybe you end up teleporting. But like this is all just no farming, right? And the creep wave will, okay, sniper came too late, took the creep wave. If we had given up on this, the creep wave would push in, you would have been jungling the whole time, you'd have an extra 200 gold, then you would catch the creep wave that they just pushed in. This you want to be really careful of. There was just like 2 or 3 heroes up here, and they haven't shown anywhere else yet. And actually we have one deepish ward. It's not that deep, but it's like it's on the enemy's half of the map. Literally no one showing, and the last concentration of heroes we saw was up here. And then you're like, let me head in. Do I want to do that? I'm the carry. I'm farming mode. I have my Battle Fury. You have the Yasha, but you know you're working towards the Manta. I really want that. I want to finish those items. So I want to move away. If I think they went this way, I can go here. They should actually go in here, so I would avoid this area. I would go here. This is why Sniper actually made it. He rotated too late, and now he's like farming your stuff. It's like, it's annoying, but that's how pub games go. So now you have to make your way over here to where Sniper was supposed to be if he wasn't going to defend. Or if you want to try to make a play, you have to come Twin Gate and like group up with these guys to try to kill Juggernaut. Those are kind of your options here. You walk up here, there's no farm because they farmed it on their way out, and there's also danger. Here they are, the danger, now kind of showing up on you. It looks like you might actually live, but while you're running away, you're not farming, right? Okay, actually with Treant here, maybe you will pick up a kill. Okay, kind of worked out in the end. But you see what I mean, right? If Treant hadn't come, that would have just been like a waste of our time. All right, I see what you mean. You're feeling the temptation of constantly coming to these fights. Your Battle Fury, whatever your next item is, you really want that item. This movement backwards is through a lot of like dead space farming to fight in front of their tower again. It's really, these guys are supposed to make space for you. So don't feel too pressured to join. Just, you know, set yourself the limit. I need the item after the Battle Fury. If the fight is really close to me, I will do it. But anytime, this is like a 15-second walk that you keep, like if you keep trying to join, that's 15 seconds I'm not farming. That's 2 camps for you at this point. So every time we keep going to those fights, I could get the guaranteed like 200 gold, or I am walking to maybe get the 200 gold. But once I have my next item, it will increase the odds that when I join these fights, it works because I have my power spikes. Fighting before the power spikes, you have to be really confident it will work out. As part of learning the hero, that's hard. I'm also, okay, so I have not been watching high-level Kez's farm. After you apply some Kazrai Katana stacks, I don't know. Switching to the other version to attack a little, I don't know. Maybe it's worth it, maybe not, especially to like clear up the little creeps. I would have to like test that, I guess. Holy shit, a 20, this is so scary, man. They just did Tormentor, so they're up here. And then you're gonna like clear it right here. So it's pretty dangerous. If you do it faster, it's actually good to do, but it's very scary. And then you're still sticking around here, but for them to do Tormentor, there's at least 3 or 4 heroes up here. 3 or 4 heroes. Look at that. Look at you, kill them! Ah, oh, damn, almost. Almost. Raven's Veil might have gotten you out of here. I haven't really seen you use the other form all that much. I guess you did need to use Raptor Dance here. I think if you Raven's Veil there, you can maybe get out. Though the bigger thing is like, just don't farm in this area to begin with. I'm so oblivious of Torm that I fed here. Okay, that's fair. Yeah, if you didn't realize Torm got dealt, I get that. This is actually why I'm a real tryhard. I don't play with the music in the game, and if I'm like seriously tryharding, I don't even listen to music outside. I used to listen to a lot more music, and actually I'm like more chill, so actually maybe I would listen to music again. But Dota's very much a sound game, so I don't listen to anything so I can hear all the bugged sound. You're not supposed to hear a guy farming here, but sometimes you do. And then like you will hear Tormentor happen, things like that. I can help you get all that stuff. But sometimes we still just like lock in too hard and we don't even hear that stuff. So you TP'd here and now you're running here. I would TP to this lane if you're going to do that, because the tower is safety. The tower has vision and has true sight. There literally cannot be heroes hidden here. There could be heroes here. Even if you have a ward, they could be smoked here. You will see that happen every now and then. This is just scarier to teleport and a longer teleport. So if you plan to go to the lane, you should do it from the tower. If you're going to jungle first, then teleporting directly here does make sense, especially to like get it before a respawn timer. And then that could be okay. It can be worth the risk depending what you see. But if you're just going to go to a creep wave, I would go through the tower. Okay, I won't repeat too much about dragging camps together, but it is a good thing to do. You do have the Manta now, so I wouldn't mind if you joined a little bit more on these fights. Looks like you and Lion were on different pages. You probably could have gotten a kill. Although, should we be doing it? I don't know, because actually don't really see a lot of heroes on the map, and we're going to fight the low ground, which is very scary versus a hero like Magnus and Beastmaster and Queen of Pain. This kind of area is very dangerous for you guys if you don't have more vision. Not quite how I thought it would go, but that is what I mean, where it's like we're pushing into the enemy's high ground, we don't have a lot of vision, it turns out all of them are there, and then our initiation is a little... It's not bad, like Lion covers a lot of it, but you need to play with the Lion, which didn't quite happen there, and they ended up making a better use of like the RP and all that. Since you did get the Manta, if you're too scared to go to a lane, try to Manta the wave. For example, that wave we just saw you kind of walk past top. After you teleport to lane, walk up, Manta, send them down, then you jungle like you're doing. And you'll just get like 100, 200 more gold for doing that. And then you do it like every 30 seconds. That's how your net worth will jump up a lot, which is actually not too bad right now. You're at the top, but it's not like too far ahead of Juggernaut. So this is like, I'm keeping up. If you start adding in these tricks, dragging the camps together to farm 2 at a time, send the Mantas into the lane, better refinement of when to join a fight, when to farm, that's where you'll start seeing this boop, 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 go higher. Actually, I guess this one doesn't like go that much higher. Like these stuff like will go down because you'll be like stealing it from them as well. What do you think about BKB this game? They have RP, Roar, and Juggernaut ult. BKB seems underwhelming. I hadn't really thought about it. I wasn't thinking that hard on the build. Thinking about more about where everyone's farming. Yeah, BKB. It is kind of awkward, this game. It's usually a pretty good Kez item because you need to use the spells together. It's a little awkward here. This is a wave where I don't see anyone on the minimap, so you would Manta the wave and stay in the jungle out of sight. Farm the Ancients and then farm backwards as they respawn. Maybe just tanking up could be good. That way, even as you're crowd controlled, you can survive. Get a satanic later probably as well. So after they use everything, you just heal up. And maybe it's a case where you just do the Ags instead of the BKB. I could also see that. I do think whatever it is would need to have some stats, because there is pure damage coming out, and one way to deal with that is to just be tanky. After a kill like that, you guys could do Roche. See how you and Doom are just like walking next to each other? That happens a lot after a big kill. Like people just go like farm the same stuff. Like you guys are gonna go look for another kill even though you're like right in front of the tier 2 and they're dead. Or like Queen of Pain's dead, so are they defending a tier 2? Probably not. But we're gonna go like look for another kill. You gotta remember, like, why did we get a kill? So we can do stuff. And then getting one kill to get another kill, that's not strictly bad, but it's also just kind of like, well, could I have done stuff with the first kill? And if the answer is yes, then I don't need the second kill. If you can't do stuff with the first kill, then that's when you look for a second kill. You guys could probably have poked mid there a little bit. Maybe you don't do it because we're worried about RP and Roar. But Sniper could have hit the building while we all just back up Sniper. You can stun by default now, right? You don't need the shard. You lifesteal. And if it's from behind, then they're stunned. Does it not stun without that? Preventing them from moving or turning. So it's not a stun, but they can't. It's like a root, essentially. I guess they can turn. If you hold that guy here, Sniper might be able to do enough damage to get the kill. It only slows? Okay, let me double check that later. Just to see how it works. What do you guys do? They're all... 4 of them are dead, and there's an RP-less Magnus left. You're kind of chasing this Magnus, but he actually doesn't mean anything. He doesn't stop you guys from doing anything. We are at least pushing top. 4 heroes pushing top. You could probably do it with just 2. So this is a kill. This is one you can go for if you want. I know I've been saying, like, do we need the kill? Does it stop us? This kill does not stop us. Or, like, she does not stop us from taking this tower. But if you kill Venge, what that represents is extending the death timers. Because there is 10 seconds before the enemy is ready to do anything. And if you kill Venge again, then whatever her current death timer is, right, that's the new window of opportunity. The thing you have to be careful about is, will that kill take me so long that they respawn and teleport here and kill me? That's what I'm scared of. But if you see pro teams dive in these kind of situations, it's because they're like, we can kill that hero and get out fast enough. I think you can do it. She does have the Ags, which scares me a little bit. And this is where I'm not as familiar with, like, the Kez power spikes. My feelings are a little off here. I think you can kill her fast enough and then get out, because she is on her own here. There's Magnus, but again, he doesn't have RP, so I don't really care about him. If we had done it first, I saw how fast you killed her in the end. It may have worked. Also, though, for team wiping them earlier, we ended up not getting anything. Sad. game kind of starts to fall apart, but I feel like I could have done more with my early net worth. Yeah, so keep farming up, ignoring the itemization stuff, right? Whatever your power spike is for whatever item build you're doing. In this case, it was like Battle Fury +1. The other builds are like Deso. Deso alone is kind of enough to do something because Deso is a fighting item and your abilities are the farming. The Deso Ags does kind of work out if you want to do that. These kind of fights, the fights you have been losing are not due to your build or you. It is due to like what your team is taking. It's like a separate issue, if that makes you feel any better. Even if you had the right power spikes, like you balanced farming and fighting better, if you win these fights, it would be due to your raw net worth, not because this is a good fight to take. I think this is like the third fight I've seen your team take when the enemy has been all grouped up and you guys like stumble into it one at a time or like push a bad position. So there's a separate thing here on that. Still a mistake to fix, but you know, if that makes it feel any better. Yeah, Frankie, we mentioned the Anutalk video earlier. I don't really know him, so the video seemed good. I don't really know how much to like. He seems to be a high MMR spammer of Kez, you know, like that speaks to itself. I don't really know anything else about him and like the content or what he does. I haven't really had a chance to like look into it much, but I saw that one video at least. Guess we kind of need MKB. We're just so squishy though. Maybe instead of BKB, if we did Satanic into MKB, maybe that would feel better. I know, Renato, it's been ages since we played some games. It's just the way things have happened. Tomorrow, we're going to start playing a game again. Tomorrow and Friday, I hope to stream and just play. If something comes up, maybe I won't play tomorrow, but definitely Friday, and I do hope to do Thursday. I was spending so much time trying to finish that gold movie. Finish the gold movie that I was sacrificing the playtime for it. But now I'm done with that, so now I want to like play a little bit. So we're going to start doing it again. What I'll close out on this video is like, once again, the fight we're taking. We even have Treant Shard, so we have like insane vision. Now he hasn't placed it the best. It's all on our half of the map. But we have a clear vision issue, which is like, I see nothing on their half of the map. Despite having all the tier 1s, we have nothing there. We are walking through the river, so anywhere on their high ground, they could see us. For anyone who is not smoked, or if the smoke breaks, we are on the low ground. They will be on the high ground. On either side, they will be on the high ground. Smoking through the river is often very dangerous. And then we're just going to commit to this fight, even though they have Aegis, and they have better team fight, because they're winning. They've won the last couple fights. They have RP. They have a lot of BKB piercing abilities and AoE abilities. So that is usually good for team fights. When you're losing, you want to look for pickoffs. When you have Treant Shard to act as a bounty hunter to like scout, you want pickoffs rather than full team fights. Doom is really good at pickoffs. Lion's good at pickoffs. So you guys want a pickoff game, but we're moving in like a team fight game, just jumping in. You actually find a decent target on the Venge. Sniper doesn't know shrapnel doesn't stack, so he's like wasting them all. Even get the Doom on the Jug, which would usually be good, but then that goes back to they have Aegis, so then this fight is not all that great. He respawns and then he gets us. let me pull up the next one. Call me Hans. Are you here? Because I have your match ID in question, but I don't actually know who you're playing here. Now, actually, you said off lane and you said you lost. So I guess by process of elimination, you must be the Tidehunter. Have I ever thought about doing community games? We've done some in the past. I haven't done it recently just because it's a little bit of a hassle to like organize everyone, like join this lobby. There tends to be some like downtime. It's also very hard to balance lag wise, because despite the numbers might look like we have enough people to easily fill 10 players, but some people are lurking, some people are watching at work, right? Like the amount of people who can actually join is much smaller. And then they're from different regions. So then there's like, do we have enough like NA players, or is it like EU players all play on the EU server, right? It's hard to have enough for that. And then it's like, do we have enough roles? What's the ranks? Like it's scattered. So the times we have tried to do it, it's a little finicky to organize. And then sometimes it's a stomp of like the ranks of like who is available. Tidehunter 3 Legend. Oh, you are here. What's up? I see you on YouTube right now, yeah. I'm glad that Kez review is helpful. Yeah, give it a shot. You don't have to put everything in. And Kez is a really hard hero, so if you want to do it like step by step, it's fine. I guess a lot of what we talked about isn't even Kez specific. It's about figuring out when you do want to join, which will hopefully help all your other stuff as well. What about 5-man party games? Have done some a little bit in the past as well. I find it a little hard to balance as a streamer, because I'm either, there's like multiple things. One, I am not talking to the stream because I am talking to the party. That can be okay. I'm not talking to the party because I'm not talking to the stream. Also okay, I'm just like less in the game. I have less control of who is in the party playing and what they may say that then is reflected in my stream. And that's the part that kind of scares me. I know a lot of people do it and it's fine. I could probably do it. It'd be probably fine. But it's just like this extra thing I got to worry about. I think that's why it's like more common to like party with other streamers that like, for example, if I were to like join there's often talent games that get played. Like maybe if I joined those, like, everyone is like on the same track, so it's like it's easier to arrange and balance to a degree. But also I feel there's many other streamers out there that do the party games. I feel my shtick, I guess, I try to interact. I know I tend to ignore a lot, but like I try to make this an educational streamer that is relatively the positive vibe, you know? I feel like that is one, I enjoy that, and it's like the style of this stream. And I just find it harder to do when we do party games and all that stuff. I think there's many other channels that are just like dead quiet, super try hard streamer. There's plenty of channels like that, and the people who like that are over there. How do you get the names to be anonymous? There is an anonymous mode setting in Dota Warning, if you use it, it mutes everyone automatically. You will not hear any of your opponents or your teammates, which I didn't realize. I had that setting on once by accident. I'm like, man, no one's talking to me. You just don't hear anything whatsoever. If you're on the friends list or in the same guild, it also won't anonymize the name, which I think feels funny. They should fix that. All right, let's do this Tidehunter replay. Yeah, if you have more questions, you can let me know. I will try, like I said, I will try to pay attention to the chat to answer the questions as we go through this replay. And hopefully, even if I miss it, we'll catch up later. So this one, this is an off-lane one. No need to spend a bunch of time on this one, but you can maybe give some advice on how to win more games like this. Because we lost, right? Not because we're on the winning team? Are we the... Wait. I saw you were in chat. Are we the Tidehunter? We are, right? Do you have any Crimson Witness items? A couple. Not too many. I've never bought any. But I have a couple. I have the Enchantress one. I got the Witch Doctor one. I sold that one, actually. And I have a Gyrocopter one. I am tied, and I lost. Okay. We are... we now know what we're doing. We're here. So let me take a quick look at the net worth. Let me, like, figure out where we should take a look. Well, action's happening. So we definitely lost control by the late game, but it was relatively even for a bit. Even here, there was, like, a dip back, but I guess somewhere around here, how do we, like, turn this in our favor? How's our net worth at 10? Yeah, pretty decent. Okay. So let's start at 10 minutes and see maybe things we could do to, like, help swing things in our favor before it looks like we eventually lose a fight and it, like, falls apart really quickly. Okay, so Undying is holding the lane here. Undying's pretty rich. I didn't notice that. You're ahead of their carry, which I think is Ricky? Maybe Monkey King. You're ahead of whichever it is, but Undying is quite rich here. I think you could maybe chase him down, actually. Phase boots, another anchor smash. You could have maybe gotten him. Okay, we chill. Oh, never mind. We come back up for the tombstone because they leave. Sure. So in this situation, our job is to just increase farm as we work towards whatever item you want to build. I'd say an aura is okay. And, like, keep pushing this tower. If supports could come join you, that'd be great. And you can just drag waves to the camps to farm both with Anchor Smash. That's how you'll, like, increase your farm. Since so many heroes were here, it was a little scary to push into the Monkey King with Wukongs, and, like, yeah, that did end up backfire us. We got our Morbid Mask. If you can deal with the wave before coming over here, that would be nice, because they had a catapult wave. If your team didn't go defend, that was definitely a lost tower. If you could deal with that before coming over here, that would be okay. And now we're back top. We have Shaman ult? Yes. Okay, so let's take this tower together. yeah. All right, drag this to the wave. Get both. This will help you take the tower faster. These creeps, all of you are just ignoring these creeps. These creeps are about to kill all your Serpent Wards, distract your creeps from taking the tower, and this tower is only half health, so you're gonna have to do the rest now. I really want these things to do the rest, so you have to drag this in. The same amount of effort you're spending killing the small camp will kill this as well, like both at the same time. We get the tower, and now we just get out. We lose Silencer. It's no big deal. as part of being here, you're still on this default of like, oh, I gotta run, I gotta go back to my base. You could have just gone up to the Twin Gate, up, TP out. Oh, I guess you don't have one. I guess you need to pick one up from earlier. You can also up, cycle through here, run through here. There's a lot of ways to get out, and everyone kind of like defaults to the usual, just like retreat back. But you see that's actually getting you cut off here, maybe. Maybe you get out. Shaman has a TP out. Amazing. He made it. Okay, we have Vlad's and Ravage coming up. We can make another play. Need Serpent Wards, maybe, to actually take it. Global did just get used. We can try to wait for everything to be up. Maybe we can get a smaller kill before then. Slark's on the way. All right, so after that was a pretty good fight. How do we maximize the impact of this? I am chill mode now, because I used Ravage. So 2 minutes of chill mode. But as part of being chill, I'm going to try to do as much as possible. They are dead, so I want to see you farm this area. I don't want to see you retreat back. You are here until you get kicked out. I see Legion down here. So there's a Monkey King somewhere, recently retreated out here, could be in this area, but he probably can't solo kill us. Then we have a Ricky somewhere. That does scare me a little, but if we have multiple heroes up here, should be okay, at least until Legion disappears. So holding this area for the team is nice. Not losing free towers will be also good, but Zeus can like come deal with this. Supports would want to set up some deep vision top if possible. See what the team does. So he pushed the lane, and then we're all falling back here. No one moved into this area, and now I see you TPing mid, but I would really like it. And then we catch sight of Monkey King here on the stuff here. Where's Zeus? I guess Zeus didn't have his teleport. Did no one else have a teleport? No one else did have a teleport. All right, I guess in that case, you can be the one to come here. I think I would want you to go back top, or you're now the guy who is just on his own. You are now holding both mid and bottom for the team, and they just don't want to kill you because you're so tanky. Like, you want to be on either side. Either you're up here doing the dangerous stuff, or you're down here doing the dangerous stuff, and it's either dangerous defense or dangerous aggression. We're pushing up to fight. No Ravage. He's kind of got his stuff, but notice the diffusal's not done. The diffusal's 1 minute away from being done. Global is almost ready. There's no Thunderbolt. There's no... Oh, Serpent Wards is up again. So we have 2 support ults, and that's kind of it in terms of our team fight. There's no reason to do this, really. They're all up. We're pushing into them on their half of the map. Everything else is missing, right? We really don't need to do this when we're so close to getting some big power spikes. You're going for a blink. What's his name? Slark can have a diffusal. And at that point, you can have your ults all up and be much stronger. So this feels like a very forced fight to me. This would be a great Ravage right there. Here as well. All right, it's kind of working out, but it could easily go your way if everyone had their stuff. So at this moment, this is just us as a team not realizing we're supposed to AFK farm. It is okay to do right now. And instead we forced a fight that kind of worked out, but now is starting to swing the other way and is not really working out. This is a pretty good game for 4 staff, by the way. Smoke screen is the biggest reason. Like, you might blink into a smoke screen, You might blink, get dueled. Force Staff will get you out of Smokescreen. It'll get you out of Wukongs. It'll get you away from a Tombstone. And it will also act as a mobility item. Not as much as Blink, I know, but I think it's pretty good. You could also break a tree with it, which would be nice. Remake, lol. Is it possible to say, like, analyze from the end to the start in reverse to say, like, do this, do this, do this? It's kind of hard. I would say the flowchart video is kind of my best bet at that. My best attempt of, like, here's the ways you would end the game. And then when you look at Dota, you just have to look for those moments. Doing it in reverse, I think, like, it could work to see, like, here's where we're at, here's what we do. But there's always going to be moments of, like, the only reason we're here is because, like, stuff earlier happened. So here's where now we have Ravage, and now you're defensively farming because you're like, oh, I want to finish the Blink. Which is, like, kind of right, but we could have lined up the timing better. If we did the defensive farming earlier, you could now do the aggressive farming with the Blink and all your abilities. These big teamfight ult heroes like Tidehunter, you really want that on-off switch. Like, I've got Ravage, I want to do something. I don't have Ravage, no, I don't want to do something, I'm going to farm now. Underlord is similar with the Fiend's Gate. And when you're not doing something, you're either sitting somewhere where it's a pain to come deal with you because you're this tanky Tidehunter, or it's like, oh, we want to push bottom, but, like, Tidehunter's defending it, and we don't want to jump a Tidehunter because we don't know Ravage cooldown. I think it's still on cooldown, but, like, I'm not Tidehunter. He's not on my team. I don't know if it's up yet, so I don't know if I can just jump him. And even if we do, he's so tanky, the rest of the teammates might show up. That's kind of what you want to do with Tidehunter, Underlord, all those heroes. This, right, where it's like, ah, man, do we jump Tidehunter? It feels bad. You could just hold this on your own. Your whole team's actually coming here, but you could have just done this on your own, and then they wouldn't, they could play elsewhere or only TP in as needed. You are kind of an initiator, so you should carry Dust and probably replace this Wand or Bracer. Have them in your backpack, use it, swap them back in, because we need to help find the Ricky. I know you have the Zeus, but there's no guarantee Zeus will reach. There's no guarantee supports can jump in as far as you can. Okay. We are a team fight hero doing team fight things, except now we are not. We just TP'd away from the whole team to come top. So this is one of those things. This could be okay for the record, but I just want to highlight the pros and cons of this. This happens a lot in pubs. Pros, this tower is low, and you're going to lose it if no one comes up here. If this tower is healthier, then that's not a concern, right? You'll lose some damage, but you won't lose the tower. This amount of creeps would do about 300 damage, so if the tower has more than that, it'll live. Unfortunately, it's not, so it will die. Unless you fortify, a little bit different. Also, the creep wave might protect it, which in this case, actually, it would probably keep this tower alive unless someone else shows up. So, pros, we protect this tower. Cons, I use my teleport, and now I'm up here. And my whole team just came bottom. So either they all have to teleport, or they have to walk up, or I have to walk back. And yeah, we have twin gates, but we're still talking at least like 20 to 30 seconds for this to reconnect. You guys know how hard it is for pub games to, like, do things, you know? Like, everyone's on different pages. Some guy wants to farm, some guy wants to fight. It's very hard to make the team plays happen when they're actually supposed to happen. We're actually totally ready. Right? Everyone's got their ults. I have the Blink. I have Ravage. Maybe there's someone who could finish a big item, and, like, it looks like Force Staff needs to be delivered. And sometimes there is communication, and I just don't know it. But this, to me, is a very good time to commit to staying with the team and push. And sometimes if you always try to defend every single tower, catch every single creep wave, you will lose your ability to do more. In this case, we lose the ability to push as a team, take a team fight that should go our way because we're the team fighting team, take a tower. Instead, we will be split up versus the pick-off team, which is more in their favor. So that's kind of what scares me about this. I would want you to clear this and then immediately twin gate back. And we're just going to hope we reconnect in time. I see them scattering though, right? They're like, oh, Tide's gone. I guess we'll all leave too. Let's see how long it takes to regroup. This is all wasted time because we want to team fight, and the longer we don't, it's not happening, you know? But it does look like we grouped up. Nice. Oh, that was actually a surprising amount of damage. Yo, this on time's scary. Yo, where's Slark? Get back in here, boy. All right. 4 kills for 1. Ended up pretty good. We are going to be on chill mode because we used all the ults. But that's only after they respawn. So for a little longer, we are aggro mode. Do the most aggressive thing possible. We will then enter chill mode, and then we will go from there. So let's be on the minimap until that moment again. We have about 2 minutes for Ravage to come back up. Looking at the map, what's the most aggressive thing I can do? Pushing mid if I have a creep wave, and it looks like there is one in the mid lane with a catapult. By the time we get there, they might respawn though, so I don't actually expect us to take this tower. Just pushing up would be good. Supports. Supports, this is a great time to ward. Notice there are no deep wards on the enemy's half of the map. In fact, there's like an abundance down here. So one of them should have been holding some of these observers so that when you do win this kind of fight, now is the perfect time to place 1 or 2 on the enemy's half of the map, which was previously too scary to do versus Ricky, versus Monkey King, versus Legion. They're all dead now. There's an ogre here. So I know this whole area is safe. This whole area is safe. This is the time to finally do it. And then we fall back. So after walking in here and farm and warding, they're respawning. We retreat this way. We steal their farm. It's 2057. So anything you farm now will not respawn. They will respawn. They'll come here. There's no gold. And you're farming here. And you all heal. You come back. At that point, we have like another minute to wait. But we stole, for 1 minute, we stole their half of their map, which is pretty good. You guys are all retreating. You TP here to push this. So like the idea is kind of there. This is not killing your tower. You have time to get here. Do you have at least 30 seconds? Yes, because the creep wave is fighting the creep wave, and creep waves take about 30 seconds to kill each other unless there's a huge number on one side, which in this case there is not. 30 seconds is enough time with phase boots and blink to walk through the jungle, farm a little bit, and make your way here. So you could save your teleport, steal their farm, and then accomplish the same thing that you are doing. So you're just missing, you're missing probably 500 gold, let's say. For you, you wouldn't farm everything here, but you would steal a couple camps. So you gain 200 to 300 gold, and they don't get that 200 to 300 gold. So it's like, I don't know, 500 gold is like a fake number, but you get the idea. Rather than you farming 200, they farm 200, that's 0, right? I farm 300, they farm nothing. That's like a real 300 gold gain. And then if you can farm everything in that safe lane jungle, it actually is like 500 gold. And then you would have saved your teleport too, which is also money for having to buy a new one. So your team wiped them. Where is everybody? Here, you're the most aggressive and you're in front of your offlane tower. Everyone else ran home to their own half of the map. So this is the mistake that I kind of highlighted in the movie. I guess one of the many things that got highlighted because it was 80 minutes. You only control yourself. But if nobody goes forward, especially the supports, they're looking at you, the big strong watermelon. They're like, oh, watermelon god, please lead us. And you're like, I'm going to go here. They're like, our god has abandoned us. We too will abandon the push. And they will go back. Like sometimes you have to just like lead the way. Like, oh guys, sick fight. Well done, everybody. Let's move into the jungle now. You know? So then they're like, oh yes, the watermelon has spoken. You know, we'll go with him. At least some of them will. The supports will go with you. You'll do a little bit of stealing. You're like, it is now time to retreat, everybody. And they're like, oh yes, sir. You know, now they back out. And you can get a little bit more done that way. Sometimes you say it and they don't listen. So like, you know, that is what it is. But at least you would have stolen a little bit and then gotten out before they respawn. And we could have built that gold lead. Here, you end up farming too long, and then they've already respawned, they're coming out, and now you're too dangerous. That's why we want to do the aggressive thing first and then fall backwards. We like teleported back and then pushed forward, so naturally, as they respawn and pushed forward, we collided. We wanted to come here and then be going this way. So now these guys are all done with their defensive stuff. Now they're like, oh, I have nothing else to do now, right? The camps haven't respawned yet. Now I gotta go look for something into the Monkey King, into the Ricky, into the Legion. That's why we gotta do this stuff, then come back. So this is, we won that team fight. Let's go back, actually. We won that team fight. They had a 1k gold lead. After the team fight, they somehow have a 2k gold lead. How did that happen? How did we kill 4 heroes and then lose 1,000 gold? Right? How did we not gain 2,000 gold? Because we didn't go to their half, steal, retreat, reset. We were joking about adding like the Subway Surfer or something. Where do I get? I guess I have to do it myself. I don't even know where to play, and then record like 8 hours would probably do it, right? Record 8 hours of gameplay and then stick it in there. Oh wait, I just pull from my own VODs. Let's just put. What do we replace? Where do I put my Elden Ring playthrough? We just take our own VODs and stick them here. Put the Melania fight like up here. What was her name? Was that the boss? Let's just replace who needs to see the Dota game, right? Let's just have the mini map on this screen. Let's put Elden Ring in this bottom right corner. Elden Ring on the second. Oh, you're right. You guys don't need this little mini map when we have the big mini map. The mini map on the like full size Dota that can be replaced with Elden Ring. Yeah. I like that. Also, I need a mini camera of myself right here. Actually, that would be really funny for my camera to still be like right there. Let's go back to this. That's probably the big lesson to take away. I got distracted for a moment. You guys just lost like 5,000 gold. What just happened? Okay, so you got picked off top, right? They're growing the gold lead a little bit. So we are still in chill mode for only a moment longer. 19 seconds now. Now it's time to group up. They're actually making the play first. Though it looks like they screwed up. We got a kill. We group up. But perhaps diving. You guys have been grouped up a lot. And it's not always been at the best time. So they have actually been farming. Let me look at the last hits. I can see it in the last hits, right? Your last hits have been pretty good, actually. But you see how they are all generally ahead of your teammates? This is due to the grouping effect. Like everyone grouping up and not properly splitting up and farming in the moments you're supposed to, which is after you group up, you win the fight, we scatter, farm, retreat. We haven't really been doing that, so that's why we're not really building a gold lead, and they are. And then we take this fight, which we had some of our abilities, it just like wasn't the best fight. Or clips of people cooking weird food with weird coloring. Is that a thing? I'll be honest, I don't even have TikTok. I think I downloaded it to secure the ZQuixotix username there, and I never used it again. I don't really browse short form content. I don't even know what the meta is. I just know Subway Surfer is a meme, and then my fiance does use TikTok, and sometimes she listens to the Reddit stories that are read out loud on TikTok, with the AI, and then I know Minecraft hopping is one of them. That's like the other meta. I would oh, maybe I should play Minecraft with the boys for 8 hours, record that, and then that's our own. We'll stick that like right here. 8 hours of Zach building in Minecraft with the boys. I don't know what other games people use. Is cooking with weird food coloring a thing? Is that like one of the Zoomer attention things? At this point, the game's pretty hard because we're the team fight team that is behind, so it's hard to team fight while losing. Damn, Legion is feeding. How does she keep jumping in and dying like this? Minecraft parkour clips are super meta. Can I just download a Minecraft parkour map? Can this be one of our variety streams? We just parkour for like an hour, and then I will cut that into, I'll loop that 1 hour into the thing. Is it as good if I'm screwing up the parkour and then like bumping into shit and dying? Is that still satisfying to watch for ADHD attention zoom? To close this one out, yeah, once you reach this point and your team is like pretty behind, it's really hard because you need to play the pickoff game and the enemy team is better at pickoffs. You were supposed to group up and fight, but now you're behind. So the part we do want to look at is earlier, balancing that. I have Ravage, let's group, let's do stuff, let's capitalize on the fights. Okay, now we back out, we don't force fights, we chill, we have everything. Okay, now we go again. You really need that cycle to play your lineup. And we saw too many instances of push without abilities, push before items, push, win, don't do anything with it. You know, just all back to our side. If that happens too much, you end up in the situation we saw. This match is a good example of auto losing, where you feel good with Tide because you have more gold than allies, but you lose because the Dire has more carries. I guess if you want to phrase it that way, I understand what you're saying, but the only reason it worked is because we didn't really punish them correctly. Like, this lineup they have is really good at just going together. Like, Slark farms. This is the idea of concentrated net worth versus divided net worth. This is the flaw with too many carries. There's only so much jungle to farm. So all the carries have too little gold than they're supposed to. And you kind of see it at 10 minutes, right? They're overlapping with each other. Slark lost his lane, so he's also down there. But the idea is that while you are grouping and all of them need to farm, you guys are strong because you don't need gold because you're not 3 carries. You get things done. Your carry finishes 3 items before their carries can finish 2 items between all of them, and you win off of that. But if we slip up on that and it doesn't happen and you reach the end and they all, like, the carries all get their farm, that is where it goes back to like, yeah, we lose now because they have better scaling heroes and they all got farm in the late game. Which is why so many pubs like go for greedy shit, specters and all that, because like the common mistakes, like this is Legend, right? And we still saw the team win a massive team fight and then fall back. The mistake is very prevalent through all the ranks of Dota, and that's why it works to pick so many scaling heroes, even if theoretically it is bad, and that's why you don't see the pros do it. I think it's fine to go for that. It all comes down to your mentality of Dota, right? If you're like a big believer in what we just said and you're like, yeah, that's why I pick all the scaling heroes and that's how I want to win. Fair, totally fine. But that's why I think someone like Tidehunter, Ember Spirits, those kind of playmaking heroes early, when you know what you're doing, and we saw rooms for Tidehunter to improve, you can play faster and everyone is farming and you're like, I'm in your face, I'm taking your towers, I'm doing shit. And they can't do anything about it because they picked a bunch of scaling heroes. Like when you put someone who knows a team of scalers versus a team of early pushers, the early pushers are supposed to win. And I know the team effort is tough, so it gets smaller and smaller of like 5 individual people doing different things, but one guy is an early pusher, 5 heroes all late game individually doing things. I prefer to be on the single guy trying to do stuff. That's my mentality, and that's the kind of hero and the play style I would go for. If you don't believe in that, totally fine. I think it's valid to go for the other camp It's what you believe in and what you know how to play to. If you try to do the early shit, but you don't know how to do the early shit, you only know how to do the late game stuff, then you're going to screw up the early stuff, and then you're going to be like, this doesn't work. But it's like, you don't know how it goes. You're not doing it right. Some things like naturally pull you in one way or the other. Like you're more inherent towards late game farming and scaling. And some people just understand how to like do early stuff better. How does this work? We share replays and we pick something to review. Yeah, and then if people donate, we do it guaranteed, which is what we just covered. And there's another one for us to do. But I did say we will do a chat one in between. So why don't we do that right now? If you guys submit your match IDs, let me know who you're playing, questions you got. We'll pick one from chat. And then after that, I'll go back to finish up the ones we have in the queue. Innovate the meta, put some Flappy Bird in the corner. Damn, where would I even find Flappy Bird now? Isn't it like pulled? Didn't the guy like kill it? I would have to buy one of those old phones that still has Flappy Bird, and there's no way in hell I'm ever spending my money on something like that. I ain't that kind of rich streamer to waste money on shit like that. The Dota 2 minigame could be funny. We could stick that in the corner for our ADHD Zoomer shit. Damn, maybe we do this for April Fools. I didn't have an April Fool's idea. Should we do this? Should we just like... I guess we're talking about it now, so I'm revealing it. But for you guys will be in the know, and then the people who didn't hear me say this won't know. On April Fools, I have to see what the day is. Should we stream, but the entire stream, I won't even acknowledge it, the whole April Fool stream. Some of the screen will be Dota. I don't know how much of the screen... Like some chunk of the screen, maybe this bottom right is Dota, and everything else is ADHD Zoomer shit. We got the Minecraft parkour, we got like something else, Flappy Bird, whatever. The Elden Ring VOD is in another corner. That's just the whole stream, and we just don't acknowledge it. I would kind of laugh at that. I don't know if I would really want to do that though. The idea is funny in my head, but I don't know if it's something I would actually commit to. Or maybe amongst all of those, we play a game, and you guys have to figure out which game I'm actually playing and which of the other 8 games are pre-recorded. I'll probably go up in viewers. Damn, I probably would. Let me see what you guys are sticking in for questions. For the Tide replay, key takeaway is maximizing farm and stealing gold post good team fight. Yeah, that's definitely one big takeaway for you individually, because I know that point is a little bit more team oriented. Excuse me. You might steal farm, but your team might still fall back, and there's only so much you can do about that. For you individually, try to recognize when you want to fight and when you don't want to fight. And I know stuff may have been gone on. You may have known not to fight, but then still felt pressured into it, whatever. I don't know the game comms. But there were moments in there where it's like, you don't have Ravage, you're too aggressive, or, oh, we do have Ravage, but now we're farming, right? Understanding your own, like, power spikes a little better to know, like, here's when I do stuff, here's when I don't do stuff. That's more in your control and can help you get a little bit more gold and avoid some of the bad team fights that happened. Oh, you mentioned that point later. Yes, that's the other point. I would say those two things are pretty good. All right, let me read through what everyone submitted. There's several in here with good questions. And, I mean, even after this, and then we do the... I saw someone else actually just donated for a guaranteed replay. Thank you. Even after that, we might still have time. So that's like 3 replays. We might still have time to get back to more of you guys. Hopefully we do. For now, I'm going to go with this one. Just by the spread of player base, we don't often cover some of the higher ranked games. This one was said to be about 6K. So we'll mix it in. Support. Oh, not legend. She said the whole reason we're doing it is because it's a mix in the high ranks. We actually did do previous April Fool's streams. We actually did play League of Legends a couple times. That was 2+ years ago. I think we did it 2 April Fools in a row. No, 1 year I made a video for it. Another year we actually streamed. Maybe now we do Teamfight Tactics instead. Maybe that's the mix-up. The idea I had on my calendar was to do a video about my cats on April Fools. Talking about cry and carry players. And it was just going to be a compilation of Jupiter screaming. But I never really got around to recording clips of it. I guess it wouldn't be that hard to like get enough clips at this point still. Jupiter's crying all the time. But... yeah, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know if we'll even get to it. I'm busy enough with a lot of other stuff. I don't know if I have time for like meme content this year. Maybe next year it'll be easier. Okay. This one, you didn't have too much to say. You were just like, I was Omniknight support. I was mega poor. Omni does not have very good farming mechanics. So you have to pick up like what gold you can. And if you're not getting it from fights, that's where you tend to drop in money. But we can see what you get up to. I would say in the laning stage, let's see. I don't want to skip over the laning stage for this because I do think that's where a lot of support money comes from to start at these high ranks, right? There's less wasted farm on the map, so you have to be a little bit more on point with like, oh, that's my CS, I get it. You know, we can't depend on like, Puck just gave up on the mid lane for 5 minutes. It's my lane now. It's not as much guaranteed gold that way. Yeah, I will genuinely think about the Minecraft footage. That could be funny. I did go through a period. The end of last year, I was playing some Minecraft with the boys. We were doing it for funsies. We kind of stopped now, but I'm sure we could like pull it back up. We could record it all. It could be our zoomer attention grabber, like right here. Do I need to turn it into vertical format? Would I have to record and then like only do like something like this, but you only see part of the screen? I hate that about shorts, cutting all that stuff, but that's the gameplay. It's what I gotta do. Okay, so we were here, and then you ran all the way across. I would probably just teleport, because by the time you got here, and then you wanted to unblock the camp. Here's the creeps meeting. Here's us doing our first Hammer of Purity on Dawnbreaker, hitting this creep alternatively, right? Helping TA to keep this creep wave out of the lane. We've lost equilibrium, and I'm still like over here. As soon as this is under the tower, we're now gonna have to, we're gonna be playing up here versus Dawnbreaker, Undying. It's not a good time. Omniknight wants to run people down, which is like, I can't run them down here, you know, it's gotta be here. So I would really recommend teleporting. I know I say it all the time, but I really do believe it. You know, by the time we get here, right? 3 of their creeps are dead. The range creep got denied. A lot has gone on. And then now you feel like, okay, I gotta get in here and hammer Purity. But now we're running in and like the 2 chunky melee heroes are ready to fight. At least our creeps are also ready to help out, but kind of run on here on our own while TA is looking for this last creep, and we can kind of see it. It backfires. And then honestly, Undying should just body block this camp that we spent so much time for. We even missed this in the end. Or I guess he did it at the last second. I thought you ran through this way. Did you do it down here? I guess you did. Oh, I think you did go this way, didn't you? Yeah, this first minute has been a little bit of a disaster for us. Omniknight is supposed to be doing this to them. Now, I know it is an Undying off lane, or like Undying 4 support, which is not as common, but it will be hard to bully as Omniknight. I do think your life is a bit tough here as Omniknight. But I think the way you want to approach it is when Hammer of Purity is up, you're just whacking him a little bit. And otherwise, you're mostly in the lane just to like act as a body for TA. You hit the creeps to control it. You buy sentries to keep these camps open and block this camp so that every time the lane pushes, you just fix it. Because you can't run these 2 down the way you could other off lanes and supports. They are stronger, or at least like even footing with you. So we're mostly playing for equilibrium. And like here, I see creeps that can be hit. Yeah, we're having to do the body blocking. But this is where like, if we buy sentries, just like stick it, stay in the lane. Okay, do a half pull. Missed the window for it if we were gonna do it. So we're back in the lane still. Could be okay. But if you're not in the lane, then we don't want to do this stuff. I guess it kind of baited them. It was pretty close to killing you. But like here, you don't need to do anything. You're already low. So we really are in chill mode trying to get healthier. This lane is pushing in towards you. This is the advantage. Pros and cons of like safe lane positioning. But this is 5 on 2 creeps, which will be dealt with, and then it'll be 4, probably 4 creeps at that point. Like 1 will die. 4 creeps versus 4 creeps again. Because they are meeting first with where we're at, this lane is pushing into you, even though your total number of creeps is actually higher, like 6 to 5 creeps. It is 5 to 2 creeps first. So, especially with you guys hitting it, it'll be fixed. So like there's nothing for you to do right now. The status quo is good. We're in front of the tower. TA is farming. You don't need to do anything, but you feel pressure too, so you're actually running in now. And then because of that, we're now continuing to stay really low. Even though we live, and actually we bait Tombstone, like it actually ends up pretty decent, but it was pretty close to dying as well. And TA missed a bunch of last hits in that because she like kind of walked over to help. So we could have just like chilled, stacked the small camp. Gonna try to fight this, but I'm not sure I believe in us on this. Seems very tough. Okay, I was wrong. We're doing it. Ah! We're so doing it. Did lose a lot of creeps for that, but it ended up working out pretty well. We'll take it. Is there any regen, or are we walking home? Are we playing the lane with like no health? I think you should just buy a salve. Certain heroes have to be like bodies. Omniknight is one of them. Your health mechanics are pretty good, and I see you pushing the limits more than I understood, right? Like there were moments I was scared, and you were like, I think I can do this. You knew it because you play Omniknight, so that worked out. I do still think there's a little bit too much time low health though, and just buying a salve would allow you to stay in the lane. And I think this is one such a moment. Like we're now gonna walk home. We're gonna miss the chance to just like stack, do pulls, half pulls. We're missing the chance to rotate to water runes because we're feeling like we gotta go home because we're skipping the salve in these big fights, which Dawnbreaker is a great hero to buy salves versus because she is she's like an all or nothing hero. If you're full health, she can't really do much. Sometimes I feel like I buy too many tangos in the lane and I waste gold in the long run. I would explore a salve instead of this. Try an earlier salve. I know it's funny with some of this stuff, but Hammer of Purity is free. purification costs mana, and there's only like so much mana you can buy to like keep using purification. And I do think it would depend on the lane matchup, of course, but I do think these kind of melee heroes who have to like fight, like you'll see Undyings build salves, even though he like steals strength. And it's because the idea is like you're trading really hard and then you heal up. I feel like that's Omniknight as well. Like you need to take really good trades around your stuff and then you back out again. And you have to be ready to do that. And I feel like the salve helps more with that than tangos. I think that is especially abused. You're like at the level where this will be abused. You're an Immortal. So when someone is not in the lane for an extra 20 seconds because they're going through 3 tangos instead of 1 salve, like you will lose the creep wave to this double melee lane, right? Like they'll actually deny TA. Lower ranks won't do it. You know, they won't capitalize on that window, but you can. How many is in this wave? You could maybe push a little there. Looks like you guys are trying. Don't deny it. We need that. All right, this is too far. We're not diving. I know I kind of said like we'd push and all that. I'm really just watching this be hit with TA hitting it. You're like behind TA right now. TA is not going to help you back here. This is too far. This is too far. This is the point of interest. The catapult and TA. And then we're like over here. And we're actually seeing it right now. You're like way out of position to help her if they were to commit here. Or if they knew you went up, you could be the one out of position and then they fight you. Here we just want to do a pull. Some of that is TA playing too far forward. That's kind of on her. That position, you just want to do a pull. And TA should have been better about that. He does have curveball. That was the straightest orb ever, though. All right, laning's done. Let's get some wards up in here and leave TA alone. Stick this somewhere. All right, I'm up for that. That's fine. 8-minute rune. Let's head over there. Oh, you did see it actually. That one feels like a reaction TP. I think you saw it, you TP, and you're like, oh wait, this is bad. I think if you see that a little sooner, we won't. I would also make a similar thing, though. I'm not really flaming it. Gold. I think we missed out on stacks in this lane. Pulling more specifically. Actual CS is pretty good once it happens. I think in the lane, we went over aggressive when we didn't need to. We fell on the back foot, and that prevented us from ever doing too much. You did take a really good Lotus fight, but the mistakes of like, it all compounded from being late to lane into one bad trade. We never like reset, which is what the salve is for. It lets you reset to fix it. And because you were always on the back foot, we never felt we had space to lane and like pull. But actually, it's TA versus 2 melee. So like, all we needed was a static lane, very little like hero interaction into like pulling, and TA at this level should manage it. And then you would end up with more farm that way for the lane going better and then for pulling. Yes, if we're not joining the bottom fight, we should definitely just shove mid in. You have your ult though. You should at least look. I don't know if you should join or not, but we won't know if we don't look. Just on the minimap, I can't tell like what's actually happening. I don't know if there are team comms discussing it, but some of this you can just AFK. Like if you miss a last hit, but it helps you decide if you should take a, like if you should be responding to the fight, it's worth it. It's like a loss of like 30 gold for let's say we get an extra kill for it, 300. So you just like A-click and then you look over and then you snap back and you resolve it. Took a pause for about 4 months, just came back. Gotcha. So we might be a little rusty on some of these then. That's no problem. That's what getting back into the game will, like over time, it'll become more natural again. Ah, leave me alone, Slark, no! Debating how much further we should go into this. Your net worth is actually not bad at this point because we got the mid lane farm. It looks like top went poorly though. I don't love that observer. They are all playing here. Maybe it'll pay off. This game felt like the team was very clueless. Axe bought Blink very late, and they were just stacking and killing us very easily. All right, in that case, we're gonna have to see what we can do to avoid them. Get our Minecraft parkour. Should I replace Roche? This is useful information, but it could be Minecraft parkour happening right here. We'll have to think on that. I'm not supposed to distract you guys with that extra stuff. You guys are supposed to be looking at the mini-map. That's the whole point of the... That's the whole point of the scene. Alright, let's come back in time. Depending how bad you think the game is going, I see like they're all here. There's a lot of heroes down here. So if we think we can fight, we're gonna fight. Let me see. So Axe didn't do the blink. He can't blink. Do we have Coil? So maybe with Coil we could do it, but I'm noticing you guys are missing a lot of items, right? Don't have the Witchblade, don't have the blink. Deso is done. Spirit Vessel's done. But supports besides that don't really have anything. This might be one we just have to give up because they are clearly doing well. They're building some auras. I'm like looking, their items are all pretty good. They're just stronger right now, not only for like the net worth lead, but the items actually being done. And unfortunately, that means we may just have to lose this tier 2 and then play other parts of the map. So for example, right now, pushing mid while they're all bottom. It goes back to the gold movie we talked about, right? Look how many heroes are here. So we will out farm them on the map to catch up, even though we lose the tier 2 tower. And if we try to fight the tier 1 or fight the tier 2, clearly, it's not working out. In this game. Alas. So I see you running back bottom when you respawn, but like there's nothing to do here because we're losing. So you have to run somewhere else. You actually need to run top when you respawn. You need to run mid. We need to go prepare those areas. 2 ways. 1, we need to push them out. While they're bottom killing us and farming us, we need to push out top so that when they respawn, they can't just go straight to a tower mid and take it. They have to like go back here, push in, go here, push in. 2, we need to set up wards because now they're done bottom. Now they're gonna come play top. They're gonna check this cliff. We're gonna lose it, right? Now I need weird observer somewhere in here. In the lane, in a weird spot, like back behind this tree line, things like that. I know there is a Slark, so that is annoying this game. But otherwise, we just need these weird observers to see where they are, what they're doing to help play around that area. And I need to do it now. For example, I'd love to have something here, but as they're sieging the tower, clearly I cannot. And so I don't have much information to work with down here, though we did have enough to maybe consider avoiding it. Now it's just the same. It's like, I need to know when they're top so I can push bottom. And when I'm pushing bottom, I need weird observers here to see what they're up to. At some point, I'm going to need some kind of deep ward, except all their tier 1s are up. So just something in front of the tower might be good enough. We really need a safe lane tower down so that we can cut waves. It's really hard to cut waves if that tower isn't killed. So that's kind of like priority number 1, to just keep shoving in this lane to try to get this. Which is why when they were taking our tier 2, if we choose to just avoid them and push this is actually a better trade for you in my opinion. For the state of the game, getting their tier 1 will give us more options than them taking our tier 2. And with these options, we can delay the game better because we're like running through this tree line, cutting waves, doing whatever. Now they're going to come up here and we're not going to have that opportunity. Now we're going to have to go take this tower, which is like, okay, we'll get something, but there's not really much more to the map back here compared to this one at least. Back to our... I got to move where I put my stream deck. I always have to lean over because we're leaning back. Maybe over here would be good. I mean, you guys can't see me. I'm like looking at my own desk. Then I can still be like way back here, still pressing buttons. Sometimes I suffer from savior buddy syndrome when I try to split like that. I feel bad for not being present along my teammates. Okay, I'm gonna let you know, because this is a 6K game, right? It is very important to fight savior buddy syndrome at this rank. Because for the other ranks, I'm just going to let this play out while we talk about this. Because at this point, the game's pretty cooked, I'll be honest. We'll move on into the other ones in a moment. We have a couple in the queue, so we'll move to those. Savior Buddy Syndrome sometimes works in a lot of other games. Like a lot of other ranks. Because they screw up, you know? This push down here that we saw, they whiff black hole. One guy goes, another guy's already TPing home, right? They screwed up. You are at the rank where they will not screw it up nearly as much. And when you try to save your buddy, it will more likely feed rather than get something. It is very important now to cut your losses quickly. To say like, this guy's dead, commit to the pull. Set it up for when he respawns. This tower is dead and the guy defending it's stupid. I gotta cut him off and like, come here. No offense, guy down here, but like, what were you thinking defending versus 4 people in a 5K gold lead with a team fight lineup? Like, we were never gonna take it, you know? I gotta cut my losses, I gotta push it somewhere else. And this is the rank where it really matters to do that stuff quite quickly. And when you don't, like, they're gonna go through the steps. They're gonna take the tower, they're gonna go get Tormentor, they're gonna do Roshan, they're gonna push your other objectives. There's obviously mistakes, like this is not perfect gameplay even at Immortal, but we can't depend on like those other, like all the other ranks. Someone is gonna whiff, like Ice Path misses, Black Hole gets canceled. Like there are those mistakes. They're just way less common here.
This is a good opportunity to learn.
Love the content, YouTube lurker. Thank you. Thanks for stepping out of lurking just for the nice words. I appreciate it. I appreciate the lurkers. Even those who don't want to say anything, it's all good. I am the same. It's really, my career as a content creator is really ironic because I don't like using social media very much, which I feel is very big for content creation type personalities. And I rarely engage with stuff. Like Zach as a viewer watching stuff rarely leaves comments, rarely reacts stuff. I am not a good audience member. And then as a content creator, I'm now more appreciative of it. It's like, wow, I really should do that stuff. Like, it's so helpful. Then I don't. I sometimes do. I do more than I used to. But I am very much just a lurker viewer outside of doing this. Another way to think about the save your buddy thing is like, I might save my buddy in this instance, but we will then lose the game together. So we have to, we gotta find these moments to recover the gold lead in other ways. And that usually involves giving up the buddy. Sorry, buddy. You mean a lot to me, but so does 25 MMR, you know? Sometimes guys gotta do what a guy's gotta do. Who are we here for? Mirana. No problem, Saprian. Happy to help out. Watched the gold video and appreciated it. Thank you. It was a good amount of work, but mostly, I think in the end it was better for it. If I had done my very first take and then just left it, it would have been like a solid video. I would have hated it still, but like it would have been a solid video. But then like I would finish it and I would like stop for the day, you know. It was always in the shower, because like in the shower is when I'm thinking about what I've done. And then like I'm thinking about it, I'm like, I hate it. You know, I'm like coming up with questions that aren't answered in the video. So then the next day it would just be like repeat the cycle. I would delete like everything I did. I don't delete it. I just like save it in a separate spot. But like I would redo it. I would add in new information, redo it, and then like stick it in and then be like, okay, like I've answered the question. Stop for the day, whatever, at the end, you know, shower. And I'm like, damn, but what if they ask this? That's a good question. That's not in the video. And then I would add it in. So that's what made it take a lot of work. And I think because of that, we addressed a lot of major questions, even if it still missed some. And at some point, I just have to cut it. Like, there's more and more we could always add, but it'll just never stop. Perfectionism, pretty much. I regularly have to tell myself, it's like, don't let the, what's the saying? Don't let perfect be the enemy of good. I regularly have to tell that to myself for the content, because I'm like, there's always more I want to do, but I don't have the ability to do in a time efficient manner. I'm like, just put it out, stop spending time on it, you could do something else. Like, but no, I could do a little more. I can do a bit more. And then it gets a little better for like a lot more work. But honestly, I am actually becoming more okay with it, because I realize like that's the kind of content I want to make, what I want to make, and I want to be happy with it. And I don't want to worry about like, this is especially for making super short videos. I don't want to worry about like YouTube algorithm stuff and all that stuff. I mentioned earlier, like I'm like a fake content creator, you know, it's like, this is my job, but I'm really bad at it. I'm bad at like min-maxing stuff. But like, I hate it. I hate every time I have to do that stuff. And I have to do it to a degree, because like I said, it's the job. And sometimes you just got to do stuff you don't like. But I don't know. I will definitely burn out that way, right? So I feel like making these longer videos, if the video is like not the ideal 10-minute ADHD runner, zoomer content in the side, you know, like, I don't know. That's what I want to make. And hopefully that finds the right audience, which I guess is you guys. Thank you for watching. And when you like it, that's like, we've connected. I've made the video I want. You guys found the video you want. And I think that's what I just have to do. I think that's like where it's at. And hopefully there's enough people that it is sustainable. And if not, then we'll have to stick in like a Minecraft runner over here to grab a couple more zoomers to fill out the ad revenue. But I think that's where I gotta be at. Sim, happy to hear that. Welcome to Dota. Ags on Largo support is pretty hard to build. It's pretty expensive. I didn't really build it. I built it like 3 times in all the times we were doing Largo support. And they finished like at the end of the game. I just started doing it because I was like, I think we're winning, let's try it. And then I never get to it. I won a lot of games without it. I wouldn't sweat it. It is nice as a mid to late game item if you don't need anything else, but I think you can just build typical support stuff and it's fine. No ADHD stuff. It's the killer of our minds. But okay, look, we gotta wean people off, okay? The attention span has shrunk due to shorts and all the like subway runner in Minecraft. So we can't just immediately hard cut to long drawn out long form, right? long form video, but Minecraft running over here. You know, we gotta meet in the middle. 40 minutes of the Minecraft parkour stage being built on the side, and then only a little bit of it being ran. We gotta find somewhere. Okay, this one is Mirana mid. The rank is Guardian, and you said you had recently actually gotten coached. I don't know. I recently got coached. I don't know by me or someone else. But anyways, I lose this lane and then attempt to recover. Can we please check the recovery farm pattern? Sounds good to me. So why don't we like skip over a couple minutes? Let me pull up the, let's see, Networth. Yeah, he's starting to pull a lead, and I guess it keeps going. We won't worry about the lane itself since that's not what you were asking to focus on. Maybe around here, we got to start thinking about... Honestly, the net worth is not that bad. You're like 200 gold behind Zeus, so it's actually not too bad at this point, but maybe you still want to like do some farming. First, keep in mind the power runes. This isn't that gold video. The power rune is a lot of money. It is going to refill your bottle. The power rune might help you get a kill, rotate, maybe just jungle more, right? That is part of the recovery. You could still make it. I think if you... Maybe you're here for the courier, okay, and we could still like run over. We're on the way. Yeah, but we don't quite make it. I'm not sure. I guess you stacked. Is that what that was? I wasn't looking at you. We stacked one camp. If you're going to dedicate your time here, try to stack both because it's just more money, right? It's twice as much. But this stack, this is a hard camp stack. So it added about 80 extra gold for you when you eventually farm it. The regen from the bottle, if you haven't seen it yet because it's an 80-minute movie, I understand. But one of the lessons in that movie is that this bottle refill for you is 260-ish gold. I don't even remember my own video. I think it was like 264 or something. Plus then whatever the actual power rune is. So between stacking this camp, which isn't real money until we farm it, versus getting the bottle refill, which it didn't spawn here. So, you know, it ends up being top. Sometimes that's just how it goes. But by being here for the chance of it, you could have gotten 264 gold in terms of regen, which you can then use the regen to farm camps and all that. Like launch more arrows, get a kill, stay in the lane without being bullied out because we have more health, so we get the lane creeps. The bottle should be, especially power runes, I'll say. Power runes should be priority. Unless you are so close to dying, it's like griefing to try. But you had plenty of health to go for. Like you weren't gonna kill Zeus if he went for it, but you were gonna like not be killed by Zeus. Maybe you said it in the game, we don't see game comms, but you should ping like, hey, Zeus is missing. And since he's rotating, we're putting in some tower pressure. I am open to that. I would buy a clarity. I see you missing mana, partly that bottle. But even with a bottle, sometimes we use up our mana, and you will farm faster the more spells you can use, and they'll pay for themselves. So get a clarity, and you can either arrow creeps, for example, enemy creep wave camps can be great to steal, or you can just use the Star Storm to like push the wave faster, jungle camps faster, whatever it is. If you attack low ground to high ground, by the way, you'll reveal you have an observer. It's probably assumed you have an observer in the mid lane anyways, but like for sure, there's some kind of vision here, which in this case, you had it over there, which is a lit sneaky versus Zeus. I don't know if he'll be checking back here. I do like that. That was yours, right? Yeah. You're gonna push the tower some more. I actually like that you're pushing the tower, but I will mention here, this is not good for your gold gain because you're not actually getting any money. And because you had a rough lane, like you don't have your boots, you don't have a lot of items here. So this tower push is actually quite slow, especially because there's no catapult wave here. If you want to push this a little faster, you do want to commit the Starstorm. Because see here, you came with 3 creeps by the time you got here. If you really want to push a tower, you can even tank the enemy wave for a little bit and then use Starstorm. Also showed up in the gold video, though I cut this bit down a lot. And I might make a separate video on it later. Maybe I should remind myself of that because I actually don't know if I'll remember to do this. I don't know if it even needs to really be a separate video, so I'm not sure if we ever will get around to this. But 2 creeps to a tower will do like, let's see if I remember all the numbers again. 2 creeps to the tower will do like 80 damage. 4, and like only all the other creeps are dead. They're just focusing the tower, no distractions. 2 creeps will do about 80 damage. 4 creeps will do 300 damage. And then 8 creeps, which is rare to get 8 creeps, but like I did it anyways for the sake of the comparison. 8 creeps will do like 1,300 damage, something like that I said, because it's exponential the amount of time the creeps can attack the tower when other creeps are tanking for them. So if you do want to punish Zeus for moving, you want to kill this creep wave as quickly as possible so that your creep wave is as healthy as possible so they will do the most damage possible. And the longer you let your creep wave get damaged, 1, Zeus might make it back and then defend, but 2, you will just do less tower damage. So this can be a case where you use Starstorm. Technically, it's not extra gold, right? Because we could have just lasted all this, not extra gold. But it is saving us time to do more tower damage if that's what we want to do. And maybe we get a tower here, which is gold and strategic value. Or with the time saved, I go jungle and I get access to new gold that way. Either way you want to go about it, like however precisely you go about it is like whatever. But, oh, you did use Starstorm in the end, actually. I guess I just forgot. But anyways, I like that you're taking the tower because Zeus is gone, but if you are thinking about, I just want gold, Zach, actually, at this point, I'm just trying to min-max my gold, pushing the tower is actually not how you do it. You just shove in the wave like this, and then you go jungle. So, like, right now, you come jungle this camp as you wait for the 8-minute rune spawn. And then we're not having enough mana. Like, if we do that, we will have no mana. So that's where the clarity comes in. And instead of this camp, you could also do this camp. And you could like arrow their hard camp, farm this, so we're stealing it. When he comes over here, you've already taken that gold, and you still have a full camp to farm here because you're not arrowing the camp. Of course, these camps will then be harder to farm because you're not arrowing it to speed it up, so it depends what you want to prioritize. But that's another way you could go about it. See, when you're sticking around like this, no gold. If you arrow him, are you really going to kill him? He's full health, we have no mana. So this arrow could have gotten you could have stolen a hard creep, which depends which one you hit, how much money that is. But thinking about the recovery farm, if, I don't know when you felt you lost the lane, but I'm just gonna start from here and talk about it as if it's our mindset, right? This arrow, and let's say we even commit, you know, we arrow him, we leap, we Starstorm because we had the mana. If we don't get the kill, it's not really amounting to much. There's more strategic value to getting the enemy mid-low, so it's not worthless. But again, if our focus is gold, I'm just thinking about how I recover, I'm trying to get as much money for my usage as possible, then this kind of stuff has low payout. This is more guaranteed. It will also, again, reveal give some observer info. Yeah, there's our clarity, but it's a little late. When you get to about, actually, okay, so calculate how much mana you need to use all your abilities in a team fight. When you start reaching that amount, let's say it's 300, you get to around 300 mana, that's when you already want to start thinking about a clarity. Because I don't want to have too little. Like, I don't want to get to this point, and now it's like, this is the perfect, there's 5 kills if you can just leap in and Starstorm, and you're like, don't have it, need 30 seconds with this clarity, right? Then we miss out on the opportunity. So you got to see it coming ahead of time and try to stay, it doesn't have to be perfect, but around that amount. You did get this rune, so you just secured yourself 300 gold, just about. We were a little late to it. So if you are a bottle builder, power runes, pretty much #1 priority at 6, 8, 10 minutes. It will also help with your money because the regen you get, the illusions will now help you farm, amplified damage, arcane, whatever it is. All of it will help you get more money. If you clarity, I have to leave the lane. There are creeps in the lane. I want to deal with these creeps first. So farm this, then back out, then clarity. If you don't deal with the lane first, this can be okay, but it will require more walking from you. I would like to deal with this lane, walk away, jungle, the next creep wave will get here at 850. So if I deal with this quickly enough, I can come jungle and then maybe come back. Maybe do this. Now, I'm going to have to jungle, walk back to catch this wave once Zeus pushes it in. And then what? If I want to jungle again, I got to walk back this way, past this camp here, and then I got to walk past it again to come here. I'm adding a lot of like movement through empty area. But maybe after I do this and come back, I'm like, oh, well, now I got to wait for the 850 wave. And then I wait around because I got nothing else to do, right? It puts me in a weird spot. If I deal with this, I know I have till 850. I can farm this, come back. And it'll be less back and forth movement for you. Or cases I'll be late and then I'll miss some creeps, right? So there's another creep wave coming up. So we can come deal with it. Yeah. So deal with this wave. This is where it's okay to use Starstorm if you want. Attack, Starstorm. You led with Starstorm. I will be very impressed if you land all 4 last hits. But I can almost guarantee, because you open with Starstorm, you're probably going to miss at least 2, if I had to guess. For the rank. No offense, but it's what's likely to happen. So, switch the order. Auto attack, then Starstorm. You see, this one is 1 hit away from dying. This will happen to most abilities do not perfectly kill the range creep from full health. Some do, but some don't. And for the heroes you play, you very much want to know, does my ability one-shot a range creep or not? You are learning, no, it does not. So 1 auto attack on this range creep. Zeus now will deny this range creep. But if you do 1 auto attack to the range creep, Zeus can't hit it, right? It's not below 50. So he has no chance to deny. You'll hit it with a 300 nuke after that. He can't contest that, right? He never even gets to launch an auto attack. So 1 auto attack on the range creep. They will focus 1 creep, sometimes 2. See which one they're focusing. Don't attack that one. Attack the creep that is not being focused. You will pretty much match what these creeps are doing. So 1 attack on the range creep. They focus this middle creep, let's say. You attack this other creep. You will match the rate they are going. When all 3 creeps enter Starstorm range, I will Starstorm. I will kill 3 creeps at once, and then I only have to focus on the last creep. In this case, we have a flag bearer wave. If you want to focus the flag bearer and then use a spell, you can try to do that. Flag bearers have extra magic resistance though, so it can be often kind of tricky. The other creeps also get a little bit more magic resistance from the flag bearer aura, but you can see like the flag bearer has the most, 42%. So using a spell to secure it can still be good, but you can be thrown off by it. So whether you want to focus it and then do the spell and then last hit the last one, or last hit the other one and then focus on this one, a little bit up to you and what's going on. I looked at chat. What did we just do? How many did we miss? So we missed the range. We did get the banner. 3 out of 4, actually. You did pretty good. Better than I expected. If we are thinking about recovery farm, again, I have to kill Zeus to get any money. Going for kills is always the riskier option with higher payout, but playing Dota and improving is learning how to quickly calculate, is this really worth the risk? And me, with only some mana and not even having my high damage spell available, Zeus having a leap away, having a good amount of farm, and if I think I'm behind, it's because that means he's stronger than me. So I'm trying to fight a stronger hero who has good burst damage without all my stuff. And your ult is not good at going for kills, for the record. Technically, there's like a little bit of a damage boost, but it's not that much compared to like Thunder God's Wrath. So you really want to be confident in going for a kill. And if not, the same amount of mana could be blown on a camp for 100 gold guaranteed, or a very risky no gold, a lot of gold, losing gold, giving them gold because I die, right? So how likely is it that I get the favorable outcome, or just take the guaranteed money here? And if you're in recovery mode, this is usually the right option. So when I see you going for this, right, we land the combo, and then we're like, okay, it didn't really work out. You might, I think you'll actually die here. Okay, we lived, fairy fire and all that. But now, do I have the health and mana to farm? Not really. So, no gold. Now no gold. And I now have to walk home to have enough mana and health to do anything. So now I've lost gold in that time as well. And that also means I will not be here for the 10-minute rune. So the correct play there was after shoving the wave, just back out, go jungle, and then get ready for the 10-minute rune and hope you get it. And if you didn't get it, then maybe we would have to do whatever. Before you leave here, arrow one of those creeps, by the way. Just a little bit more efficiency on the arrow cooldown. You gotta come deal with this. Arrow the catapult. The catapult will take up the most of your time here. And it is the biggest threat to your tower. You can actually do a very good push here. This is a very high level concept here. Zeus wants to leave. He shoved this lane. He wants to go jungle. He wants to rotate. If you kill the catapult, kill this creep wave relatively quickly, but leave one to keep this catapult alive in this position for a bit. What's going to happen is you will build up a larger creep wave with the catapult, which means if he rotates, you will kill his tower. He will try to kill your catapult quickly then. He cannot kill the catapult quickly. He's Zeus. He can kill the creep wave quickly, can't kill the catapult quickly. So he has to blow mana to kill the creep wave, which means you are not subject to that damage as long as you're not in the creep wave. It also means he now cannot rotate because he had to blow mana on the creep wave instead of enemy heroes. So you went for the arrow on Zeus, but you should have arrowed this catapult. And as part of recovering in farm, instead of arrowing heroes, arrow creeps. Every arrow, essentially, let's do a little math. What is level 1 arrow? Where's my calculator at? I even have a calculator somewhere on my desk, but I still pulled out my phone. Also, Zoomer, stuck to this phone here. Cooldown is what? 19 seconds. And let's go find what's a hard creep worth right now? Is that a good example? Well, let's take a couple. Let's say like 30-ish gold there. Centaur is like, yeah, 50 to 60. Acorns are like 50. Let's use 40, because sometimes you arrow a big creep, sometimes you get a little one, sometimes you get a medium camp. Let's use 40 gold. So you arrow 3 times a minute at 19 seconds. We'll just do a nice easy 20 to keep it easy. 3 arrows a minute, 40 gold. You get 120 gold every minute, and it will cost you 270 mana. That is kind of a lot of mana. You will not actually be arrowing off cooldown every time, but that's just the idea, is that like every time I can risk an arrow at a hero, or I can get myself 40-ish gold, let's say, right? And if I keep making that choice with however many arrows I get, like we're 10 minutes, 11 minutes in the game, maybe I'm not arrowing every off cooldown, but like how many have I launched at this time into camps? That's how much gold I would have gotten. 10 times I've done it, I have 400 extra gold. Instead of here, I am 4K. I'm actually still behind Zeus in this case, but like I'm 4K net worth instead of 36. For the amount of arrows I've seen you throw at the heroes, I think at least 3 to 4. So let's say 200 gold could be yours, especially if you were actually hitting hard creeps, which are worth the most. Mirana's kill combo really comes online at level 4 Starstorm, or if the enemy is low. I think I've seen you go for mostly full health heroes. You want to whittle them down with farming Starstorms, like you're killing the creep wave, and the Starstorm also hits the Zeus. And otherwise you attack him, get him low, then you can burst kill him. That's when you like try to use the arrows on him. Like this arrow, you'll never kill him. And I can say this because I've seen a lot of Mirana. I'll look really dumb if you do kill him. But like, again, this is an arrow. This is a leap in. I don't have Starstorm. You used it earlier, right? So this is another moment where you're trying to kill heroes, but you can't kill them. You will benefit more if you focus on farming. Wait, let me, I also want to step back. Mirana rarely kills the enemy mid-hero in theoretical good matchups, because the mid-hero will keep their distance. They will see the arrow coming. There's nothing to set up your arrow. It's really hard. In pub games, it will happen. but you have to whittle them first, then land a lucky arrow, then kill them. The better play that you will see high-level Miranas typically do, you play the lane, you keep the enemy low with some Starstorms. Then you rotate, because you have arrow and they have setup. The setup is in the side lanes. You also have Moonlight Shadow, which I mentioned earlier, does not help you kill Zeus very easily compared to like Thunder God's Wrath. Moonlight Arrow in the one-on-one death fight, or Sonic Wave, Zip, Remnant, Magnetize, Coil, right? All the other mid laner mids, their ults are way better in the one-on-one. What yours is really good at, boom, run over here, invis. They didn't know. Boom, this way. That's what your ult is good at. So you kind of shove the lane. You're not expecting solo kills. You're farming with the arrows on camps here, camps here. You can just launch it. You may not get the XP, but you'll get the gold, right? If you push up and you were like aiming at Zeus and he's over here, don't actually aim at him. Aim at his camp back here. You're doing that. You're hitting 6. Then you rotate and you kill the people in the side lanes, especially with the power runes. And then when you're back mid, shove lane, jungle, shove lane, whatever. Once you hit 7 and you have level 4 Starstorm, now the solo kill potential is a little bit more there. It usually starts with a good trade and then you chase them down, get a second Starstorm. But as you pick up items, you also become able to solo kill people. But it's not at this point, like where you're at right now with like the 4th attempt on a solo kill on Zeus. It's not here yet. It's later. Though you will be able to solo kill like the weaker heroes. Like look at this Disruptor. You could solo kill this guy, 500 health. This guy we're attempting with already doing some damage. 600 I got to get through. And then you're like, wait, I can't get through that. So you run away. And then you take more damage for it. I think he did more damage to you than you did to him. Funny part is my coach specifically told me not to gamble arrows and I'm still doing it here. Exactly. Exactly. Your coach is right. But I don't blame you. Don't feel bad about it. This is why you either do a lot of coaching or improving takes time, right? It's just because you get the advice doesn't mean you instantly work it in perfectly. In the same way, I bet if we check it on you in like another couple games, I'll still see you launch a couple arrows randomly. But I'm glad you're getting the feedback and you know like, okay, I really like, I'm gonna do it. And my advice for you, when there is advice you're trying to implement into your gameplay, go super overboard on it. Like a coach tells you like, hey, you gotta be a little bit more aggressive. You got it. I'm gonna go ape shit at everybody. I'm gonna go crazy hard, right? You push it to the extreme to build the habit and then you tone it back. Your coach and now me arrow more jungle camps. So you go into the game, you're like, I will not arrow the enemy mid laner once. I may think this is a good arrow. This might be a kill. No. Only jungle creeps, only lane creeps. Like I will use it to secure range creeps and banners, catapults, and otherwise every creep arrow will go into the jungle camp, you know, like way too far, and then you tone it back. And that's in my opinion, that's a good way to build habits. Because otherwise, if you half-ass habit building, it's really hard. It's really hard in a game of Dota where there's like 50 billion habits you got to work in at a time. And so going extremely hard on a single habit is better than trying to make a little progress on like 15 different habits at the same time. The overdo then tone down method also works with learning art. I hadn't thought about art specifically. I knew it's like something you could do to learn in general, but I hadn't really thought about, I'm not a very art-minded person. My sisters and my mom are very crafty. I mean, did you see my thumbnail the other day? That's my level of art. I hadn't thought about using it that way. I will only use crayons today. That's what I can think of for the equivalent. To start, so for your recovery farm pattern, and we'll probably move on soon, but I'll hit you with a couple things. One, you're actually not as far back as you thought. I think you maybe I misinterpreted it. It sounded like, oh, I got destroyed, I just got to catch up. You've been a little bit behind Zeus, but really not that much. So I don't actually think you have to fixate too much on recovery farm. If you are recovery farming, this area is pretty good. Bring the camps together, Starstorm both, arrow the biggest creeps or the magic resistant creeps to speed yourself up. that's all pretty good. I think you have that idea in mind. Another way to recover on Mirana or any mid laner is to rotate. And that's the downside of coming back here every time. Pretty far, right? Like, it's kind of part way towards bottom, but also like this compared to this, there's like I don't know, an extra like 10 seconds of travel time. Whatever's in my Dota video. What does she have? 330 move speed, right? So it's pretty similar to what I had in that one graphic at 325 move speed. It's just an extra 10 seconds. Whereas if you go this way, maybe a little less jungle efficiency, not the two camps, but you might have a chance to get a kill. So I recommend that. As you can default this way, right? So you push the lane, you click back here, and while you're walking, check bottom. Oh, I'll never kill that. Okay, we farmed this. It's like, oh, that looks, it's like, I think I could maybe do that. Okay, so we snap back to our hero. We're walking this way. Let's change paths. Let's go here, click here to start farming, and then check down again. Like, yeah, still looks doable, I'm not even going to finish this. I'm going to head over, right? I'm halfway there, and I reevaluate. And if I get a kill, that's worth both these camps, and it helps in other ways. So, like, I want to give myself those options as a mid hero who can do these kind of rotations. This is pure farming. I really cannot kill anything. I only need to farm, which is okay. You're usually losing harder than you are. This is like, I could do it. I could get some kills here. Yeah, maybe martial arts is one to have a line on how far you go on the extremes. All right, let me know if there's I'll keep letting it play out, but I think we've kind of hit the main topics. I'm gonna once again refill my water, and then where are we on? Okay, yeah, we have one more. We have one more to catch up on. Not really catch up. It's just like in the queue. I'll be right back. Wait. Forgot. I gotta run these ads. I gotta get them out of the way. Okay, now I'll be right back. I had a small lunch. It's snack time. I know you're on more in a queue. Would you prefer core or support replays? I don't think I care too much. What did we cover today? Let's see, Veno 5 for a new player. We did a team game thing. Brood mid, Tide 3, Omni 5, Mirana 2. Maybe support could be better. I've come to realize this will sound very... I don't even know how this will sound, actually. But as a support stream content creator, this is like a trend I've noticed. I feel like my channel, you guys have actually been very supportive, and I'm like very grateful for that. Because sometimes I will see people with more viewership. Again, not actually that much because I only have so much time. I feel like there are a lot of core content creators out there who will have bigger viewership, but there will be less support for them. And in my head, it was always like, I feel like support players, I don't know if there's like a trend where like support players, the kind of person who is support, is then also literally more likely to support with like subscribing, donations, whatever. And I've always been grateful to you guys for that. In my mind, I was like, is that the connection? Like support players like are more likely to literally support. But when we started doing these replay streams, and especially because we like offer the guaranteed replays for donations, I have noticed a lot of the guaranteed donations, like the people who will donate for the free coaching, the guaranteed coaching, are core players. So I don't know what trend to tie from that. And like core players are more willing to like put money into improving than support players. I don't know. It's just something I've kind of like noticed after some time looking at this. I hope we can download this. This is like right on the edge. Oh wait, no, this was February, so we should be good. I was thinking there's like a couple extra days after this. Did I miss the Meepo replay? No, that's about to come in. We'll see what we can do because I am not much of a Meepo player. We literally, what was it yesterday or Monday? It wasn't the same person, was it? We had another Meepo game get brought in that I think was also in Guardian. Was it you? I don't think it was. I think that person was learning Meepo. I don't remember them being Grandmaster. First review. Oh, I guess we just had another Guardian Meepo player the other day. What are the odds of that? Time to go buy a lottery ticket. I don't really buy lottery tickets, actually. Singapore is really big into like lottery tickets, or at least my family is. I don't know. I've always assumed it was Singapore. Maybe my family's got a gambling problem. But it's a lot more casual there. It's not like, I feel like in America, the lottery's like $50 billion. And then you get taxed for all of it. But Singapore has like a lot of smaller ones that I think is more common to like go for. But I never did. Like, I don't really do it. Let me finish chewing this and then we can go into the replay. What would my equivalent be of lottery tickets? I guess it'd be playing RuneScape again and going for some crazy drop. It's time to start opening clue chest rewards. Oh, yeah. I'd submit another replay, but I haven't lost since then. The coaching was so effective. Nice. I'm glad you're winning. All right. My lottery equivalent is hunting for nearly expired meats on sale at grocery. Oh, wait, that's so relatable. I love finding a good sale. You know what? I got the, this isn't even the best sale I found, but I just bought a bunch of chicken wings from an Asian store. They were on sale. So it was like 80 cents a pound. For like $6, I had like this huge stack of chicken wings. A better time, I don't even remember what the reason was. They just had it in a bag, which is sus, but like I did it, I'm fine. It was so cheap. I can't even remember what it was. I feel like I paid $2 for an entire bag of chicken wings. Value. You're right. That's my kind of lottery. That's my kind of lottery. Love finding sales. I have the apps for the local grocery stores like H-E-B here. Now we'll check when the... That's how I know I'm getting older, guys. Now it's like, oh boy, Wednesday. What's the new coupons? That's how I'm getting older. Who cares about when animes are coming out and like what games are being released? Tell me when the meat I like is on sale. What veggies? I can get raspberries for $1. Like I'm in. That's what I'm here for. With that thought in mind. Okay. Meepo, Grandmaster Guardian. Second in 2 days. Maybe next week we'll have a third one. Yeah, let's just see what we see. You didn't have I don't think you had something specific, just like, let's see if we see anything. Yeah, you obviously play more Meepo than me, so I trust you on like, at least for your rank, understanding what you can do more than maybe I do. But maybe I can help you with like map movements, like when you're like, oh, this is the wrong area to play, put more attention here, stuff like that. Let's just see. Let's see what we see. A grocery store that had a bunch of frozen bones that literally just said free. That's amazing. I've never seen that. Free samples, but I've never seen anything that was like, please take this off our hands. Truly, that's the lottery win right there. I think you went to harass Bloodseeker there, then secure your own range creep. I think you should prioritize that. We're kind of zooming through this part. I think the Meepo stuff gets more interesting once you do, yeah, here, when we got the other boy. I think there we could also trim down the creeps a little bit before doing the poof. Meepo is at least usually pretty good at beating out creeps for the CS because you got 2, but I think that general principle is always nice. Like, whack a creep, get him low, and then do the poofs. Which for Meepo, it's what? 80 per poof? Oh, but wait, doesn't it happen twice per Meepo? Because it happens where you start and where you land. So is it like, is it actually 160 per Meepo in the wave? It didn't look like it did that much. I'm gonna watch again. I'm gonna look for the next one. I think it was, because you killed that creep at half health. The melee creep. Yeah, and we killed this range creep full health too. Okay, okay. I like the water rune splits. Though I wonder if one of those runes... I've never... it's been a while since I took a deep dive at like looking at high-level Meepo plays. Would it not be better for your time to send a Meepo over to stack here? Because I don't think you actually care that much about water runes so much as expediting your own game. And the way this has split, I think these are pretty guaranteed free for you for one Meepo. I don't think you need 2 here to secure this. I feel like one Meepo going to go stack the hard camp is probably worth more to your time here than securing the water rune, especially because the Meepos are all pretty healthy. Maybe if they were lower, it's like worth more, but yeah, I think that could have been like 1 Meepo and then 1 stacking right now. I don't know if you send the main one, because maybe you have a Quelling Blade to help cut. Maybe that's better. Poof, poof. I think versus Bloodseeker, don't worry as much about harassing him, because he's pretty much like, he's like healing to full right now. I think Meepo's game plan is typically like this, right? Like shove wave, go jungle. And I think if you save some mana on someone like Bloodseeker, it won't matter as much. If you whack this creep a little bit, it'll... The mud golems, if you whack the big ones a little bit more so that like the first poof kills them as the second poof comes out, I feel like you'll save more time when the poofs hit the little golems rather than poofing 2 big golems. You poof the 4 little ones. I could be wrong on that. Maybe I'll try that later. Do a little testing. Here's one where I do think it is worth splitting for the Meepos to go get the power rune. That's where Bloodseeker's looking to recover. Get that power rune, make a play. That's actually exactly what just happened. Did he, what rune did he get? He didn't. He just ran here. I thought I got a power rune. You probably also thought he got a power rune. You're not sending a Meepo to check. This one, I think farming 1 and then stacking the other would have been technically more efficient. Though I suppose if you could have finished both camps, that would have been good, but I don't think you... I mean, clearly you couldn't in that last case. Who is blocking a camp with an observer? Not a ZQuixotix watcher, I'll tell you what. Someone go to the power rune. I think that's something to pay a little bit more attention to. I know Meepo is not the most important power rune grabber, but it's mostly just like, you will out-farm Bloodseeker and most mid laners. So what they are trying to do is make plays. That's what will stop you. So I think securing these power runes is less about speeding up your own game, but building the relative difference, which is Meepo's thing, right? Like, gold for gold, people can kill Meepo. They can beat him in the scaling. But it's the fact that you usually are way ahead of them that that you win. And I do think, I'm seeing you come here together and stack both, or like try to farm both, and we're kind of like missing out a little bit. And I know it'll be more micro, but I do think, especially, actually I don't know if it's better to do earlier or later. I think one Meepo farming while another stacks is pretty good, and then you farm both. I don't think you actually have to like pull them together, do the trick every time, and then back out. Like, I think just one waiting stack, do it. One waiting here while another's like stacking, and then you farm both later. I think that can be worth your time. We are trying. Nice. Now let's take this tower. Catapult wave here. Nuke this wave. We gotta get back mid. You can ignore this smoke if you want, because you're so close to defusal. Though, if you're coming mid together, that could work. Aw. Don't forget the illusions don't break smoke. I'm looking at your hero, but I think I gotta be looking at the mini-map more to help you figure out where to go. And watching what your Meepos are up to. I don't mind this split farming, but I think when you finish the defusal, you should be looking to use it. Because again, going back to the theory is that you hit this power spike before the enemies. So the main hero goes to look for stuff to do while these two are farming. And then boom, you bring them straight into a kill. And the kill is just set up off like defusal route. Everyone poofs in. But like if they're both in the jungle, you're kind of missing this window where defusal is really strong. And also, these guys have no one to work with. So you could be like, hey, my main Meepo is following you. Just go find someone. Because right now, we're just doing a whole bunch of jungling on our half. This goes back to the movie. You're farming, but like, notice like this guy's also pretty farmed. We're not stealing as much. There is some happening. We are starting to build a gold lead, but it's not as much as I see other Meepos build. And I think it's because the extra Meepos that we don't want to worry about losing, you usually send them into the jungle, just like let them AFK farm. And the main Meepo that you keep your eyes on is the one that like does the more aggressive stuff, follows people, plays on this half, looks for like kills in this area. I think we're missing that a little. Let's see when your Meepos start going to more aggressive spots. Let's look at this mini-map. So like this kind of thing. Like I think your main Meepo should be in front of the extras. Because this is the one that sets up. These are the ones that farm. You'd swap the location. I know it's like Meepo can poof around, so it's like not the end of the world, but the area that's more likely to get involved in action is where these two, the farming Meepos, are right now. Now you're sending them here, but like Axe wants to come here, which goes back to like, because we're not making use of our power. Like no one on our team is moving to their half of the map. And it's because you have a lot of the power, but like your Meepos are like here and then here. And now Axe, this is now, we've actually taken farm from Axe, right? The gold you took is actually his Blink Dagger. That's how close he is. In this particular instance, it's like literally the item that he would have had if your Meepos weren't here. But the concept is what is in that gold movie of like, the more we farm our own half of the map, then our team can't do this. Now you're gonna run into this a lot in Guardian, but the theoretical nice gameplay is that, and actually someone asked this on the YouTube comments, and I do wish I had covered it more in the gold video. When we actually try to play this area, in the video, we just assumed like, yes, and then we farm all of this stuff. But obviously that doesn't really happen. But Meepo is actually a case where it does happen. The back Meepos farm this stuff while our team plays up front with like one of the main Meepos here. And like someone is defensively jungling somewhere else, and then the Meepos are another spot. And that's how you actually do cover a lot of the map. Apply pressure for kills to limit the enemy's farm while still getting a bunch of farm on the Meepo. And that's how you like build a meaningful gold difference. And I think that's what I'm walking away with from this replay right now, is like there's been a lot of the farming is relatively efficient, but it's all on our half of the map. And there have been a couple moves to get kills, but it's also just 2 kills. Which for Meepo, ideally we'd have a little bit more. Okay, so which one's the main Meepo? The one in the jungle right now, right? So these 2 are good, right? So these 2 are now our passive farmers. So let them do whatever. I see these guys playing active, right? So let's say we want to get involved. And of course, depending on your own timings, you might say like, I want this item first before I do whatever. That's okay. But let's go back to when we like hit the diffusal power spike. And for Meepo, we're hoping that we're always in power spike mode, like off of a good start, diffusal, get some kills. We're hoping we're always stronger than the enemy so we can like kind of nonstop do stuff. That's the ideal. So then this Meepo would be heading mid with these guys. And these guys are farming. And if nothing happens, you're farming. No one else is farming because like, oh, we're posturing. No one's farming. Oh, except you're also farming because that's Meepo's thing, right? And then like, oh, we do get into a fight. Well, I was farming and now I'm fighting. And then boom, I steal the whole jungle because I'm Meepo. You know, we like steal everything. My main Meepo sticks around. The other Meepos fall back. And then, again, I am capturing a lot of my map while also getting active. There's no trade-off. Oh, we have to make plays with only 3 of us because 2 people are farming back here. No, Meepo, he's like here everywhere. That's what I'm feeling. I'm feeling we're losing that. Okay, getting to more active areas. Up here would be nice. We don't have any deep wards down, but it's because your team has been all back here. But sometimes their warding is bad. Guys, this warding is bad. So support players, how can Meepo feel enabled to be aggressive if there's no wards up here? So you got to help him out. You both have to help each other out. Meepo's got to play aggressive to give the confidence to move forward. Supports, you have to have observers. How's Meepo supposed to pick anyone off with like 2 cliff wards back here? This is atrocious, actually. I hate it. Oh, Tormentor, though. Excellent. Excellent. That is good. Let's see. Are we fighting? Not anymore. Looked like we were going to, so I switched back over. They were all fighting on their side of the river, so I see them as out of position and not worth it. There's definitely times that it can be not worth it, and if you want to focus on farming, you can. But we are 22 minutes into the game, and for a lot of it, we've been farming on our own half of the map. So, you know, maybe it's not this fight, but like surely there have been some fights or some places where we can push ourselves and our team to be aggressive. You know, it can't be that one instance in 20 minutes. And you did do some rotations, like I saw it earlier, right? Part of the reason this tower got taken is because you showed up. And then that was kind of it, right? Like there hasn't really been a lot of stealing here since then. I'm kind of interested. Hold on, let me see. So I'm just gonna pull a random one. Is this too short? Well, I guess that's the idea. Let's compare. This is from Dota 2 Pro Tracker, mid Meepos. I have no idea who this guy is, but he's some... I see several Meepo entries here, so I guess it's a Meepo player. Let's see what he does. This is from mid. Let's see how he balances it. And this is a tough one. This is like into Huskar. This is an annoying lane. So I imagine he also does some efficient farming, And let's try to see like where he plays on the map. This can be for all of us, for my own learning, because like I said, I haven't done some deep dives into Meepo, so I will learn here, but maybe we can all learn a little bit. All right, starting boots because he's playing versus Huskar. That's pretty normal. You just gotta like not get burned down. He went deep on that, actually. Meepo is a super fast hero. See, let it go under tower, creep dragged. I guess we don't have to worry about... I'm not as worried about the Huskar versus Meepo matchup so much as like seeing how mid Meepo farms here. His lane sucks. He's just getting XP this time. So this is even a slow start Meepo that we have randomly picked. He's gonna start creep dragging because he has the boots. This is some like high level stuff we don't really need to worry about as much. But he's making sure to secure his farm, grabbing another wave. That's another thing we didn't quite see. You can drag creep waves to camps to speed it up. Like, Meepo's really efficient at it. You also just have a low enough poof cooldown that you can just do it and then go to the camp and also poof there. But he's kind of doing it here. This is some Huskar specific stuff.
How you doing?
Mainly I want to see when he has the diffusal. So he's avoiding all the laning matchups. He even stole top farm, actually. I'm sure Top's not going to be super happy with that. Okay, he's hiding for a bit. Kills the Huskar. Where are we on Networth? Pretty good. All right, diffusal's around the corner, so let's see how he does it. He just poofed the big one, so I guess it didn't matter. Here's one instant though, letting one Meepo finish the jungle, send the other Meepo to get the wave. Cool. Amplify damage, dodge that. Scary. All right, diffusal being brought out. So this is the main Meepo here with the diffusal. Is he gonna go do stuff? He's thinking about Ursa. And he's just solo going here. Diffusal. I was trying to cheese the enrage. So kind of a solo setup kill. As soon as he had the diffusal, right? He sent out the main Meepo, and then he's stealing from the enemy's jungle. This is kind of what we were hoping to see a little bit more. The beginning was like some farm fest versus Huskar. So playing up here, moving into top jungle now. Let me see when he splits off the main Meepo. Or maybe he'll just always be up here together. He currently has 3. All right, so we see the split a little bit. This is the main Meepo actually stacking the triangle. Not as active as I was hoping to see, honestly, for the point we were making. Here's another solo kill, I guess, to the point of the Meepo exerting his pressure, right? Gets a solo kill, moves into the enemy's half of the map here. We saw you farming a lot, like back here and here. He's doing this stuff, and he's like not even joining this team stuff. He's like, that's not it for me, right? But I will control this area on my own. All right, here's the passive farming Meepos. Here's the active Meepo. Did someone abandon and break items in this one? I just grabbed the random one. Still going so far. I watch a lot of Meepo content. So one difference, like from your game, notice we didn't have a big difference between you and the opponents. That is like, that's key to playing Meepo, is like having, again, speaking as someone who doesn't play Meepo, but my understanding of Meepo, not how to execute, which is the problem here, but like conceptually, Meepo has a good start. He can farm faster than anybody. And you can't fight him unless you have even net worth or higher. And you have heroes that are good versus Meepo, which they kind of do have some heroes that are decent versus Meepo, but Meepo has double Ursa's net worth, right? Like they can't even compare. And part of it is him killing people on his own. Part of it is very efficient farming that, you know, it sounds like you're trying to do. You're watching the videos. I saw you trying to like split up and stuff, right? But I will highlight, again, a lot of your farming is like here, and he is not quite, I mean, we're only looking at one game. Maybe if we looked at more, I'd see even more. But like he has picked up several solo kills or setup kills with the active hero, and then he's like played this area of the map. And then when it's dangerous, he like comes back and farms efficiently. Some of it will be out of your control, because like you'll notice his team is avoiding him for the most part while he's in farm mode, and then they're all playing somewhere else. That's the part that you won't get as much in your pub games. But in your pub games, you will also get more options for free kills, because your opponents will make mistakes. So it does kind of like go a couple different ways. I think for you, like the first step, I think your micro for Guardian and for Meepo seemed pretty decent. So I think the first thing to just work on is try to be a little bit more active with one of the Meepos, the main Meepo who has Diffusal, right? Like hit your Diffusal and try to get a kill. So go play with the people in the off lane. Like, that's a good default, right? Take over that area and let the back two Meepos farm. In the laning stage, maybe don't walk both Meepos back and forth so much. It's okay to like send one to stack, one here. But, you know, I didn't watch that many Meepos. Maybe if you've seen it and you're like, I see a lot of Meepos do this. Totally fine then. I don't care that much. I think for me, the thing I'm seeing is like there's a lot of passive Meepo play here and not a lot of active Meepo play. And I think if you want to try to take over games as Meepo, that's what you need. You need them to feel like they're getting Meeponed, right? You got to be there, back, poof, 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 right? Like that's what breaks their spirits. And I saw you do it a couple times, but I think we can up that number. Like here's a case, right? Like here's the passive Meepos pushing lanes and staying out of danger, and then the active Meepo gets involved, so they all show up. And then if he feels he can chase, he chases. And if not, it's kind of like, okay, reset, you know? Main Meepo going in, getting involved. Side Meepos were off doing something else. But he's involved in another play, another fight. And there's going to be more activity at pro level matches, like, not pro level. This is just like 7K. But like, it's high enough where there's going to be more activity. But in that sense, what you have is more opportunity for solo pickoffs as Meepo, because the teams are not moving all together. They're more scattered, right? That's where you run in and diffusal people and do stuff like this, right? But if Ursa has the same net worth, he's actually threatening to kill you, and then it gets scary. Oh, darn. Didn't quite finish it. All right, we'll watch a little further here. But if you guys want to start submitting games, we'll take another from chat. And let's see, what time is it? We'll do at least one from chat. We'll see about how many we do. Is this where someone... perhaps the abandoned and breaking items begins now. So maybe there is nothing else to watch here. Yeah, that's a Huskar gone. Isn't the best advice for Guardian to just not play Meepo? I mean, sure. But like, let's say he stopped playing Meepo and he played the easier heroes. He goes up to Archon. But he wants to play Meepo. And so Meepo's harder. He's currently here in Guardian, but he's playing Meepo, right? So it's fine. You know, in the same way, the people who don't want to be like meta hero spammers, maybe if they were, they would go up a little bit of MMR, 500, 1,000, who knows? But maybe they want to be a Treant player and they want to do it with Treant. Like, that's the journey. So I'm not gonna give anyone flack for playing heroes they like, even if they're like tough heroes. Why is the current stream topic called Chaos Replays? Oh, it's not really the full topic. This is like, we used to have a raffle system when I was just streaming on Twitch. And so people would type like exclamation replay, I think it was. They would enter the raffle. We had a bot pick it out. Since I started multi-streaming, I don't have a system where the bot can pick between the two different chats equally, without me having to like manually assemble everything into like a spinning wheel and then do that, which we've done a couple times. So by chaos replays, I just mean like I am the bias picker. It is chaos. You guys just submit games and I randomly grab, and I will declare with an iron fist, it's my stream, so it is what it is. Haha. Sometimes I try to keep it random. I'm not like playing favorites and stuff, but sometimes I do. Sometimes I not like play favorites. I do pick things. I'm like, I need a replay that shows this, you know, and I will do something like that rather than it being truly random. But I do it with the intention of like, I think this is a good learning moment, or I need this for a YouTube video and I am looking for an example. So I think I will find the example here. I don't know why I chose chaos. I think chaos just as in like, it wasn't an ordered system of like, here's how you do it. Here's how you join the like random raffle, but it's like, it's a system. This is now just like my whim, which is chaotic, I guess. Okay, I see some games coming in. Let me see what everyone's saying. So Diffusal Blade, gank, timing around 10 minutes, however soon you can get it. If you look at Dota 2 Pro Tracker, it is possible to get much sooner, actually, if you're like being real efficient. But giving ourselves some leeway for playing, you know, not at the top level, I think 10 minutes sounds good. It sounds like you already watched some like videos and such, but that's what I would look for, is like laning stage. Look for any tips and tricks they do to like boost their gold to like get diffusal as fast as possible. The sooner you get the diffusal and then you put it to use will be like the building the gold difference. Missed opportunity, call it ZQuixotix. Hey. There we go. Does that? No one will ever get it if it's Q. QAOS? Nah. How often are these streams? Most Mondays and Wednesdays, unless I'm casting, or sometimes if I need to finish a video, sometimes I cut it. But usually Mondays and Wednesdays, we do these kind of replay analysis streams. Sometimes sometimes it's open to like any kind of question. Sometimes there's a dedicated topic. Technically the topic today is like gaining net worth, but that's like so broad. I'm just letting anything come in and we tie it in. No, I don't play legacy keybinds. I use, by the time I joined, you could already do, I didn't play the old Dota, so I had no reason to do legacy outside of like, I don't know, being some like, it was better in the old days elitist. There's no reason to start with legacy keys. It's so suboptimal. So I do my own, like I rebound stuff to be happy with mine. It's mostly like normal hotkeys, but some are like maybe a little weird to people. Okay, we can maybe try this because it's a different of a situation than we usually run into. Another one of those like, how do we adapt to weird stuff? Do you have a current video about detecting your opponent's mistakes to capitalize on them during the match? I'm not sure if I have a video, like, I'm not even like thinking about it. I'm not exactly sure how I would do a focused video on that. Cause it is very like, hey, you see this guy stepped up too far. You can like, it comes up in replays like, oh, this guy messed up here, but I don't really know. I guess we could categorize it as in like, here are some common mistakes, bad positioning, bad pulling, stuff like that. Like kind of do almost a flowchart system, but really it's just like mistake, response. We could maybe try to do something like that. I see this questioned a lot where anytime I do, it's always related to like smurfing or being stuck in the MMR. I will put forward like, here's what this person is doing right. And there will always be pushback from some comments on like, well, this isn't real Dota because like, look, his support is too good. Or like the enemy off lane is clearly not like punishing him. That doesn't happen in my games, right? It's that kind of pushback. But what they're often missing is like the reason he's getting all these free kills is because he's doing the stuff right. If you did the stuff right, you would also get free kills. Or like, yes, this guy does have a decent support, but like that happens over 100 to 1,000 Dota games. Like sometimes the support's good, sometimes it's bad. They're like really nitpicked on like the one thing and not seeing like the trend of good plays that allow yourself to have good luck or to capitalize on when you do have good luck. Maybe having a video like that could help. Like, here are the mistakes. You're just not seeing them make the mistakes. Like, you are being offered the same free kills the Smurf is, but you just don't know that they're being offered to you. Which sometimes comes up in these replays, I guess, but it hasn't been a dedicated video. I'll try to think about that. Damn, my hotkey should have been ZQuix. I do use the Z, the Q, and the X, but UI? I is for inspect for when you're memeing. I don't think I use U, actually. U used to be like level up. It might still be that by default. How to tell if you trade Torm for Roche if you know the enemy's going Tormentor? All the comments would be like, my team doesn't do Roche, my team doesn't do Tormentor. And it's true, man. I can't even get my team to do it. Half the time, it's like the freest torment in the world. It drives me crazy, guys. You know, like being up here is like, guys, do Tormentor, do Tormentor. Going away, what are you guys doing? Come on, it's right here. That's my games. Like, I would make a video for the majority of the players are like, no, really, Zach, they really don't do Tormentor. I know, they don't. talent is you. I rebound talent, so then perhaps you is unbound right now. I guess I don't have it on anything. Oh, let me finish changing this. Hard support. I misclick a lot more on this new keyboard. I like the buttons overall, but because they're linear switches, like slight pressure, boom, misclicked. Screwed up a lot. All those videos come down to buy a mic and use it. Step 1, buy a mic and use it. Step 2, accept that things are out of your control. That's the video. 2-part video. All right, let's do this one. Dawnbreaker 5. And you asked, this was a weird game because you actually ended up with a bunch of net worth. You got a lot of kills, and so you're the one living. So you actually had like the highest net worth on the team, and you were level 9 at 10 minutes. This is a very out there game. I'm not expecting this kind of situation to come up a lot. I'm going to address it as a support who ends up with a lot of money. You know, maybe not top net worth, but like I have like 500 to 1,000 gold more than usual. Like, what do I like? How should I handle this? And it does come with like, especially the lower end games like Zach, I have more money than my core. Like, how do I carry this game? So that's how we'll approach it. Which is why I'd usually recommend flex heroes, which you're playing Dawnbreaker this time, so it's a good example. So you can make use of the money. And how? I think depends on the game. So like, I think I also just have to see what's happening in your game. Should I just focus on my own farm and become a 4th core? Only sometimes. I think at a pro level, you really could. And I hope we see this evolution of Dota, because it's an idea that I don't know if I just had this idea because I'm a support player and I'm like, well, what if we did something where I had a little bit more fun? But I really would love to see people essentially switch, where it's like, the support getting a certain amount of early gold can have a lot of impact. So like they farm the start, they get that impact for a little bit, and then the core supporting them becomes the real core again. But now that the support has farmed for the first 2 minutes, they can just like solo win the lane, go make play, stuff like that. There have been a couple times in memory, we've seen something like that, but it's not usually the norm. I kind of would like to see that, and maybe Dota would evolve one day to that level. This is where it just happens like unintentionally in a game where you just end up with a lot of net worth. And the danger of doing it, of like following this idea of like I'm a full core, is that one of the cores needs to become a full support, and there's no guarantee they're gonna do that. So I would still probably take this middle ground approach where you're just like a really rich support. And if you think about it, there are cases like this, right? Like at a pro level, Chen is the most common offender, right? He like surpasses the off lane. He's still supporting. He's still buying a bunch of support items, but like he just has an insane amount of net worth. I think in these kind of games where you're playing like Dawnbreaker, Marcy, Wind Ranger supports, potentially you could go more damage, and it really depends on the game. Like looking at your draft, I wouldn't hate it because like Underlord, Omniknight, Tusk. Frank, I'm not even sure who the core is just looking at it. I guess it's Underlord. Mid? Offlane Underlord? Who's the mid? Tusk? Omni? I don't know. See, like, even now, I don't know. So, like, they're all utility-based heroes. So this is a game where it's like, I think we need more damage and I'm rich. Like, I could see it happening. Dawnbreaker could kind of do it. But you could also just be a utility hero, just a rich utility hero, and that's okay. As long as you're using that utility well. I didn't really look at the full draft at the start. They actually do have a decent First Blood lineup. I think I'd be a little careful for you guys, especially the way you came in, warded here, and then stood here, which what can happen is what did happen, which is that a hero walked this way and then saw you. If you want to go for First Blood, I don't hate your team. Like, there are chances at First Blood. I don't think the way you set up for it is the safest way to, like, get a quick kill and get out. What ended up happening is, like, a longer trade where, like, it kind of went even though Legion, I guess she's the big winner from it, but it was 2-2. If I'm queuing with my friend and they're Ogre 5, I give them solo XP on wave 1. See, I like that kind of idea. I don't know if it's good, but like I would love to explore that stuff more. It seems fun. Where are you going? I guess you were trying to bait out the overwhelming odds. I think you just tank it, just like get in there. And it looks like it's gonna work. We had to. I mean, she was about to get away, guys. Like, genuinely, she was very close to getting away. There's no guarantee Anti-Mage gets that one. That's perfectly fine. Hope Anti-Mage understands that. All right, this is pretty good, except I see you going for the Watcher, and now I feel like you're wasting your time. We're still interested in fixing the lane, right? Because we went for the kill, it started to push. So I'm interested in this. And if I'm not, I'm interested in like getting ready for jungle camp stuff. I really don't think you need this Watcher. I think this is just a whole bunch of movement for nothing. And I'm going to leave Anti-Mage alone up here. And I'd rather just sit here and hit the creeps if I do nothing else. Sorry, your question's not really about the laning stage. Let me like keep zooming. Can you show where to put sentry near tier 2 tower to slow creeps? I've seen it in one of your videos. I can't find it now. That was an older map. It may not exist now. I think it would. Probably here. If I had to guess. No one really uses it now. You can do other things. If I were to test in a demo mode, I would try like right there in between this tree line where the tower, you need the tower to not see it until the creeps walk up to here. So something like here could potentially work. Up here, maybe behind this tree. I would have to check all this if it still works. Maybe behind this tree could work. Because what most people do now is just body block this stuff. Or level 1 fighting has become so important that no one wants to spend the time to walk over here and do this stuff anymore. That's why you just don't see it as much as you used to. There's like new tech. But you still could. It's like an old school method. I would have to see if it still works. That's how like out of my mind it is. I haven't even thought about doing that stuff. All right, let's just like jump forward a bit. Ah, one of the few kills we don't get. Nice. All right, lane is going relatively well. 6, 2, and 4, very rich. So at this point, I don't think I would be playing too differently. I would just still be like, hey, I'm a high-level support. Let's fight a lot. I have items that are helpful, but really the big thing is like, damn, I hit hard because I just have high levels. I'm about to hit level 7. I have my ult ready. I mean, like, what are they at? You know, like, they're still level 4. They're like barely any items. So you have... we'll say you're 3 minutes ahead of schedule, right? Because like usually supports would pick up level 6 around 10 minutes in a very average game. So you have a big window where you're just far stronger than the enemy supports. So you would just push a bit more right now. I wouldn't be like, oh, let me jungle a bunch. Let me like start building damage. I'm still on the same support game plan at this moment. And I'm just ahead of schedule, so I'm pushing it harder. At other moments, I'm like usual games, I may be like, you know, we'll stack, you know, a little bit more passive play here. But this time, I'm like, yeah, everything should err on my side because I'm just really ahead. So we get a good D ward. Yeah, stuff like this. We ult mid, get a kill, so that's great. So here's where usually we would like, oh, use my ult, I better calm down now. But now, like, no ult Dawnbreaker is the same as no ult Techies, no ult Witch Doctor, right? And you still have higher level base ability. So like, here's that window where usually you would have to relax, but now it's like, oh, why should I relax? Like, I'll just keep going. And I think that's what I would want to see. Looks like you're just trying to do some warding mid real quick. You do love this ward. I may not do it. It feels a little overlappy with this one, I think. I think I just let him be here. And then head over here and maybe use the ward somewhere down here. We could mind game this, which is that if I dedicate my time to playing bottom, we are winning. Their carry should feel they need to jungle. And so maybe you put an observer to see them jungling like one of these sides. It's relatively early to do that, but I mean, we're pretty ahead of schedule, so we bump everything else up ahead of schedule too. I think this ward feels like kind of overlap. I know usually you slow into Starbreaker, but I think when you cut them off like that, hold Starbreaker, because you're essentially, when you approach, I should show you. Usually you need to use the gap closer to get closer, right? And the usual way it looks is like, we're hard supports here, the enemy's off lanes here, so I got a gap close to them, because they're trying to run this way. And if we all just run, they all just go home. In this case, for them to run away, they have to run this way to the tower. And I am this way. So if I gap close here, it can work, but it's also kind of funny. I actually think you can just walk in, attack, and then when it swaps to the usual, like, okay, they're here, I'm here, they're trying to run away, then I gap closer in again. So the usual way is gap close to get close once. Now we have two instances of getting close because I walk in from this angle and then I gap close to get back. This is why Juggernaut spin, this is one of its true strengths that are like very underappreciated. Juggernaut gets close, attacks, and because you stand still to attack, people get away, but then Juggernaut spins to do damage while reclosing the gap, so he's close to them a second time when the spin ends to continue attacking. That's kind of the underappreciated part in a lot of pub games of how people use spin. And I feel like here, I use the gap closer to like move in, and now I don't have it. When she like gets away, I could gap close this way and chase after. And if you can't land Starbreaker without it, it's like, that's fine. I don't even have to, you know? How much is your kill worth? A lot. At least it went to techies. You do have to be careful when you're this rich as a support, because your deaths will give a bunch of money over. That's the kind of thing I wish Anti-Mage was just farming here, right? I wish we were bullying someone else. I do see Razor is super rich. Holy. He's the guy we should be stomping. He's the one being left alone down here. Right? So this is the guy just farming away. I think that's probably the conceptual mistake going on. Seems like we got a whole bunch of heroes top, which I know is sometimes out of your control and is random. I was afraid of Razor being too strong. That is kind of true. He is pretty strong. But if you just bring heroes down here, I mean, is he like 3 heroes strong, you know? If it's 3-on-3 down here, yeah, he may be stronger because he's the strongest hero and it's even numbers. But like, what if we just don't force the issue? We passively 3-on-3. That's good for us then, right? Like, here's this strong hero Razor. He's not killing us because we're passive, but he's also not farming that fast because there's 3 heroes there. I think that could be fine. Okay, Holy Locket, how about we change this? Because as part of being super rich, this could be like almost a mech at this point. This could be where you change it a little. Even though we're not going full damage, burst heal. Like the reason mech is good early is because it's an extra spell or 2 that people have to use, right? They're level 7. They have a level 4 ability. It does about 300 damage. Magic resistance brings it down. That's the mech heal. So they all lose their highest level ability is what the mech is. Technically, the Holy Locket has that if it has enough charges, but then it's also only for one person. I kind of feel like I like the mech or whatever else you want to build. You know, that's fine with me too. But I don't know. I see this Holy Locket and I don't feel that great about it, because the other thing is, like, the Holy Locket has most of its value around Solar Guardian. So you're this super strong hero at this point, and we're itemizing in a way that I can only exert that strength a lot every 2 minutes. And the mech could get twice as much done because it's half the cooldown. And it doesn't force me to use the ult. So I have like 3 different power spikes. I have 2 mechs and the ultimate, which could align but could be separate. Whereas this like is forced to align. And I think that's sometimes okay, but I don't know. I don't feel great about it this time looking at it. Thought about Blade Mail against Razor, but then it didn't feel like it did much versus Techies or Witch Doctor. That is true. See, not that strong. If we bring the heroes. You could also, if you got a mana item, you could also farm a little bit better as part of being this like high level support. Split push jungle. Usually the issue is mana for Dawnbreaker. So you could do like a greedy soul ring and then back into regular items. Maybe you do like the Echo, I don't know. Yeah, Razor's pretty strong right now. I did want to go mech, but Underlord already had it. Okay, let's see. What else can we do? Force Staff is a weird Dawnbreaker item, but it's pretty good this game. Let's see, if we want it to be greedy, what could we do? Is Spirit Vessel any good? Not that great. Drums is only okay this game. Maybe you could have done a casual earn. I mean, you're picking up so many kills. That could have been something. I know they have the LC press the attack, but well, that's just an earn. Make her use it for that. Orchid can be a greedy item that still has utility, but going back to the LC does feel weird. We do Vlad's? Yeah, I don't really like it. I kind of wish Underlord would do a different boot then. Maybe you could say it earlier, I guess, is the lesson. Because actually, you would have finished the mech before him. You mentioned, like, you are the highest net worth, right? So it's like, hey, I'm getting the mech. You go something else. I don't know if Ags is worth rushing on a support. Not usually, but maybe with this start, you could do that. Yeah, I feel you got griefed a little bit by Underlord. As I'm like reflecting on it, I'm really like, Guardian Greaves makes the most sense for you, and he can get any of the 3 auras and it's fine. So like, he should have done that and then let you do the one aura that makes the most sense for you. Pipe is okay, so maybe you could do that. Maybe you could do Pipe. It just doesn't feel that great versus a lot of their cores. I feel like he could have done Crimson Guard while you do Greaves, and it would have been awesome. Nice. See, you're worried about the Razor, but I mean, he's still the richest, but you guys are, when you guys bring the heroes, you guys are killing them. I think that goes back to earlier. This should have been where we were at down here. Ah. Rest in peace, Anti-Mage. Techie's Magnus, what a classic. What a classic. 10, 3, and 5. Jeez. I mean, a lot of this is just because he gets the space to last hit, right? A lot of that money is just coming from that extra 40 CS over everybody else. Plus then the kills, but like, it builds on itself, you know? He's getting kills because of the CS. He got kills, so he got CS. It's like a combined effort. So you got to cut it down somewhere, you know? Like, if you 3-on-3 bottom early enough, he can't easily get kills if you're not too active, or he won't farm as quickly. I think it's what you have to try. I mean, in hindsight, right? We have the power of hindsight here, but... Kind of thought the most impactful thing I can do when I don't have ult is sit in front of mid T1. Now I would kind of agree. Like, now for the time of the game we're at, I don't mind it as much. Earlier, when you're like 7-minute ult, I mean, the mid laner is still in the mid lane, so we don't need to do that. Again, this is a special circumstance where you're actually the strongest hero, so then dedicating you to like hold a lane is kind of a waste. You know, it's like a mid-Ember Spear, and he's like, I'll defend the mid tower by myself. It's like, okay, but like, you could also easily get kills because you're so strong. I think there's like a similar logic here at that stage where it's like, you're doing so well if you're the tower holder. Because you have ult, like, that's when it's fine. But like, when you don't have ult, but your base abilities are still stronger than anything else the enemy supports have, it's like, I really, you know, I want you in that fight. Oh, thank you. I'm glad you like it. Like the videos. Welcome to the stream. Which, actually, let me see. Let's do at least one more. And let me go check with my fiance what our, like, dinner plans are if I have to help out with stuff. Aw, rip. If you guys want to submit a game, put in the match ID. I want to grab one from chat, so even though we usually do have the donation system, please don't do it, so we can, let's get some chat people here to end our day with.
Try harder.
I will be right back. Yeah, something, I'm trying to check on the old playlist. So the most recent one I have prepared is the one that is now attached to the gold movie, the game knowledge guides. Those have some older videos, and I will continue to add more as I like watch through old stuff. I'm trying to put things that are like still mostly relevant into newer updated playlists. So you can start with that one and see if you've seen everything there. That's not to say other videos are like completely bad dated info, but if you're newer, you don't know, right? So I understand. It's like, how am I supposed to know? So those playlists will still have a little bit of dated info, but it's like quite minimal, and the like key concepts are still true. And hopefully, as I have time to go through like more of my own stuff, dude, it is like such ego surfing, guys. I'm like watching my old videos, and I'm either trashing them. I'm like, man, my stuff sucks, or I'm like, damn, Zach, that's hilarious. What a great video. How did more people not watch this? I don't know. I don't know what it's doing to me watching my old stuff. All right, give me 1 second. I'll be right back.
Try harder.
So in summary, maybe try to shut down Razor a little bit more after I got 6. I think so. Kind of felt the need to stay top because LC versus AM, and I felt if I stay bot, Underlord will fall behind. I mean, you gotta pick the poison, right? Inevitably, we kind of have to leave carries alone at some point. Like, maybe if we leave top, Anti-Mage can't farm as well. But then again, like, I just saw him, like, chase down a Witch Doctor when he would have been fine under his own tower, farming and then jungling, right? Like, the carry can get farm on his own, and that's on, like, him. The more we are top, like, Legion won't solo the Anti-Mage most likely. She needs the techies there. So if we're bottom, then, like, yeah, she can't. Oh my god, dude, what a clutch play. We skipped over this. That was sick. Techies will probably be baited to come down here if we're, like, 3v2ing. And Underlord doesn't need that many levels. Like, Firestorm's pretty good, so. I don't know. It's a tough one for sure. I don't blame you. I came back here because, like, maybe, like, when we're doing well, we can, like, find something, but... Yeah, I guess you got all the levels at once. You, like, got the kill, you got the shrine. And yeah, I think here you just, like, you force bottom and then you ult top as needed. Or maybe, like, you ended up using mid, but, like, wherever it is, we just try to give Anti-Mage space here. Because, like, let's say you're up here. I really, like, what does Dawnbreaker do casually to protect Anti-Mage? You're, like, a fight hero. You want to get involved and, like, do things at the start. And I feel like you're going to have a better shot of that down here than, like, let's go, Anti-Mage. Let's, like, go fight the Legion, you know? She's just going to keep... She's going to hit you with the overwhelming odds. Oh, wait. I'm kind of tempted to do this one. Oh, Sam Shepard, thank you. I'm always hyped to... I mean, it's Twitch chat and YouTube chat in, like, the tournaments, right? It's usually pretty toxic, you know, like, man, this team sucks. Oh, this better's on whatever, you know? So whenever I see the occasional person chip in with, like, way to go, Ricky, way to go, Zach, it's so nice. I appreciate it, you guys. Whether it's there or you drop by the stream, it's always so appreciated. Because sometimes you get, I'll be honest, I totally get in my own head as a caster. I don't let it affect me too much. But, you know, sometimes you're talking and you're like, man, what did I say? What stupid shit am I talking right now? When you keep doing it, I don't know, it'll get you a little bit. So it's nice to hear the kind words. I will share them with Ricky as well. Okay, let me fall back. I want to look at this one because this is like... This is such a classic. And, okay, guys, this is going to cause some of you to unsubscribe and leave the channel. In the same way you guys disgusted when you're like, oh, Zach likes Brood, leave the channel. Also a sniper player. So we have a sniper mid to look at here. Here he is. I almost lost him because he's like, looks different with the set. Sniper mid, it's such a classic in your pub games, whether you guys are playing it or it's with your team. So we can talk through this to see what like the sniper can do themselves to improve, but also how the team should enable the sniper. Can't control that as the sniper, but if you guys are playing with a sniper, you guys will know how you can help him. Mainly to like set that stage while this is downloading. Typically you pick sniper mid to try to win your mid lane, or it's like safe because you're so long range. So you're going neutral to winning. But the caveat is that when the enemy picks up gap closers, they wreck snipers, right? Because like that's his whole thing. Poke, 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 poke. That's good. When they're close, so bad, you know? So as a support and as a sniper, you want to like work together off of winning the laning stage. Okay, I guess you got to see. A lot of mid snipers will just go full carry build, and then it's like super passive and it's no good. The better way to play sniper, in my opinion, is of course mixing in some farm, but off of winning the lane, you push towers, you go for team fights, and all the enemy team, or sorry, all your teammates need to do is either set up the stuns for you to then ho ho ha ha, or protect sniper while he hits buildings. And you can also stack for him to like speed him up, because like we said, I mean, he does scale, right? It is true, but sniper is actually supposed to go through like some ups and downs, like strong lane, then kind of weak, then strong again, then kind of weak. And you want to like go with that, you know, push while he's strong, stack while he's weak, help him out that way. For pub snipers, the first thing to work on is the laning. We want to see good CS, good harass. One thing to do, headshot is essentially 50%, because 40%, practically 50%, right? One way to use this, when you're choosing how to harass, if you hit a creep and you don't headshot, the next attack is a headshot. So hit the enemy hero. That's not quite how Dota odds work, I know, but I think if you think like that to simplify it, it'll really help. Especially if you get 2 auto attacks without a headshot. The third one, guaranteed headshot pretty much. So that one should go to the enemy hero. And kind of like doing that little bit of counting will already boost your harass or help you get CS, because like, oh, this next one's a headshot. I better be careful with how much damage this is going to do. I wish my math teacher taught like that. I put 9. The answer's 13, but like 9 is like really close to 13. Like if you compare it to a million, like practically the same number, really. NA math. Come on, guys. 40% is 50%. You know this. You know it. You may tease in the chat, but you know it in your heart. 40 is 50, 60 is 50. 50%. What game was it? There was just recently a game that was super popular, and they talked about this a little bit. Peak? I think it was Peak. And how they set their price at $8, because they were like, $6 is $5, $7 is $5, $8 also kind of $5, $9 is $10. So like they found the balance of like getting a little bit more money for the flat value, but still cheap enough that you feel like, yeah, I'll give it a go, I'll try it. Like that's not that much of a price. People are into it, I'll give it a shot. It's cheap enough. It is like some human thing, right? You just like push the numbers all into the same values. I don't know what bias level that is. The stream's still going though, right? Okay, phew. I forgot to clear out space because my movie has like 50 million recordings. I forgot to clear out space, so OBS just told me I ran out of space, so we don't have a recording. But I don't even use these recordings for much anyways. I just do it to be safe, and sometimes I cut stuff out of it. But most of the time I don't, so no big deal. Stream's still going, we're good. I've already lost focus. Okay, back to your block. The better you block, the better your sniper life can be. These kind of pokes are great. I'd like to point out you backed off after. What's the scariest thing about Necro? Getting hit by this, right? And any enemy mid. The spells are how they will trade with you as sniper. You are very strong right now. But you're scared and you're like backing off. You're like, oh, back up. And I think it's because the creeps are close. Now, if you're standing here and you hit Necro, yes, they're going to aggro straight onto me, going to have a problem. What if you stand like over here? You still reach Necro. The creeps, if they aggro to you, run this way, and then you just like run back through them to get them back to your creeps. So you can keep yourself closer to the action without having to go all the way here. All the way here gives Necro space. He can now walk in without you harassing. He has an easier time, and it can be okay to do this. Necro is one like you don't have to be that scared of, and you can step here. This would be scarier to do versus some heroes, but I think Necro, who just used Death Pulse, is not one I'm like that scared of. I won't worry about missing last hits exactly, but you obviously want to do your best to get them. So practice that. I know Sniper is missing a lot. Like early damage is pretty weak on Sniper, so that can be where it's like tricky. But we should not be losing this range creep, you know? Definitely shrapnel sooner or be closer with your auto attacks. Tanking this creep wave for a little bit is fine, like to secure the CS. I don't want to tank it long term, but I definitely don't want to be giving up free range creeps. So despite, like, you got a lot of harass, but we're at no CS. I mean, like, no 3 is here, but like the range creep was like the big one. And Necro actually still managed to pick up 3 last hits. So we weren't too successful in denies. I see some CS struggles. I know I said I won't harp on it too much, but if you want to play Sniper, this stuff matters a lot, right? Ember Spirit getting wrecked, but getting CS, he will recover by making plays. If your thing is to win the laning stage and you don't win the laning stage, you know, like what's my backup? This was my thing. So it's even more important for heroes like Sniper, for Viper, Dragon Knight. Like, I get it. We slip up. I don't want to harp on it too much, but I will, because like this is our thing. And if I want to be a Sniper player, I gotta like really lock in on this stuff. So the more practice you put into it, the better it'll get. I will leave it at that. As long as you know it's important, I won't keep revisiting this point. But the fact that Necro has a lead over us, that is not supposed to happen. Like, if this is a pro match, I'm like, it's over. Sniper's lost the lane. The Necro picks worked. This is not supposed to happen. For a pub game, I believe in you. You will recover. You will be okay. Especially because I think you said you're pretty new to the game, right? So I'm not gonna wreck you over it. Or maybe it's like new to mid. I forget exactly what you said. Do you have good suggestions on mid to climb with? I like Sniper and Muerta. You like the long-ranged heroes. Muerta's actually not really a mid lane hero. She's a carry or a position 4 at the highest level. I actually see a good amount of Muerta mids through... It's surprisingly popular in these, like, new player to, like, Guardian... Crusader level. I see it more here. I guess this is also the bracket where we see weirder heroes, but Muerta is one of them. I don't know. Is it Thompson that popularized it or what? But I wouldn't really recommend her as a mid. Sniper is, so that one's fine. Since you seem to like longer ranged heroes, you could try Lina, who's like a spellcaster long ranged hero. Her auto attack animation is very slow, though. It is very different from Sniper and Muerta. If you want the skill shot element that Muerta has, Wind Ranger has some skill shots and like angling the shackle, and she's a better like proper mid hero. I think Lina and Wind Ranger are both good mid picks for learning the game, for climbing. They all fit the same trope too, which is like long ranged hero, be annoying, harass, safe lanes, do well, that kind of thing. Working in a playmaker is pretty good. Dragon Knight is a very safe one to start with. Storm, Ember, Void Spirit, Tiny. They're all harder, but they fit like so many games. You can blindly pick Tiny and be fine in pretty much any game. Any of those would be like nice. Leshrack's not bad. Huskar, yeah. Huskar is cool. He is hard. I would not recommend Huskar because certain heroes only get to make a certain amount of mistakes. For our current rank, we're going to be allowed to make more mistakes. But in theory, Huskar gets like one mistake and that's it. Which as a improving mid, kind of dicey, It's like usually locking in a little bit more of the fundamentals before moving into those heroes helps. Bit of a boomer question unrelated to this replay. Let's do it. Ursa into Vlad's into early solo Roche a thing decades ago. What changed? It doesn't seem like lifesteal is built much on Ursa anymore. Vlad's was a little bit of a different item back then. I started playing around the time that was still a thing. So a couple. One, Roche was easier, if I recall, at that time. He's had more buff to him. He's harder now. We had orb effects. So you couldn't have like Orb of Venom, which at the time had more slows to it, and a Morbid Mask. Like they overlapped. You couldn't have both. You could, just one wouldn't work. You needed the Vlads because Vlads did overlap with some of those orb type abilities. So that's why Ursa would get Vlads, because he wanted lifesteal, but he couldn't leave it at a Morbid Mask and other things. It had to be the Vlads. Honestly, that's like kind of it. Those are the main changes to it that stopped it. Early Roshing now is just super hard. You need like a full team to do it. Ursa back then, he could do it. I forget the exact numbers and like why he could, but he was someone who could do it. Ursa, Huskar, like they can technically still do pretty fast Roshes. It's just quite hard. You usually need teammates to help out. Oh, Air Jordan, thank you so much. Thank you for Prime subbing. These are, no one feel pressure to, like these are free when we get to them anyways. You don't have to feel pressure to do anything, but I always appreciate it. Thank you. Orb effects. Yeah, I mean, that was... I'm glad orb effects are mostly gone. There's still a couple, like, you can't buy Basher on this hero, but you don't have to be like, oh no, I can only get one of these items. Oh, who's that? Thank you. Whoa. Aw, Clicks, thank you as well. I didn't even do a replay for you. Thank you for Prime subbing. I got distracted a little bit, but if we missed one creep wave, I think we already said most of our piece on that. We're starting to pick up in CS, so that's good. Necro is a funny one. I hate to triple down on this. Necro is not a hero you can casually harass a little bit. It's got to be a very concentrated effort, and then you have to deny him as well. Because if you casually harass Necro, that's his thing. He casually harasses you back and then heals with Death Pulse, and every time he gets CS, he's picking up regen. So you have to triple down on, like, CS is important. It is important in general, it's important for Sniper, and it's important to stop Necro. That's how this matchup will go. Most other heroes, if you casually harass them, it'll add up because they don't have as good base regen. Necrophos, Bloodseeker, Broodmother, high regen heroes like Dragonite, you know, these kind of heroes, they need very concentrated efforts to knock out of the lane and to close out a kill. Like right now is where you'd really lock in, you know, lay on the pressure, make sure to deny him, and then get him low. And once he's too low, he will be scared to approach for CS to start healing back up. He'll play super carefully. He'll burn all his mana, constantly death pulsing to heal. That's what you need to get out of him. So it's like right here, for example, you got to do it. It's easier earlier. Level 1 Necro is quite weak. It gets easier as he picks up a couple levels versus melee heroes. Versus ranged heroes, that window is still rough because it's hard to hit them back with Death Pulse. But as he gets higher and higher level, he stops caring. So like this is the end of our window to like really lay into him. He is so hard to kill. Exactly, yeah. It's gotta like really be done. Let me show you. So like here at 4 minutes, you know, he's got the 800 health from the wand, the null talisman. He probably has Ghost Shroud at this point. So when he really is close to dying, he will Ghost Shroud, wand, Death Pulse, which is now level 5. So 220 heal, or I'm sorry, 110 heal while reflecting 220 damage. Where is his heal nowadays? It got moved around. Is it just in the innate? Yeah, so the innate is still level 1 at this point. It's not scaled up like it used to be. But compare this at the very start of the game. This guy's got 600 health. He even took some damage. He has 400 health right now. You know, he's got a 70 heal. He's got like 57 damage to get last hits. This is like why he is so weak. Because he's all about like this long-term game of... I get CS, I whittle them down with Heartstopper Aura, I constantly heal with Death Pulse and my passive, and then I turn it on them. When they think they're going to kill me, I like Ghost Shroud, go crazy heal, kill them instead. So level 1 is one of the best times to punish Necro. But you got to have like really good CS and good harass to do that. So you are practicing it, you're getting there. With the CS. Ooh, nice backpacking. I appreciate that. We won't worry about it too much more besides what we said. I know CSing will be a work in progress. Here, anytime he's gone, we start shoving in harder. We are not that good at jungling, especially with Shrapnel. So you chose Scattershot. Try to use it more, especially in that level 1 window to punish Necro. Scattershot is a good facet for fighting in the lane, but it is worse for jungling. So your fallback for jungling is harder this game. So you want to use this a little bit more liberally in the laning stage. You can still use it to jungle. It's just like not as good because it does less damage overall. But the faster damage is better for the lanes where the heroes don't stay in the shrapnel. Okay. Not too bad, but we've left at a strange time. And Necro is not punishing us. We lost about 400 damage, a little more, to this catapult. Actually, one more attack. We lost 500 damage to the catapult wave. Your very beautiful, healthy tower. So you rotated out here, and the mistake is the catapults are alive. You do this to enemies as well. If Necro were to rotate, because he's like, oh, I'm level 6, I'm gonna go get a kill. As soon as you see him leave the lane, shove this super hard, non-stop auto attacks, use some spells if you have to, shove it into the tower and attack with the catapult. You'll do a bunch of tower damage, if not take the whole thing. He should do the same to you. When you rotate like this, if he doesn't see you already, once this starts happening, here, he should go, oh shit, I didn't respond to this, I have to punish Sniper. So he should walk into the creep wave and nuke it and kill everything with auto attacks. Keep his creep wave as healthy as possible and shove into the tower. And that'll be the punish, because you get 350, 500 for the tombstone, and then another like 300 gold. This ended up being a pretty successful rotation for you, I will say. If he takes the tower, nearly even. You guys get like 100 or 200 gold. Especially if we consider you actually had to use your teleport for this. So maybe we'll subtract 100 gold from your 800 gold team gain, minus 100 for the new whatever. If he was here nuking this, and a Necro, even though he doesn't know where you are, he would just know. You were mid, you showed bottom, you had to TP, right? He's going to walk back. So a high-level Necro will know, like, unless someone else rotates here, it's not going to be Sniper. So he should have nuked this next creep wave while healing his own, tanking the tower a little bit. then another creep wave will come in, and then it would have been so much tower damage on you. So before you rotate, you want to try to kill catapults, is the long lesson shortened down. Sometimes you can't help it. So right now, this is it. This is you. I see Necro going top. Hey guys, you be careful. Do not stop auto-attacking. Except for a little bit to make sure you get the CS. But otherwise, attack. Non-stop on these creeps, on this tower. Punish him for walking away. This is Sniper's thing. You're actually not a very good rotating hero. You have to do TP rotations like you did, and it's usually in response to the enemy. You did like a proactive one. What you do and what Dragon Knight does, for example, before Blink, is anytime the enemy leaves mid, you take the tower. Old Leshrac without Misanthropy would do it. It's kind of coming back a little bit. Now, Chronoptic Nourishment. You're a really good tower taker. So I should just TP out when the catapults are gone. That would be ideal. The other thing is you left and like power runes are coming up. You are not really a power rune hero on Sniper, but it's more about denying the enemy the power rune. Fortunately, Necro is not really a power rune hero either, so it wasn't a huge deal in this case. But for example, you would rotate bottom. This was best case scenario. 2 kills and the tombstone. So imagine a little bit worse. 1 kill, no tombstone, no kills, right? The enemy gets the power rune, they get the free farm. It's really rough. So you want to make sure things are settled. Like, I get the power rune to boost my odds of success or reduce the odds of an enemy counter rotation. I kill the catapult, so I don't have to worry about my tower. This kind of thing. You're trying to like waddle down here, and you're just so slow, right? I am a sniper. This is really not my thing. I teleport to make this stuff happen, or I pick up a power rune that makes this really easy. Haste rune, invis, amplify damage. And otherwise, hey guys, Necro left, I'm just gonna blast mid. So that's what you would do here. It will help your own farm. Get another observer, by the way, so you can help see these rotations of the Necro moving top or bottom. Buy a sentry too to deward the enemy mid, make sure your observer lives, and then that'll give you the confidence to push. So for example, sentry in the middle because there's a bounty hunter, and then put your observer like to this edge. So then I play on the lower half, because if people are coming this way, I'll see them coming and I'll know to run away. And if I'm in this lower half, then the people who come from top have to run through the creep wave, which gives me time to react and like get away. You can do the same top, doesn't really matter. Pick a side. The side you pick is usually based on the enemy heroes who might rotate on you. But at this rank, you never really know who's going to do it or not. Even if they have a rotating hero, turns out they're a laning hero in Crusader. So just pick a side you like a little bit more. And you would just stay mid and you would take the tower. This rotation might... No, in the end, we don't get it. So what did we get? We got like some of the tombstone money, which is nice. But if it's not undying, then this will not work out. In the end, we'll have farmed this camp, and that's it. And Luna's actually here. She gave up on top. This is where we actually want to be. Now PA's here. Get out of the mid lane. You guys are carries. Nah, I mean, it's fine. You can go mid lane as carry, but... Because you're teleporting so much, you actually don't have Assassinate anymore. Or I guess you're not teleporting that much. You like walk there and you joined with Shrapnel. So try to buy a Clarity. As you start running out of mana, buy Clarities. Regen up. I see you doing a Shadow Blade. This is a real pub sniper build. I would recommend either a farming item like Maelstrom or a fighting item like Dragonlance, because that'll let you push towers very safely. It'll give you stats as well. Those are like the 2 play styles. Very active sniper who will like join fights and push and attack. And you don't have to worry about like, oh, I can't force kills. You just hit the tower and they have to stop you. And if you hit the tower for 30 seconds, you take the tower. And you're hitting it from outside the tower. So, like, that's what the Dragonlance does. Is, like, they have to go get you or it doesn't work. And because you see them coming to get you, you then just back up. And your team help you that way. Or you're not doing that, you're just farming, so then you get, like, a Maelstrom. I would recommend that before the Shadow Blade. The Shadow Blade for Sniper is an escape item. But this early in the game, they shouldn't be able to get that close to you that easily. Also... Bounty Hunter's in the game, so Shadow Blade's going to be worth a little less. So actually, I may not even do it this game. Warding habit, if you de-ward something, don't put an observer there. Because what they will do, even if they don't know you warded here, which they should, they will just bring a sentry. Because they will go, oh man, I lost my sentry in the mid lane. I better put another one there. That's extremely common through all brackets of Dota. So when you put this observer here, whether they know it or not, I imagine if we just free play this and zoom, it's only a matter of time till someone comes here with a sentry, drops it, kills your observer. Again, whether they know or not. Ah, there's a sentry, but he picked the wrong side. He put it in the lower half, and then he missed yours. But here's his observer, and I also would not recommend that from him, because what's very likely is someone will come here and go, oh man, my sentry, drop a sentry, and then end up with this one. I guess we're not going to see it in this case, but it is pretty common to see. While I was zooming, what does that happen here? Okay, we've been talking a lot about power spikes today. How close are we to power spiking? 2/3 of the Shadow Blade, our item of choice. We have 80 gold to go, and with the Shadow Blade, I will go invis and get out of here. But without that final 80 gold, all my other money doesn't really mean anything. By the way, I would buy Claymore before I buy the Shadow Amulet for the farming speed, the extra damage. So this is like a, hey guys, let's push for mid. But let's just do it later. Let's do it in like 30 seconds, and I'll have the Shadow Blade, and I'll be stronger for that push. We're coming a little too soon, and sometimes your teammates do it and you don't want to, and then you just have to like not do it. You just have to tell them like, I am not going. I don't have the Shadow Blade. I usually do go Mjolnir. This was the first time I tried the Shadow Blade. Okay, no problem, no problem. It is good to try different builds just as a learning thing. So if you want to give that build a go, definitely try it. Shadow Blade in pubs is very effective, and I would eventually get it. I would say Maelstrom and Dragonlance are very good safe openers to be a mix of a sniper who can scale, but also an active sniper, which is, that's the complaint of pub snipers, is like, oh, just AFK farm, second carry from the mid lane, do nothing. You want to be like, no, I'm baller sniper. You think this is a sniper? This is a shotgun. I am in their face. I am ready to go. Yeah, to submit replays, you usually just drop them in chat. We are actually probably at the end of the stream once we get through this. We've been going for a while. But we do this pretty much every Monday and Wednesday if I'm not casting or trying to finish some like big video, which I don't plan to finish any big videos for a little bit. So should be most Mondays and Wednesdays going forward for a little bit. Actually, with that said, I might be casting this Monday, this next coming Monday. I have to double check that. But outside of that, it's Mondays and Wednesdays. So if we didn't get to your game today, feel free to come back to any of those. If you're not able to make it to the streams, especially any VOD viewers, feel free to send it to me in some other manner. I cannot get to all the games that get sent to me this way, for the record, but I do try to pick some different ones. Sometimes there's only one sent to me ahead of time. You got it. You're in. Sometimes multiple come through, and I just, like, pick one. By the way, notice you have some empty slots. Feel free to buy. Sniper is a surprisingly mana-intensive hero because, like, you know, you're shrapneling, you're ulting, but you're also pretty far back, so you really don't take that much damage until people really commit to you. So buying a casual raindrops on Sniper can actually be quite nice. It'll give you some extra mana regen to maintain everything, but also when they do, like, try to kill you, like, commit everything, boom, I got that extra safety damage block to keep myself alive. And I don't lose the charges too easily because I'm Sniper. I'm so far in the back. I don't get hit by stray spells. So the raindrops tend to last quite a while. Pew, 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 pew. Are we smoking? This is a dicey time to smoke, if I may show you the mini-map. Where are they? You got the Necro low. that's enough. You don't actually have to kill him. Just getting him low means he's not going to make a play, right? He's going to go farm. He's going to go jungle till he heals up with his passive, and then he'll do something. So he's like 30 seconds off the map. Rather than chase into him, you can actually go somewhere else. You actually already have the tier 1s, so otherwise I was going to say, like, you could go there and Necro won't want to defend. If you see another hero in another lane, this smoke could go there, because Necro, he's not going to be there. He's like somewhere here or here jungling. Chasing into the Necro can be good. I want to know what I'm chasing into, and I currently don't. So that's what scares me about this smoke. I wouldn't be surprised if it backfires. I'm kind of glad to see you guys backing up, because yeah, I don't love that play. Now, okay, now I see Primal Beast top. That's something. Let's see if anyone shows bottom. We can do that. So I see you pushing in mid. That's pretty good. Though, be careful of where you're doing it, because you could kind of see, because you're in the river, you don't see high ground. They could get real close to you before you realize, and that's not what we want as sniper. We want to be really far back. Oh, I didn't mention the shard, but the shard's pretty good as well as an item for sniper to keep his distance. Okay, suddenly a bunch of heroes showing here. Let's say you were mid and you were like, oh, damn, that fight looks ass. Shove in mid and then head top. Steal their jungle along the way if you think you can, or if the lane's pushed in, whatever, push it out. That is what PA should do as part of active AFK farming. This is now her job. I'm not joining this stuff because I'm not ready. I need to push in this lane to make use of the fact that they're all here. I got to bait them to come home, and I got to push this in to take this tower if they don't come home and they're killing all my teammates. Hey, guys, don't worry. I took a tier 2 while you were all dying. So that's what PA needs to do. And you could push in mid and then decide if this fight looks good. And if not, you could, like, jungle either side. Yeah, actually, you guys mostly got out. Only Venomancer died, so not bad. Now, you wouldn't after that. We would not go jungle in here, and I see you looking down. I'm a little worried, because after they finish this, what are they doing? Now, someone might head over here. That's true. Maybe they go push bottom. But if they want to be aggressive, if they want to follow the philosophies of ZQuixotix and every other Dota player out there that is high level, right? Hey, we got to kill. We want to steal from the enemy. We want to invade. So they should come over here. So when you come farm here, oh, I'm defensive, right? I'm falling back to my own half. Yes, but based on where they were, this is where they're likely to go from aggressive. And it's not through here. Unless there's a smoke, I pushed in the mid wave. So I would know if they came through here, because to come through here, they would go through the creep wave. Unless they're being sneaky with the smoke, which will happen, but a lot of times they'll just deal with the wave first and then reveal themselves. So this is where you should go to safely jungle. Let's see if they're doing anything. Or, as most pub goes, after getting a kill, perhaps they're all back here. Shall we find out? Oh, okay, actually they're bottom. We'll take that. 4 heroes went bottom. This vision, actually, Bounty Hunter's working hard. Look at this deep vision. Damn. Damn, Bounty. It's pretty good. Could maybe do with 1 defensive ward, though. This is a little overkill. One of these can be removed. Ha, they got Venomancer again. Same deal, though. You guys see this? And as sniper, if you don't think you can rotate in, I got to get to the lane. I got to start pushing out mid. PA, notice what we talked about? And she was like, she was supposed to push top. She's now here. She didn't stick around. She got too scared, but she's supposed to just jungle in here with your own deep wards, right? She's supposed to jungle here with blur to stay out of sight. Maybe top as well, especially when you don't have these deep wards. So that once you see this, like, oh, I was worried they were coming to kill me, so I was just waiting in trees. Oh, they're actually still bottom. Boom, right out of the lane, pushing tower. For her to do that now, oh, 20-second AFK walk, not doing anything. By the time you get here, hey, we're done killing your team and the towers. We're going to come kill you now too, right? Only by being here and waiting and risking a little bit can you actually punish this type of move. And if you did die here as the PA, let's say you like hid in the trees, they smoked, they got you, they're like, damn Zach and his stupid ass advice. This was a horrible idea. Well, sometimes it backfires, sometimes they get you. But what it does for your team is that all your buildings are protected. And these guys will now all push out down here. So as a team, it will work out. You have baited the enemy to come back. and it is unfortunate that you died. It's, you know, it's probably user error more than the advice being bad, really, if we think about it. I think we will... Maybe we'll wrap up here. Is there any other questions you've got that we didn't really answer? I will say, the Shadowblade into Ags build, I don't know if you need the Silver Edge right away. The Silver Edge, the main reason... Damn, what a call. Too bad there's no follow-up damage. The main reason to get a Silver Edge is because you need a break. And this game, break is okay. It's got some uses, but it's not that good. I would... The Shadowblade for the Invis and the basic stats are good enough. I would do the Silver Edge later, like after you've scaled out some other items. Whether that be the Ags or other stuff first. Right. Tomorrow, we're gonna stream. No one signed up for coaching, right? You guys can't answer that. I have to answer that myself. Let me check my calendar. As long as there's no coaching tomorrow, I'm gonna stream. Let's play some Dota. Let's play some Venomancer. We saw some earlier today, and I was like, damn, I want to play Venomancer. I just haven't played Dota in ages. We've been doing casting and that movie, so we're finally done with all that for a little bit. Let's play some frickin' Dota. That'll be tomorrow and Friday. If you would like to join in for that. Yeah, I don't have any. Okay. I understand a lot more about what I'm actually supposed to be doing. I get lost on where I should be, but it seems like I just need to pressure lanes more. Yeah, Sniper is really good at pressuring lanes. And to start, you do it on your own. Like in the mid lane, it's fine to kind of like one-on-one it, because the side lanes are still in the side lane. So early game laning stage on your own is kind of fine. Then once you hopefully had a good start, you don't have to like solo do it. You know, you're not like a Ember Spirit, like, oh, I'll bait them here and Remnant out. Like if they get you, you're dead. So once you're strong, you have to tell your team that, like, hey guys, I'm strong. Let's play around me. They may listen, they may not, but you got to at least say it to like get them on the same page, and then they play behind you, and that's what will let you finish taking mid tower or go take that top tower, the side lane towers, right? You don't want to be like solo doing it. You can solo push mid to start, and otherwise you like solo jungle. But if you're actually trying to like push towers, control areas, like I'm just gonna sit here, hit the tier 2 jungle in between, like you need the supports watching you at that time. And make sure you are allowed to attack and that you get out alive when they come get you. Is Shadowblade worth it with the Bounty Hunter in the game? I would say in a pub match for this rank, it's probably still okay despite the Bounty Hunter, but I would opt for a different build personally on the Sniper, partly due to the Bounty Hunter, but also I think just like Maelstrom, Dragonlance, all that stuff is pretty good this game. Dragonlance into Hurricane Pike's really good here, because the main guy who's going to get you is the Primal Beast, and when you see him charge in, you just Hurricane Pike him, and like you're good to go. Also, why the Shard is really nice, because like they'll try to get you, and you just like boop, knock back, kill Tombstone. I watched the Smurf video and I tried the farming pattern. Any thoughts? I will save this match ID, but we're wrapping up on the replays today. I'm sorry. We've been going for like 6 hours, so I'm getting tired of talking. But I'll save your replay because we do this most Mondays and Wednesdays. So if you want to drop by at that time, we can do it. Actually, I did double check. Monday, I think we are casting. So maybe not this Monday, maybe next Wednesday. In a week from now. Boop. Is it better to abandon teammates who still want to fight after a botched lane fight? It is hard to say. It is very game dependent, situation dependent. Take your best guess. if you truly believe you cannot win a fight, then you've answered your own question, right? Like, why fight a fight that's not going to work out? Like, I'm just going to ditch him. If you think, like, I really think we should farm, but like, yeah, you know, maybe we could win the fight. People mess up in pubs all the time, and I personally believe it's better to do the suboptimal thing together than to do the right thing, but everyone's doing their own right thing, so no one has, like, the support of other people. I would rather do the bad plan together and, like, make it work. So if you think, like, it shouldn't really fight, but also they've been kind of screwing up and, like, yeah, maybe we could do it, you can try it. So long as you recognize, like, okay, maybe this is not really the play, but I'm going to give it a go. I'm going to fight here, even though I think we shouldn't, but, like, maybe it'll work. I am adapting from my preferred plan, and I recognize I'm doing that. I'm not blindly doing it. I'm not thinking about what I'm doing, so I'm building bad habits. I am consciously choosing to do something that I don't believe in, but that maybe it could work here. But if you really, really, really don't believe it, you know it in your heart, then yeah, abandon them. And tell them ahead of time, like, we cannot fight bottom. Like, I'm just going to go push top. And hopefully communication wins the day. Who knows? Your behavior score wants you to die with your team. That might be a little true. Maybe you have a low behavior score. Maybe you got to think about that as part of it. But losing games also, maybe you're not reported yet, right? You lose the game. That means the game's going to continue tilting. Higher chance of being reported. You don't play with them. You win the game later. Maybe you got reported that moment, but maybe you didn't, and maybe you win, and now you're less likely to get reported. Oh, I don't know. How does any of this work? Not harsh enough. Okay, I am gonna wrap up here. Let's see. We can go to... I was gonna go to Ricky, but actually, the rare Alexander Kocha, my boy Alex, doesn't play Dota anymore. We're going to a Marvel Snap stream, so I recognize maybe not your game, but he doesn't stream as much nowadays because he's so busy. So let's go over there. Alex always helps me out behind the scenes. I always pitch him these ideas of, like, titles and thumbnails if I'm ever unsure. Things like that. I will send you guys there for Twitch, YouTube. Sorry, no raid feature. But Alex also has a YouTube channel. Same name, Alexander Kocha, if you guys want to find it. Marvel Snap players, go check him out. Everyone else, I will see you tomorrow. We will play. Same deal. Twitch, YouTube, wherever you prefer. We're going to play Dota. I don't know what we'll play yet. In my mind, I want to play Venomancer. We're going to get, like, offlane. And I will just lock in Venomancer offlane if that happens. Maybe we'll do the Largo offlane, too. I still kind of want to do that before it gets nerfed. But, like, I want to play Venomancer. We'll see. We'll see what we get tomorrow. Okay, everybody. Have a good one. Bye-bye.